Chapter 1051, Book of Cipher. 193 Ka. Seeing this, Levi frowned. It doesn't look like it's going to work. Those buffs are mainly aimed at increasing the attributes of the basic 6 dimensions. Thus, the buffs are huge for sword skills like the Destruction Sword Chi, which rely on attributes. It is far too inferior to a magic attack like the Twin Dragons playing with pearls. However, the power of this move is only second to the 2 great killing moves, World-Burning Flame Snake and Full State of Destruction Sword Chi. It could be used as a supplementary killing move. It's already very powerful for an area of effect attack to have such power. It's equivalent to an ordinary 5th circle area of effect attack spell. Levi used it again. In the end, he realized that with his current power of the Death Ember Dragon, he would have to consume more than half of his blood chi to perform the Twin Dragons playing with pearls 3 times. Then, he swung his sword again. On the 4th strike, only the Crimson Emperor Dragon Flame was used. There was only a small spark left in the black flame void, and it was quickly extinguished. Levi looked at the pitch-black magic armor around him. The black flames that had been wrapped around it had all disappeared. The fire elemental energy contained in this is temporarily used up. It needs time to recover. I thought it could explode indefinitely. If that's the case, even a 5th circle wizard would be heavily injured if not killed by my 10 or 20 rounds of Twin Dragons playing with pearls. Levi let out a breath and sat on the ground to rest. He kept the indestructible armor back into his body to nourish it. The 4 divine weapons' embryonic forms had been established. Now, only the Sky Dragon and the Nightmare Dragon did not have divine weapons. Nightmare Metal. I've never heard of it in the wizard world except for the research notes in the Dreamland Steeple. The materials for the Nightmare Dragon's divine weapon can only be obtained in the Nightmare world. The materials for the Sky Dragon's divine weapon, the elemental metals for storm and lightning, are also extremely rare. Relatively speaking, the fire elemental metal is already the easiest to find. If the Dark Ancient Tower doesn't have it, then I'll go to the Realm of Thunder and the Realm of Divine Wine to take a look after I return. Levi already had a preliminary plan in mind. Forming the Nightmare Dragon's divine weapon wasn't urgent because the Nightmare Dragon's breathing technique had only reached the first transformation of the blood source, so it couldn't fuse with the divine weapon. Other than that, after all these years of cultivation, Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon and Golden Snake were already at the 3rd transformation of the blood source, level 15. The Scarlet Dragon, Sky Dragon, and Death Ember Dragon were at the 2nd transformation of the blood source, level 14. Originally, Levi's progress in cultivating the Scarlet Dragon was slightly faster than the Sky Dragon and the Death Ember Dragon. However, due to the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon's 4th circle soul, the Sky Dragon surpassed the Scarlet Dragon after a few years of cultivation. Therefore, the Sky Dragon was most likely at the 3rd transformation of the blood source, followed by the Scarlet Dragon and the Death Ember Dragon. I don't know when the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow will advance. However, even if he has advanced, with his bloodline potential, 4th circle should be the limit. How do I find a 5th circle Undying Bird descendant? After so many years of research, Levi had discovered some rules for the advancement of transcendent creatures. Basically, those who could get 1st circle could also get 2nd circle if they worked hard. After the intermediate stage, those who had 3rd circle had hopes of reaching 4th circle in the future. However, there was a huge threshold between 4 and 5 rings, let alone 6. Even among the dragons, only the sub-dragon species had the potential to advance to 6th circle. Among all the transcendent creatures he possessed, the only one with a chance of attaining 5th circle was the Thunderstorm-Winged Dragon Raja. Other than that, the 4th circle Ground-Drilling Earthworm, the Flame-Blood Rampage Dragon, and the Green Armored Fish Dragon, these 3 ancient beasts seemed to be the same as the ancient saints. Perhaps it was due to the limitations of their plane or bloodline, but in any case, the peak of level 4 seemed to be the upper limit. For hundreds of thousands of years, many ancient saints and beasts had been born in the ancient saint plane, but the only one who had broken through the ceiling of level 4 and entered level 5 was the real initial ancient saint. Let nature take its course. I have a lot of time now, so there's no need to be too anxious. After returning to the Emperor's palace, he renovated his secret room. Levi took out the book of cipher that he had obtained from the realm of Crimson and started reading. There were 2 main 4th circle arrays that Levi had mastered. One was the Hell of the 7 Kings, and the other was the Demon Cage. He wanted to see if there were any other practical arrays in the book of cipher that he could learn from. Time flew by quickly. Once one was engrossed in research and learning, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Half a year had passed. Year 1150 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of the northern wind. In the Emperor's palace, Levi spent all his time comprehending the path of arrays. In the past half year, after studying the Book of Cipher, even though Levi was a fourth circle wizard, he had gained a lot. Cipher's achievements in the path of arrays far exceed mine. He has already proposed many of my ideas and plans. Moreover, it seems that there are still some areas that can be improved on for the Hell of the Seven Kings array. Among the three arts of wizardry, arrays were the most difficult, the most profound, and the least inherited. Mastering arrays would allow one to understand weapon making and alchemy by analogy. In the past half a year, relying on books and continuous experiments, Levi's proficiency in arrays had increased by quite a bit. It was even faster than when he had relied on refining arrays to strengthen his cultivation. This was the effect of knowledge. The Book of Cipher is in the hands of Fire Wolf. It's really a pearl covered in dust. Such a good book is enough for me to become a fifth circle wizard. I'll avoid many detours and save 10 to 20 years of time. In half a year, Levi created a new set of arrays. This array was called the Four-Sided Flame World, and it was also a four-circle array. In terms of power, it was even stronger than the Inferno Hell. Chapter 1052, Wizard Red Bone. However, the Inferno Hell was only a part of the Hell of the Seven Kings. This was the complete array. The Four-Sided Flame World was a pure fire-type defensive array. Levi refined this array because it was not easy to gather a second set of materials for the Seven Kings Hell in a short period of time. Therefore, he refined a four-sided flame world and placed it near the altar of the ancient saint plane. The Red-Eye Wizard was in charge of the array, and there were 4 ancient saints providing support. As a result, both the human world and the ancient saint plane would have fourth circle arrays to defend themselves. Apart from that, Levi also learned some small practical arrays during this period of time, which would be helpful for his future trip to the Dark Ancient Tower. In the following days, Levi once again lived a life of peace. Other than exchanging some information about the wizard world with Rosa Witch, he did not leave his house. He had also refined the fifth circle wizard tool, Secret Fire Sphere, which he had obtained from Eamon. In this way, he would have 2 fifth circle wizard tools that he could use in battle. Even ordinary fifth circle wizards would not be as luxurious as this. Unfortunately, his spiritual force was only at 281 points, and his spell power was only at 14,000 points. He had used up all of his spell power, but it was not enough to cast all the fifth circle spells on these 2 wizard tools. If he wanted to be able to use it freely, he would have to be at least in the fifth circle realm. This was why intermediate wizards would mainly use their innate spells in their later battles. Innate spells were fast to cast, consumed little energy, and had great power. They were the foundation of an intermediate wizard. Any other means, be it wizard tools or ordinary spells, could only be used as a supplement. Furthermore, the power of an innate spell would increase with the advancement of the wizard's realm. If the owner of an innate spell was lucky enough to reach the legendary wizard realm, the innate spell could even be used as a legendary spell. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Year 1151 of the Holy Brilliance calendar had arrived. At the 50th round table meeting, Levi learned that the work on the Black Knight's side was progressing quite smoothly. They had already recruited a batch of potential knights in the wizard world, and there were many grand knights among them. Emperor Mew, Hog, and the Black Knight were all at the level of a level 3 knight. Besides Hog, the others were also at the level of an official wizard. On the border of the Earth realm, as long as they were not too high profile, there would not be any big problems. That was equivalent to the outer sea region of the Endless Sea, where third circle wizards were big shots. Seeing that the Midland Knights were able to operate independently, Levi was also very pleased. He continued his long journey of gaining experience. At this stage, his focus was on the Sky Dragon breathing technique. Before entering the Dark Ancient Tower, he wanted all of his breathing techniques to reach the third transformation of the Blood Source realm. In the human world, Gaia Kingdom, White Sand Mountain. In a certain valley, a black castle stood there. Around the castle were some herbs and spell-casting materials commonly used by the Death Sect. Some corpse puppet butlers and servants were taking care of this isolated place in an orderly manner. As a dark cloud descended outside the courtyard, Wizard Wildbone walked out. He looked a little nervous. After all, his eldest senior sister was not only powerful, but her personality was also very strange. "Come in." A voice came from within the castle. The black barrier slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Wizard Wildbone took a deep breath and walked to the end. Senior sister. What is it? Mistress Cruel was refining a new corpse puppet. As a crafty death wizard, other than meditating every day, she was studying corpse puppets. I want to ask you for a favor, said Wizard Wildbone. In exchange for, asked Mistress Cruel. Wildbone handed her a storage ring. She glanced at it and said, tell me about it. Wildbone explained the situation to Mistress Cruel. Are you still thinking about that red bone? Do you know that your senior sister Nala is dead? Mistress Cruel sneered. What? Nala is dead? When was that? I've been in seclusion for quite a while, so I really don't know. Wildbone found it hard to believe. Nala was a 5th circle wizard, and there was still a long way to go before her lifespan reached its end. Forget it, it's useless to tell you. Mistress Cruel no longer had any hope of finding Barzan and Nala's murderer. Therefore, she lived in seclusion in this valley all day long, preparing for the spirit catcher Steeple's branch in peace. Teacher Painful Banshee was right. She had wasted too much time on meaningless worldly emotions. Otherwise, with her talent, she would have attained 5th circle perfection by now. However, she could help Wizard Wildbone with this matter. She could easily obtain so many ether stones with just a simple move, so why not? She was a lunatic, not a fool. Are you coming with me? Asked Mistress Cruel. I'm not going. She doesn't want to see me. In the eyes of many wizards in the Nether capital, Wizard Wildbone was an extremely vicious wizard. However, at this moment, he was like a shy old boy. Then I'll go by myself. Mistress Cruel left immediately. She soared into the sky and left this place. Wizard Wildbone sighed as he watched his senior sister leave. In his hand, he held the blood-red bow. You should also be going to the Dark Ancient Tower, right? He solemnly put away the bow and left. Several days later. Realm of Crimson. Red Pagoda Mountain. In the Wizard Tower, Wizard Redbone saw the legendary leader of the Painful Banshee's 3 disciples, Mistress Cruel. Chapter 1053, Same Murderer. Judging from the level of her spiritual force, it seemed to be inferior to his. Of course, she had been cultivating for far longer than Mistress Cruel. In fact, Mistress Cruel was more talented than her. Wizard Wildbone sent me. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Asked Mistress Cruel. I need you to help me find a murderer, said Redbone. Take me to the place where the victim died. Redbone brought Mistress Cruel all the way to the secret realm. In the secret realm? Yes. The two of them entered and killed some blind black beasts before arriving at the mine hall. It should be here, said Redbone. I'll try. I might not succeed. If I fail, don't blame me. No, just do your best. Wildbone should have paid for it, right? Yes. Mistress Cruel released the soul-chasing hound corpse puppet. This is a good thing. With it, many things become very convenient. Redbone's eyes were filled with envy. Mistress Cruel did not say a word. She gave the soul-chasing hound an order. The pitch-black hound drooled as it sniffed the ruins. Then, it turned into black smoke and disappeared underground. Let's wait. This will take some time, Mistress Cruel said expressionlessly. Redbone nodded. 7 days later. The soul-chasing hound was at a loss. It looked doubtful as it appeared in front of Mistress Cruel. Mistress Cruel's heart sank when she saw the soul-chasing hound's reaction. What's wrong? Redbone had a bad feeling. The souls of these people have been forcefully intercepted by an unknown existence. These souls have completely disappeared. They can't enter the underworld, enter reincarnation, or reincarnate. My hound can't follow their souls to find clues. As Mistress Cruel spoke, her thoughts returned to a few years ago. This scene was familiar. How is that possible? Whether it was the death of the physical body or the dissipation of the soul, the final destination would definitely be to reincarnate in the underworld. Only then could the balance and order of the multidimensional plane be maintained. I've never heard of anyone disobeying this rule. Even primordial soul wizards can't do this often. If you offend the Order Guardians of the underworld, you won't have a good ending. Redbone found it hard to believe. I have no reason to lie to you. No matter what, Wildbone is still my junior brother, and he has already paid. Forget it, you can go back. Thank you. Back to Red Pagoda Mountain. Redbone felt a little depressed. Could it be that the person was possessed by a primordial soul wizard? Had his strength not fully recovered? If that's the case, I can't continue investigating. If I anger him, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my life. I'll let Raphael continue investigating. The next day. My lord, are we moving? The big-breasted twin sister asked. Yes. Then we will follow you to the death. The elder sister quickly expressed her loyalty. They had offended Gerald. Without Redbone's protection, they might disappear from this world one day. On this day, Red Pagoda Mountain completely disappeared from the map. Wizard Redbone took the Red Pagoda and left the Flaming Mountain overnight. She wanted to find an unworldly place and wait for the dark ancient tower to open. In the Fire Bowl family, Farah was busy preparing for the war in the dark ancient tower and had gradually forgotten about this matter. On the other hand, in Fire Crocodile City, the Blood Demon Tower Master remembered the person called Levi and prepared to find an opportunity to search for him in the human world in the future. Perhaps he could even earn some extra money. Wouldn't that be great? And in the human world. After Mistress Cruel returned, her heart, which had originally calmed down, gradually became turbulent again. The person Redbone asked me to find is similar to the murderer who killed Naira and Balzan. Although I can't be completely sure, I can assume that it's the same person. That means that the murderer has been to the realm of Crimson and should have registered in Fire Crocodile City. If I can see the registration list, I might be able to find the organization behind the murderer and find his whereabouts. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year 1151, the month of winter. Outer Sea Region. At the teleportation portal from the Endless Sea to the human world, a bright light shone. After years of observation and discussion, Melina and a few other Third Circle wizards finally decided to establish their organization in the human world. Although the Starfire Wizard Academy was also very good, and especially so with a primordial soul wizard overseeing it, that way, they might walk the same path as before in the realm of all things. It was too troublesome to deal with so many wizards. What Melina wanted to do was to pass on the psychic knowledge and nurturing knowledge she had learned from her father. Lord Melina, the elemental power in the human world is indeed not bad. It's enough for us low-level wizards, said an excited wizard. Melina said, I have come here many times to investigate. In the human world, we need to pay attention to the church. If it is not necessary, avoid conflict with the church. The other is some other secret organizations that have existed in the human world since ancient times. Although they keep a low profile, they also have the shadow of the gods behind them. As for wizard organizations, there are not many in the human world at present. Then where should we choose this organization's base? The Seven Kingdoms continent. With our strength, we shouldn't go to the Seven Kingdoms continent for the time being. There are too many forces there, and the good and the bad are mixed together. We'll find a large island in this outer sea region and raise it in captivity to nurture our transcendent creatures. Chapter 1054, Advancing Sky Dragon Breathing Technique. Alright, everyone split up and search. A month later, Melina and the others chose their base, which was located in the outer seas far away from the mainland. Here, there was a rather large uninhabited island with mountains, streams, and primitive forests. Let's do it here, said Melina. Alright, then what should we name our organization? 10,000 Beast Tower. It's too tacky. Spirit Control Tower. It's not too good either. Everyone offered their suggestions. Melina suddenly said, why don't we make it simple? Let's call it Paradise. Our paradise is also a paradise for transcendent creatures. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Year 1155 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of the beginning. Levi ended his 4-year-long seclusion. Before his 165th birthday, he had successfully come out of seclusion. He walked out of his seclusion and sighed, as my lifespan increases, I seem to become more and more numb to the passage of time. For mortals, 4 years can change a lot. As for me, 4 years is just to make some breakthroughs in my cultivation. In the past 4 years, Levi had been cultivating on the path of a wizard. His spiritual force had already reached 300 points, and his spell power had reached 15,000 points. His spell cultivation had also improved a little. His idea for the 5th innate spell was from the Storm faction. On the path of Knights, Levi focused on cultivating the Sky Dragon breathing technique. A few months ago, his Sky Dragon breathing technique had reached the maximum. Similar to the Golden Snake breathing technique, there were also options for advancement and evolution. Levi still chose advancement. He could gather the materials for evolution, but it would take Raja's life, so there was no need to. It would be better if the water flowed slowly. Even if he had evolved, without Raja, Levi would not have any better ingredients to replace the secret medicine. His future cultivation would also be a problem. Like the golden snake, the sky dragon's breathing technique had surpassed the legendary breathing technique, even though it was not as powerful as the Crimson Emperor Dragon. Even if he didn't evolve, he would definitely become a level 9 knight in the future. It was even possible for him to become a level 10 knight. Levi's idea was to focus on advancing at the moment and wait for the transcendent creature cultivation base to become bigger and stronger. Or rather, if he encountered more transcendent creatures in the future, he would take advantage of the time before he developed feelings for them and directly harvest them as evolution materials. After spending 3 months, Levi had completely absorbed all the advanced potions using the blood refinement method. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time was even smoother. Now, his Sky Dragon breathing technique had advanced to level 15. Levi. Sky Dragon breathing technique, level 15, 1/700,000. Special effect, Sky Dragon Pillar, level 3. Wind Thunder Remnants, 3000 Fallen Feathers. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Wind and Thunder, exclusive weapon, none. Sky Dragon at level 15 brought about 2 changes. The first was the increase in his endurance attribute. In terms of endurance, Levi had become even more powerful. His physical strength had become more abundant. This increase could be reflected in his other 5-dimensional breathing techniques. The second was the birth of the bloodline Dharma Idol. In a flash, white sky dragon power overflowed from behind him, forming a white storm. In the center of the storm, the shadow of a sky dragon covered in white feathers appeared. Wind thunder power rolled on the surface of the sky dragon's body like clouds. Accompanied by crackling explosions, violent whines, and thunderstorms condensed in the sky dragon phantom, and the momentum was terrifying. The image of the sky dragon seemed to be able to mobilize the power of the world, and it gave off a wonderful sense of harmony. This was the Sky Dragon Dharma Idol, which Levi named Wind and Thunder Surge. It was the same as Golden Snake Dance and Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor. The first function of this Dharma Idol was still defense. This meant that in theory, Levi could use the 11th layer of defense at his limit. Of course, in most cases, unless he was fighting against a 5th circle opponent, Levi did not need to expend so much energy. The defense of the Wind and Thunder Surge was average, at the level of an ordinary 4th circle protective force field. This was because the Sky Dragon's level was much lower than the Crimson Emperor Dragon. It was also understandable that it did not specialize in defense. Wind and Thunder Surge could also release terrifying electric currents and hurricanes from the body through the power of the Sky Dragon to attack the enemy. Its power was similar to that of a 4th circle spell. All of the above were just side effects of the Wind and Thunder Surge. It was a Dharma Idol born from an endurance-type breathing technique. Its biggest function was naturally related to endurance. After casting the Dharma Idol, Levi could feel the Wind Thunder power surging into his body. This power was not elemental power, but pure energy. This reminded Levi of the child of the sea god and the god of earth in ancient Greek mythology, Arion. As long as this god stood on the ground, he would have endless power. Levi's current situation was similar. After the Dharma Idol was released, he could obtain power from the wind thunder power born from the Dharma Idol. The wind that was blowing in the high sky brushed past the Dharma Idol, and tiny traces of energy surged into his body. It was a magical experience. In order to verify his guess, Levi went to the sky and displayed his Dharma Idol. Raja! Levi shouted. The wind thunder winged dragon appeared in front of Levi. Use your power, be it wind or lightning, and attack me as much as you want. Chapter 1055, Redefine Night System. Raja was used to it. It immediately began to cast its spell-like abilities, and a gale and thunderstorm swept toward Levi. Levi activated the Wind and Thunder Surge Dharma Idol. Other than that, he did not have any other defensive measures. With Raja's attacks, the Wind and Thunder Surge was enough. Boom! After the terrifying electric currents and gales entered the range of Levi's Sky Dragon Dharma Idol, the wind thunder power on the Sky Dragon's body became even denser. At the same time, Levi felt that there seemed to be an endless stream of energy flowing into his body. This feeling. It's like charging or generating electricity. I can stimulate my body through lightning, and it's as if I've been injected with hormones and taken a blue pill. The power of the wind is like wind power, constantly increasing the intensity of the lightning's stimulation. All in all, when fighting against Raja's wind and lightning attacks, Levi felt that his strength was inexhaustible. If he was fighting a wizard from the lightning faction or the storm faction, he would be able to defeat them. This meant that as long as the opponent's attack could not kill Levi, it could make Levi stronger and more tenacious. Because when he was being beaten up, he was also charging up. At this moment, Levi's 11th layer of his stacked armors was revealed. As long as his opponent was not an experienced 5th circle wizard, ordinary 5th circle wizards from the Thunder or Storm faction should not be able to kill or severely injure Levi. In this way, Levi could rely on the Wind and Thunder Surge Dharma Idol to quickly recharge his batteries from their attacks. Then, his various defensive fields would be more durable, and his attacks would become more and more fierce. It formed a virtuous cycle and eventually exhausted the other party to death. In theory, it's feasible. In fact, why would I let a 5th circle wizard beat me up? However, if I meet Sorit again, I might be able to fight him. It was precisely because of this abnormal ability that Levi named the Dharma Idol Wind and Thunder Surge. To put it bluntly, it was the Wind Power Generation Dharma Idol. This would let Levi continue practicing his green and sustainable development philosophy. Now, inside Levi's body, in the center was the Crimson Emperor Divine Palace, where the Crimson Emperor Dragon sat on top of the throne. On the left was the golden and resplendent Golden Snake Divine Palace. Golden snakes coiled around the pillars. Now, on the right, another white Divine Palace suddenly appeared. It was pure white and holy, filled with lightning. This was the Sky Divine Palace. The giant dragon of wind and lightning, which was covered in white feathers and represented the sky, floated above the Divine Palace. The Endurance Dimension had officially entered the third transformation of the Blood Source, which was level 4 of the Night Realm. The only flaw is that the Sky Dragon still lacks a divine weapon. Levi sighed and left the Imperial Palace. The Dusk Holy Temple. Levi arrived quietly. On the training ground, 2 Grand Knights were fighting. One of them held a halberd in his hand. His arm was as thick as a bucket, and there was a tattoo on his arm that looked like a horned beetle. This horned beetle was a creature called the Heavenly Halberd Beast. It had immense strength and could move mountains. Its horn could pierce the sky. The other Grand Knight was also extremely strong. Black gas covered his upper body as if he was made of steel. There was also a tattoo of a crocodile-armored turtle on his arm. He held a shield in his left hand and a door sword in his right hand. Levi stood high in the sky and watched the battle between the 2 Grand Knights with great interest. Their battle had also attracted many ordinary knights. That's Halberd Knight, a genius of the current generation of the One-Horned Beetle clan. Although he only cultivates the excellent grade strength breathing technique, he's very talented. He's only 30 years old now, but he's already at the level of a top-notch Grand Knight. The other is the Snapping Turtle Knight. He's also has very good potential. Now that there's an advancement potion, if nothing happens to them in the future, they have a chance to advance to legendary level. Dinos appeared beside Levi and explained. It seems that the talent brand has progressed quite well after all. I've gone into seclusion for a few years. Levi smiled. Yes, after Andrew broke through the 0 to 1 dilemma, we started to draw inferences. Other than the shield brand, we also made breakthroughs in the battle sword brand and phantom brand. But so far, it's only limited to the cantrip level of branding. In order to compare it with the wizard civilization, Andrew and I call it level 0 branding. After growing up in the Dusk Holy Temple for so many years, Dinos had become more mature and steady. His eyes were shining with wisdom. This is already an amazing achievement. Not bad. Levi commented sincerely. So far, the Grand Knights who had 3 basic dimensions of defense, speed, and strength in the temple have already mastered their first talent brand. For ordinary knights, the level of their bloodline seed is too low, and their blood chi is too thin. They can't support the consumption of the brand at all, said Dinos. Levi nodded and said, if that's the case, in order to connect with the wizard civilization and for the convenience of our own internal management, we might need to redivide the traditional Night Realm into a more reasonable division. Previously, the division of the Knight's Realm was limited by the Knight's vision and the knowledge of mortals. It was too rough and simple, not as intuitive and systematic as the wizard civilization. Now that the Dusk Holy Temple wanted to lead the Knights on a new path, it was necessary to redefine the name of the Knight combat system. That makes sense. Commander, do you have any ideas? Asked Dinos. The path of the wizard can currently be divided into 3 levels of apprentice, followed by the first to the third to the ninth circle. Above the ninth circle, they are known as legendary. Chapter 1056, The New Knight System and Improvements. In terms of the path of knights, before becoming a true transcendent and becoming a first-class blood awakening knight, the traditional division was Knight Attendants, Official Knights, Grand Knights, Top-Notch Grand Knights. Below Official Knights, it was further divided into beginner, middle, advanced, and peak levels. In fact, all these realms are still within the scope of apprentice wizards. So, my idea is, a level 1 knight, which is below blood awakening, will be a trainee knight. Trainee knights are divided into 3 grades, low, intermediate, and high. The first tier allows one to grasp at least one talent brand, and grasp the same power as an apprentice wizard. Moreover, due to their own combat techniques and breathing techniques, their strength is not inferior to low-level apprentice wizards. The second and third grades are divided according to the number of talent brands you have mastered in the realm of the breathing technique. The specific details of the division need to be perfected in the following practice. What do you think? Asked Levi. Dinos nodded and said, I also agree with this. It'll be more convenient for the temple to evaluate knights in the future. After everyone has mastered more brands, we will carry out experiments and evaluations. Finally, we will come up with the standards for beginner, intermediate, and advanced brands. Below them, the battle between the Halberd Knight and the Snapping Turtle Knight had reached its climax. The 2 young knights released their talents. A 3-meter-long heavenly halberd beast phantom charged forward like a charging knight, unstoppable. On the other side, the Snapping Turtle Knight raised his left arm, and the brand instantly came alive. A ferocious crocodile-headed giant turtle appeared and roared towards the sky. Boom! The giant turtle was sent flying by the horn. The Halberd Knight was still stronger. He laughed heartily in a carefree manner. The Snapping Turtle Knight was hit by the aftershock and flew out with a muffled grunt. In the next moment, his thick body was supported by a powerful hand so that he did not fall on his face. After stabilizing himself, the Snapping Turtle Knight was shocked when he saw the owner of the big hand. The other knights also bowed. That person had a determined expression and sharp features. He was wearing pitch-black magic armor and a scarlet cloak. He was tall and imposing, and his aura was heaven-devouring. Hello, Commander! A loud shout rang out in the training ground. You guys continue. Levi said with a smile, waved his hand, and turned to leave. He was just someone who was hiding at home with nowhere to show off and just wanted to show off his indestructible armor. I was actually saved by the commander. He was holding my back just now. I can't wash this armor, the Snapping Turtle Knight muttered in his heart, unable to react. He was merely a Grand Knight. How could he be saved by the Supreme Knight, the supreme existence and leader of the Holy Temple, the ancient Dragon Emperor, the unsurpassable knight on the path of knights? Levi, on the other hand, went to Andrew's research site and found that the young man had made great progress in both the path of knights and the path of wizards. His research results were also increasing, and Levi was very pleased. He called for the 54th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights. The Midland team had already recruited some knights with very good potential and planned to send them to the headquarters after a period of testing. As for the Goddess Knight, she had advanced to the realm of a second circle wizard. Her talent was not bad to begin with, and she had been in the wizard world for a long time. Advancement was simply a matter of time. The Dark Moon Knight was already at the peak of the Blood Awakening stage. He was now a member of the Phantom Brand research team. The Blood Knight of the Forsaken Land of the Gods seemed to have his own fortuitous encounters. His strength had increased significantly, and he had also provided the Holy Temple with a lot of information about the other side. The other knights had their own encounters. During the years that Levi had been in seclusion, the Holy Temple and its members had been improving. After the meeting ended, he left the ancient Saint Plain. He had been in seclusion for too long. There were only 10 years left until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. He planned to master the Storm School of Thought's innate spells in these 10 years. Along the way, the Thunder Dragon surrounded him and roared. Suddenly, the fluctuations of a battle of spells came from below. Levi sent out perception and discovered a group of ugly cave wizards in black robes. They were attacking an island. There was a third circle protective array on it that was constantly flickering. It was obvious that it could not hold on. Looks like another wizard organization has come to the human world. Levi muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes moved. The figure of a blue-robed witch in the array was somewhat familiar. It's her. He couldn't help but think back to 90 years ago when he was cultivating his spirit in the mortal world of the Yellow Earth continent. At that time, he was still a rookie at the peak of the second circle. Chapter 1057, Giant Beast Paradise, 4-Circle Veteran. 1. The Mortal World, Outer Sea Region, Paradise Island. 5 years ago, this was just an ordinary deserted island. Melina and a group of young wizards from the School of Spiritualism arrived here and established the organization known as Paradise. Subsequently, the entire island became a base for nurturing transcendent creatures. However, now, Melina gazed at the crumbling third circle array, feeling desolate and hopeless. She had thought that choosing this remote location in the Outer Sea region would be safer. Indeed, it had been safe for a long time, a full 5 years without any disturbances. During these 5 years, the infrastructure of Paradise had been mostly established, thriving. The storms and upheavals on the Seven Kingdoms continent had nothing to do with them. However, not long ago, a group of cave wizards happened to pass by Paradise Island while wreaking havoc in the mortal world and discovered it. Cave wizards were essentially the dark wizards of the mortal world. Having lived in harsh environments for a long time, they, like locusts, plundered everything in sight to survive. At this moment, a group of wicked and arrogant forces outside the array, comprising more than a dozen wizards, was fiercely attacking the array. These people hailed from a level 4 cave on the outskirts of the forsaken land of the god. The cave lord was a 4th circle wizard named Gargoyle Ur, a powerful figure. Beside Ur were 3 third circle wizards and more than 10 low-level wizards. Even in the outer sea region of the Endless Sea, this force was significant, let alone in the mortal world. With a wave of a third circle wizard's hand, a huge rock formed and hurled towards the array. Boom! The array trembled once again. He, surrender. Our leader is a 4th circle wizard. Even though you have a 3rd circle grand array, how long can you hold out against such intense attacks? On the side of Paradise, including Melina, there were also 3 third circle wizards. But they didn't have the strength of 4th circle level. That's why Melina felt so hopeless. The 4th circle wizard with grim features and iron blue skin hadn't even made a move yet. Master, the enemy's attacks are too fierce, and the array consumes too much. We have to replenish the ether stones, and our reserves are running low, a 3rd circle wizard named Frick, who was Melina's father's student and a master in nurturing transcendent creatures, asked. Master, should we deactivate the array? We still have those transcendent creatures to fight them off, 3rd circle wizard Ray suggested. Melina replied, I have a 4th circle spell scroll that my father left me. If used properly, it can kill that 4th circle wizard. Frick instantly understood. Then Ray and I will distract the other 3rd circle wizards, giving you a chance. Focus on staying safe. If you can't kill him, then escape. With your father's legacy, as long as you're alive, Paradise can be rebuilt. Melina fell silent for a moment. Let's give it a try. In an instant, the 3rd circle array completely failed. Frick and Ray, both 3rd circle wizards, summoned their respective spiritual beasts, a level 3 ghost tiger eagle and a dark terrifying wolf. Melina summoned her own 6-winged sky sea dragon. This was a powerful mixed blood dragon. The complete form was the 10-winged sky sea dragon king, a 5th level being. With her talent, as long as she continued her training diligently, she could become as strong as her father. By then, she would be able to protect Paradise in the mortal world. But now, the opportunity seemed slim. Ah, are you going all out now? Ur's grim face twisted into a cruel smile. With a wave of his hand, a 4th circle meteor burst was unleashed. Meteors fell from the sky, exploding with a terrifying shockwave. The 6-winged sky sea dragon was blasted away. Hydra, hold him off for a while longer. Melina commanded. The already injured Hydra let out a roar and sent a terrifying water dragon towards Ur. Ur sneered, clasping his hands together, and stone arms emerged from all directions, once again swatting away Hydra. This is the difference between 4th circle and 3rd circle, Ur sneered. But in the next moment, his expression changed. While he was busy dealing with Hydra, Melina tore open a scroll. 4th circle spell, Flame Fire Drill. The shadow of a flame dragon centipede emerged and rushed towards Ur. The flame dragon centipede was her father's 5th level spiritual beast. This was a life-saving scroll her father had made for her. She even had a 5th circle scroll before, but it was used up in the Endless Sea. Ur's protective force field flickered as countless stone arms wrapped around him. Boom! Boss! Other wizards exclaimed in shock. In the firelight, Ur's figure emerged, battered but not critically injured. The black body refining runes on his body shone, making him look like a real stone statue. Do you know why I'm called the gargoyle? Because I practice both spells and body refining. Ur sneered inwardly. Body refining wizards were not much different from ancient times to now. There were fewer wizards walking this path, so progress was slow, and development stagnated. In some aspects, modern body refining techniques were even regressing compared to ancient times. Ur practiced the gargoyle body refining technique, which could be cultivated to the realm of a fifth circle wizard. It was created by ancient wizards based on the gargoyle, this specific kind of devil in hell. Chapter 1058, Giant Beast Paradise, 4 Circle Veteran. 2. Melina turned and fled at the sight of this. Ur shot out like a cannonball, his demonic gargoyle wings unfurling. On the other side, Frick, Ray, and the others panicked, wanting to help Melina but unable to. Why run? Be my servant, and I'll spare your life, Ur chuckled calmly. Seeing their leader unharmed, the other cave wizards breathed a sigh of relief, their arrogance returning. Melina's force field flickered incessantly as she desperately tried to escape, but Ur was getting closer. Hydra, desperate to protect its master, emerged from the sea, only to be swatted away by Ur, heavily injured. Melina, whose life was linked to Hydra's, suddenly felt weak, spitting out blood. Ahaha! Ur's ghostly claws reached out for Melina. But in a split second, a ripple appeared in front of him, and serpent-like hermit runes vanished into thin air. A burly man clad in black flame magic armor with a blood-red cloak draped over his shoulders stood there, arms crossed, his posture upright. His appearance was so sudden, and Ur's speed so fast, that with a loud clang, Ur slammed into the man's chest. The collision between Ur's gargoyle body and the man's armor occurred. The man stood unmoved like a mountain. He hadn't even made a move, yet Ur was sent flying. Cracks appeared on Ur's stone body, with black flames crawling like maggots on the surface. Ur looked bewildered for a moment, then quickly reacted. He turned and tried to run, only to find a majestic alchemical creature with blazing wings blocking his way. Who are you? Why do you block my path? I am Gargoyle Ur. Ur said coldly. Ur? Never heard of you. Phoenix, let's beat him unconscious, leave him alive, Levi said casually. Blood Lady, kill the rest of the small fries. The blood-armored corpse demon wielded the moonlight greatsword, charging into the enemy ranks, hacking wildly, blood and flesh flying. Levi had been observing for a while. He only showed up now to avoid getting caught in a bigger vortex. After all, there were some powerful primordial soul-level forces among the cave wizards. On the other hand, he had a plan. Melina was from the school of spiritualism, as were the other wizards on this island. Spiritualist wizards were exactly the kind of talent Levi needed to establish a base for cultivating transcendent creatures. So, he decided to find a way to recruit them. And if he wanted to recruit them, he had to establish his authority. At Melina's most desperate moment, a sudden surge of divine power left behind a tall, handsome figure, combined with the charm bonus from her lover's rune, recruiting him would be much easier. Phoenix rode Tyrant 4, the Emperor of Flames roaring, the Thunder God thundering. Phoenix fought hard, remembering the Black Light Master whenever he saw a cave wizard. If it weren't for the Black Light Master, he wouldn't have been captured by Levi. Ur's proud gargoyle body was covered in cracks and blood from the flame dragon's sword. It didn't take much effort to subdue Ur. On the other side, the blood-armored corpse demon had already slaughtered Ur's minions. Ur was escorted to Levi's presence by Phoenix. Want to live? Or do you want to die? Levi's question was straightforward. Live. I want to live. I'm willing to do anything. Ur saw a glimmer of hope and quickly replied. Having lived in the forsaken land of the god for hundreds of years, no one was more eager to live than him. Good choice, very wise. Excalibur appeared, and Ur swore as required. Levi didn't take Ur's worthless wizard tools and meager ether stones. Instead, he took his knowledge of spells, most importantly, his book Gargoyle Body Tempering Technique. Such a good technique wasted on Ur, it should belong to me. This was a body tempering technique that could be practiced up to the 5th circle, on par with the ice body tempering technique. It would be very useful for Levi to continue to explore body tempering techniques in the future. This is quite unexpected, Levi said, in a good mood. After enslaving Ur, Levi looked at Melina, who was expressionless. A century of time, years of suffering had matured Melina, her gaze firmer than ever. Levi felt the same. As Melina looked at the figure before her, memories of a distant past began to overlap. Though they had only met briefly, it left a profound impression on her. "Miss Melina, it's been a while," Levi smiled. "Senior, are you from Mirror Lake?" "Levi?" Melina was shocked. When they parted ways, Levi was just at the peak of the second circle, not much stronger than her. Now, in just 100 years, she had barely reached the senior level of the third circle, mastering her second innate spell. Yet, Levi could effortlessly overpower her, a fourth circle wizard. It's worth noting that Ur, despite being a cave wizard of an outdated version, was no weakling with his dual cultivation. Judging from Levi's performance, his true strength was at least at the perfection of the fourth circle, if not the fifth. What has happened in this 100 years? Melina couldn't help but wonder. Long time no see. Why don't we have a chat in this place? Levi suggested with a smile. Melina was pleasantly surprised by Levi's courteous attitude, which made her feel even more that Levi was unfathomable. "Senior, what about these cave wizards? I can still make some use of Ur, so spare his life. As for the others, kill them all," Levi chuckled. "Understood, Senior. I'll go and reassure my companions first, then catch up with you," Melina said as she arrived at Paradise Island. Chapter 1059, Giant Beast Paradise, 4-Circle Veteran. 3. Although the recent battle was perilous, Levi's timely appearance prevented significant casualties, with only some of the transcendent creatures being startled. "Melina, who was that presence?" Frick hesitated. The powerful figure in the sky effortlessly dealt with the fourth circle wizard, a strength that seemed out of place in the mortal realm, especially since Melina seemed to know them. "An acquaintance from before. Everything's fine now. You and Ray should take care of things here," Melina smiled, gradually calming her emotions. "All right, you take care," Ray said. Melina tidied herself up and quickly flew into the sky. "Melina has so many friends from outside. If not for that acquaintance, we would have perished here," Frick said with lingering fear. "It's so hard to find a peaceful place nowadays," Ray sighed. High in the sky, Levi set up a soundproof barrier and learned from Melina about her recent experiences. He felt sympathy for her. "What are your plans now?" Levi asked. "I'll continue to find a place to rebuild paradise," Melina said helplessly. "And then? What if you encounter such enemies again?" I don't know. Surely, I won't be that unlucky again, right?" Melina's gaze was lost in confusion. She realized her strength was too weak to protect paradise from harm. "You know Sir Newt. I am a transcendent biologist as well," Levi smiled. Melina nodded. "Your idea of paradise is excellent. You have the ideas, and I have the power. I have a safe place where you can conduct your research on transcendent creatures undisturbed. The elemental power there is more concentrated than in the mortal realm." Levi's tone was confident. He and Melina were no longer living in the same world, seeing different landscapes. "If you have any requirements, just let me know," Melina said after thinking for a moment. "I can provide you with a base, even more transcendent creatures, and the necessary funds, but you and your organization must pledge allegiance to me. You must swear an oath on a treasure of mine. As long as you don't violate the oath, nothing will happen, but if you do, the price will be your life. I won't interfere with your normal research, as long as it is related to transcendent creatures. What I want to do is establish a giant beast paradise, filled with transcendent creatures," Levi stated bluntly. "Senior, let me consider it, and I need to discuss it with my companions. I can't make decisions for everyone," Melina said after some thought. She was torn inside. She didn't want to rely on major powers anymore, which is why she had refused the Starfire Wizard Academy's invitation. But now, this situation forced her to reconsider the future of paradise. "Very well, go ahead and give me an answer as soon as possible," Levi's gaze was serious as he looked at Melina. Melina nodded and returned to Paradise Island. Next, there was intense discussion among the people, and the differences were likely significant. Levi closed his eyes in contemplation. If necessary, he would resort to force. If it weren't for him, they would have died at the hands of the cave wizards long ago. The weak must have the resolve of the weak. Before long, Melina approached Levi. "Senior, we agree to join. All of you? Yes, all of us. Very well. Levi ascended above Paradise Island, and the Sword of Oath materialized behind him, reaching into the sky. To receive my protection, you must swear under this sword according to my terms. Once sworn, you must not break your oath, or else face death. If their knowledge wasn't what Levi needed, he wouldn't bother with this level of commitment. Melina and the members of Paradise Organization all swore their oaths under the sword. Levi had originally intended to go to the Seven Kingdoms continent, but now he changed his plans on the spot. Don't resist. I'll take you to the base, Levi said. With a wave of his hand, these people were sent into Alice's ring. Levi was currently in seclusion in the mortal realm, so the transcendent creatures lived near the Emperor's palace. Inside Alice's ring, it was temporarily quiet. What a huge space! This must be a fourth circle, or even fifth circle, transcendent creature artifact, Ray exclaimed. It seems Senior is indeed a transcendent biologist, Melina felt relieved. Before long, Levi arrived at the entrance to the ancient Saint Plain. In the Inferno Hell, blood vampires and poison fire corpse demons held sway. While in the Rolling Stone Hell, mountain giant Bogang presided. Bogang, you no longer need to oversee this place. Return to the ancient Saint Plain and focus on your cultivation. Ascend to the rank of fourth circle wizard as soon as possible, Levi said. Master, who will guard the Rolling Stone Hell then? Bogang asked. Let him. Levi released Ur. Ur, like a startled bird, surveyed the giant array before him. Guard this array for me for 100 years, then you can focus on your cultivation in my secret realm, Levi said. Ur's talent was quite remarkable, his ability to cultivate both body and magic in the resource-poor forsaken land of the god was proof enough. There was hope for him to advance to the fifth circle, making him valuable. Ur heard this and calculated in his mind. Fourth circle wizards typically lived for about 700 years, and he was currently 400 years old. With retirement at 500, he still had 200 years of freedom ahead of him. Chapter 1060, Giant Beast Paradise, 4 Circle Veteran. 4. He hadn't expected Levi to be so humane, it was like working for the wizard organization of his dreams. These are some of the latest spells from the Earth School of Thought. Study them while you guard the array, strengthen your abilities. As long as you remain loyal, you can also receive some cultivation resources from me each year, Levi said. Thank you, sir. I am deeply grateful, Ur said solemnly, stowing away the spells. Despite being bound by Excalibur's oath before, he had still felt uneasy. But now, he truly felt like he had submitted. As a dark wizard, his main goal had always been to seize resources for cultivation. By coming here to guard the gate, he had achieved his objective directly. Why wouldn't he seize this opportunity? Levi departed with Bogang. Balancing benevolence and authority was crucial for effective management. In Inferno Hell, the blood vampires watched Ur, a newcomer, and internally sighed with understanding, another one who took a shortcut instead of wandering for 100 years. For nomadic wizards, the end of the road is always here at the gate. Ancient Saint Plain. Levi released Melina and the others from the ring. Senior, where are we? Melina asked, looking at this world different from the mortal realm. Mountains, plains, towering primeval forests, and the distant roar of beasts. This is my secret realm, you can call it the Ancient Saint Secret Realm. The Ancient Saint Plain was a small-scale plain. In terms of size, it wasn't much larger than the Nora Plain's large-scale secret realms. However, those large-scale secret realms were all controlled by top-tier organizations. All the creatures in this secret realm are bred by me. There are even some fierce level 4 creatures inside, so don't wander around. They won't recognize you, Levi said. Yes, Senior. I will arrange a base for you to breed transcendent creatures. You can build the Giant Beast Paradise here. In addition to the Giant Beast Paradise, there are 2 other organizations in this secret realm, the Dusk Holy Temple and the Ancient Dragon Empire. These 2 organizations are also under my control. I will inform them about you, and from now on, you will each be independent. Just remember to be responsible to me and not to kill each other. If you need help, Melina, you can go to the leaders of those 2 organizations, Levi said calmly. The members of Paradise were overwhelmed by this revelation. To possess such a vast secret realm, and even 2 formidable-sounding organizations, is this person so accomplished at such a young age? Even the son of the tower master of the spiritualism steeple wouldn't be this wealthy. Frick couldn't believe it. They had learned from Melina that Levi was about the same age as her, and among wizards at their level, they were considered young. In their eyes, Levi was now a real winner in life. Next, Levi instructed the senior state assembly to liaise with Melina and carve out a piece of land from the ancient dragon empire to begin construction of the giant beast paradise. Wizard towers, bloodline libraries, breeding grounds, feed planting areas, training grounds, wilderness areas. A series of basic infrastructure projects commenced. With the assistance of the senior state assembly, all these endeavors were completed in less than half a year. In the month of flowers in the Holy Brilliance calendar of the year 1155, the giant beast paradise was officially established. While Levi held the honorary title of headmaster, the actual management was overseen by the senior employee, Melina. With expertise in their respective fields, after the establishment of the paradise, Melina and other paradise staff specialized in classifying and numbering the low-level transcendent creatures Levi had previously kept scattered. They began artificial breeding and even simulated their natural habitats using small arrays. The paradise also registered the long single transcendent creatures and handed the list to Levi, who then passed it on to other members of the Knights, especially those from the Midland Squad, to find mates for these solitary beings. The Midland continent, relatively rich in resources, still retained many populations of transcendent creatures, making it a vast treasure trove. With this arrangement, Levi could once again be hands-off. As the leader of 3 organizations and the owner of the ancient Saint Plane, he only needed to oversee the big picture. Every detail was crucial, but cultivation remained his top priority. Several months later, Levi emerged from seclusion. Chariot Rune, level 8, speed increased by 70%. Next, I need to prepare for the 5th innate spell. The Storm faction, emphasizing speed and control, commonly used spells such as Gale and Dragon Twister. Therefore, his second 4th circle talent naturally fell into 3 categories. First, continue to develop long-distance escape skills like Thunder Dragon Flash, focusing on long-distance mobility. Second, develop short-distance teleportation and movement auxiliary spells, such as Shadow Step. Third, focus on control. As for attack spells like Windblade and Air Cannon, they were not within his consideration. After some thought, Levi decided to pursue the second direction. In terms of speed, he already had Thunder Dragon Flash, Scarlet Shadow, and Scarlet Escape, which were sufficient. Instead, he needed to develop a skill for short-range sudden assaults, maximizing his melee advantage and complementing his path of knights. With his direction set, Levi left the ancient Saint Plane. He found the teleportation portal leading to the realm of Divine Wind and arrived at the Storm faction's dojo. Similar to the Endless Sea, the realm of Divine Wind was located on a vast sea, albeit much smaller in size. In this realm called the Sea of Wind, terrifying storms and violent winds raged year-round, making the howling of the winds the dominant melody here. Chapter 1061, Giant Beast Paradise, 4-Circle Veteran. 5. This time, Levi was only purchasing some commonly circulated spells from the market, so there was no danger involved. 3 months later, Levi returned safely from the realm of Divine Wind, without encountering any incidents such as dark wizard ambushes. The only thing that troubled him was that after purchasing a large quantity of knowledge from various schools, his Etherstone reserves were reduced to only 5 million. After accumulating for over 100 years and investing heavily in knowledge acquisition, coupled with the continuous support from his dark wizard associates, Levi's spell library now boasted over 5,000 cantrips, 1,565 low-level spells, 323 third circle spells, 108 fourth circle spells, and 16 fifth circle spells, covering a dozen or so wizard factions. It could be said that Levi was a walking spellbook. In addition, those ancient spells were stored in the Truth Magic Mirror. Although outdated, they were still valuable references. These were his most precious treasures. Upon returning to the mortal realm, he didn't go out for leisure. Instead, he returned to the ancient Saint Plane to seclude himself and begin researching his 5th talent spells. With the opening of the dark ancient tower drawing nearer, he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible. Now, he lacked nothing, he only strove for each day. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. In the year 1156 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of Vitality, the 55th Round Table meeting concluded successfully. Andrew had already begun preparing for his formal wizard promotion and was expected to break through within the year. As for the realm of blood awakening knights, it might take a bit longer. The Divine Light Knight had also advanced to become a Blood Knight. One of the level 3 transcendent materials needed for her advancement potion came from the giant beast paradise. While exploring the forsaken land of the god, the Blood Knight obtained a small piece of wind spirit moon shadow iron. Because of this, she was pursued by a Third Circle Cave Wizard organization for nearly half a year. Fortunately, her Maya breathing technique excelled in evasion and endurance, allowing her to escape without much harm. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Iron was a relatively rare level 4 elemental metal, which contained the wind element and the power of the dark moon hidden within a trace of dark energy. He learned that Levi needed materials containing the wind element and wanted to come back to give them to him, but Levi refused. In Levi's eyes, level 4 elemental metals were no longer of interest, and that piece was too small to forge the Sky Dragon divine weapon he envisioned. Besides, the elemental metal was obtained by the Blood Knight at the risk of her life, and Levi didn't want to exploit his senior and excellent employee. The Blood Knight's Maya breathing technique was also of the wind element type, and he was also a member of the secondary Blood clan. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Iron was simply a divine weapon material tailored for him. On the Midland Squad's side, they recruited a knight candidate with dual elemental affinity last year, as well as a Blood Awakening Knight from the Midland continent, known as the legendary Thousand Illusions Knight, named Erica Ka, a female knight whose ancestral breathing technique was the illusionary beast breathing technique. This breathing technique was a perfect grade perception type breathing technique. Legendary illusionary beasts were said to be able to construct powerful illusions and charm-like creatures, similar to foxes. It was said that the charm ability of illusionary beasts was even more terrifying than succubi. Erica's knight family moved to the Midland continent with a wizard thousands of years ago and existed as his knights, but the wizard disappeared into the annals of history. However, the Knight family luckily survived to this day and even gave birth to what ordinary people would call a legendary knight. Unfortunately, shortly after her legendary status, Erica was captured by a Second Circle wizard and became his servant. Later, the Second Circle wizard died at the hands of a dark wizard. Afterwards, the wandering Erica was discovered by a Black Knight and, under the persuasion of the Midland Squad, joined the Midland Knights. When enough people are gathered in the future, the Black Knight will lead the others on a pilgrimage to the mortal world. At that time, Erica may become the 10th official member of the Twilight Knights. Levi also collected the illusionary beast breathing technique for future use. Now, the Twilight Knights were divided into 3 branches. At the headquarters of the Dusk Holy Temple, Dark Moon, Silver Dragon, Golden Lion and Divine Light Knight were mainly responsible for the research of talent brand. The Blood Knight explored the forsaken land of the god Ash, Goddess, Saint Ape and Black Knight would establish branches on the Midland continent. The development situation could be said to have been very promising. On the other hand, the giant beast paradise had also entered the right track. As for the ancient dragon empire, it went without saying that it had remained the strongest among Levi's 3 major forces. Once Levi broke through to the 5th circle, he had planned to start researching the ancient saint dharmic formulation, aiming to enable the ancient saints to break through the 4th level ceiling and enter the 5th level. The path of the ancient saints had essentially been the same as that of the knights, both being the bloodline path. It should be considered a relatively successful attempt made by Sauron based on the knight's path, as it had given birth to so many level 4 ancient saints. Among them, the most successful experiment, the initial ancient saint Yuan Tuo, had even surpassed the 4th level. For the ancient saints to become stronger, they had needed to break through this 4th level ceiling and enhance their abilities against opponents, enabling them to master transcendent abilities similar to the talent brand. Once the theory on the knight's side had matured, Andrew Ordinos would have been sent to the senior state assembly to guide the ancient saints, referencing the knights to create their own transcendent abilities. Chapter 1062, Giant Beast Paradise, 4 Circle Veteran. 6. If Levi could have dozens of ancient saints comparable to 5th Circle wizards, then the ancient saint plane, besides the primordial soul wizards, would hold no fear for Levi. Even with advanced combat arrays, assembling the power of dozens of 5th level ancient saints might pose a threat to primordial soul wizards, perhaps. After outlining the future plans for the 3 major organizations, Levi continued to stay in the Emperor's Palace, practicing and researching the 5th talent. In the year 1156 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of harvest, the north of the Peacock Kingdom, in the Montenegro mountain city, on the frozen throne, a blue light gate suddenly appeared. The silver-haired witch Sheely appeared here. However, the witch was now a thing of the past. The half-elf Sheely, who had the blood of the Blue Frost Lord within her, had long abandoned the path of wizardry. After awakening her divine power, her strength had increased day by day. Now, she was at the 5th level. Above her head, 2 peak 4th level blue frost bone dragons were circling. These bone dragons had been powerful mixed blood dragons in life, but after being invaded by the blue frost, they became blue frost undead. There had been one more 5th level bone dragon to protect her, but it had been killed by Yelin and Teresa. With eerie laughter, dozens of black smokes descended from the sky and appeared in Montenegro Mountain City. The thickest smoke condensed into a giant with a pig's face. It was the Devil Duke of Blood Lake, who had been wandering in the mortal world, enjoying himself. Beside the Duke of Blood Lake were Earl Sarlin and other strong individuals. Earl Sarlin was extremely frustrated. His wife, Madame Boring, had disappeared without a trace after being summoned to the mortal world by the damned Death Wizard. Even his devil tracking marks left behind were useless. She must have been erased by some special secret technique. He had been searching for her in the mortal world for so long, to no avail. He had completely given up. Which archdevil of hell's underling are you? Why are you here? The noble daughter of the Blue Frost Lord. It doesn't matter whose underlings we are. Blue Frost and Hell are one family. Once, the Blue Frost Lord left Hell and established the Blue Frost Plane independently. Now, with the resurgence of the Dark Wave, relying solely on the power of the Blue Frost, it is probably difficult to confront the gods. We have come this time to seek cooperation. Your most beloved bone dragon was killed by the Church of Holy Light. Don't you want revenge for it? As far as I know, there should be a sealed 6th level blue frost bone dragon in the heavenly mountain of the Church of Holy Light. It was a fully grown sub-dragon, a comet dragon. If we join forces, the saints of the Church of Earth and the Church of Holy Light should not be our opponents. By then, breaking the heavenly mountain, releasing the comet bone dragon, a 6th level power, who in this mortal world can oppose you? Don't mention the mortal world, even in the wizard world, 6th level is considered high-end combat power. The Duke of Blood Lake spoke with the tempting tone characteristic of Hell's devils. Why are you helping me? My father said devils are all cunning and deceitful. Sheely said coldly. Because the Church is our common enemy. You want revenge for your father, to overthrow the Church of Holy Light, and I want this church gone from the mortal realm so that we devils can have free reign, the Duke of Blood Lake said unabashedly. Sheely pondered for a moment before saying, all right, but I need some time to prepare. Within 10 years, I will give you an answer. The Duke of Blood Lake applauded and chuckled, may our cooperation be fruitful, and may the Church of Holy Light cease to exist in 10 years. With that, the Duke of Blood Lake turned into black smoke and, accompanied by a group of devil lords, soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Month of Winter. Tuva Empire. Above the god of Storm's mountain, in the thunderclouds, the imposing figure of the Saint Groudon appeared. His strength had increased significantly compared to before. The path of a saint could be divided into 3 realms. Below level 6, one was considered a saint. Levels 6, 7, and 8 were god attendants. As for level 9, that was the realm of angels, qualified to be directly guided by the gods to the astral world and gain eternal life in their divine realm. Although Groudon was still slightly short of becoming a god attendant, his strength was now equivalent to a 5th circle wizard at perfection. Moreover, he possessed 2 sealing sacred objects, the 12 thunder drums and the storm spear. Since the statue of the Lord of Storm was stolen, Groudon had been seeking a divine revelation from the Lord of Storm. Now that he had received guidance, he knew the approximate whereabouts of the wizard. Offend the Lord and think you can escape? Today, you face inevitable doom. Behind Groudon, the drums spun, and then he transformed into a thunderbolt, shooting into the sky and disappearing at a terrifying speed. The tumultuous events of 1156 passed in the mortal realm. In the holy brilliance calendar of 1157, the month of beginning arrived. On the first day of the new year, Andrew successfully ascended to the rank of official wizard, embarking on his journey as a wizard. This speed could only be attributed to his status as a child of the elements. As an official wizard, with the increase in his arsenal, Andrew's research capabilities continued to improve. Within the temple, more and more knights mastered the talent brand, becoming junior apprentice knights. The criteria for intermediate and senior apprentice knights gradually became clear. After numerous tests by Dinos and Andrew, they discovered that with each additional talent brand, the strength of the knights increased significantly. Unlike wizard apprentices using cantrips, the manifestation of talents did not require an incantation, casting materials, or gestures. It only required the activation of bloodline seeds and blood chi, similar in essence to the spell-casting abilities of transcendent creatures. Coupled with the knight's already superior physical qualities compared to wizards of the same realm, each talent brand mastered resulted in a substantial increase in their strength. Therefore, the standard for junior apprentices was to possess a level 0 talent brand, with each subsequent brand leading to a slight promotion. Senior apprentice knights could master 3 talent brands, and with combat techniques, their combat prowess was no longer inferior to high-level apprentice wizards. For those apprentice knights with perfect grade breathing techniques, their strength was already on par with apprentice wizards. If their combat techniques were excellent, they surpassed apprentice wizards. Combat techniques and talent brands complemented each other. Thus, to further enhance the knight's strength, the temple established a dedicated combat techniques research committee. Led by official members, they aimed to create new combat techniques surpassing the traditional realms of shallow, excellent, perfect, legendary. In the month of Germinal, Levi, the negligent leader, finally broke through. Through tireless specialized research, his 5th major talent had taken shape. Mastering the second 4th circle talent meant he officially entered the realm of senior wizards. He named this 4th circle talent Wind Dragon Scamper. Chapter 1063, Return of 100 Flowers, Reunion. 1. Levi. Wind Dragon Scamper, 5th talent level 8, 1/100,000. After the Fire Dragon Tribulation, Earth Dragon Barrier, Water Dragon's Song, and Thunder Dragon Flash, Levi's 5th talent finally appeared. In Levi's mind. On the 4th level of the Divine Ring Tower, a 5th white divine dragon coiled around it, looking lifelike. The Crimson Dragon, Yellow Dragon, Blue Dragon, Purple Dragon, and White Dragon have already gathered the 5-colored divine dragons. Next is the Frost faction and the Bronze School. The moment the 7-colored divine dragon assembles is the time to make a wish. Levi could not help but complain. There were 7 factions in the elemental faction of the wizard world. Levi had already gathered 5 of them. The Fire Dragon was in charge of killing, the Earth Dragon was in charge of guarding, the Water Dragon was in charge, the Thunder Dragon was in charge of escaping, and the Wind Dragon was in charge of assisting. Levi turned into a blood fog and disappeared from the Emperor's palace before condensing in the sky. He called Phoenix, the blood-armored corpse demon, the succubus, Raja, and the other level 4 subordinates over. Everyone, attack together and use your strongest attacks, Levi said calmly. Phoenix was already numb. This damn guy was here to destroy his confidence again. After spending so much time together and witnessing Levi's strength, it no longer expects to defeat Levi while he's alive. All it wanted to do was to live a good life and make Levi die. However, Levi would always ask them to test their moves. Every time, they would be completely defeated. This was humiliating. Anveda, the great flame avenger, would remember the painful memories of these years. After old dog Levi died, it would pay him back double. In an instant, a bunch of level 4 beings attacked Levi from all directions with all kinds of fancy attacks. Not bad. Levi snapped his fingers, and invisible whirlwinds and air currents circulated through the indestructible armor. These air currents lifted Levi, making his body, which weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, as light as a feather. It was as if he had turned into a mountain breeze. Swift in the wind. In an instant, Levi disappeared from the spot like a phantom. Behind him, a series of afterimages stretched for miles. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived several kilometers away and was shooting arrows from afar in front of the blood-armored corpse demon. Blood Lady was shocked. This speed was too fast. As a result, even with her level 4 perception, she could not completely keep up with Levi's speed, which resulted in an illusion. She hurriedly used the Moonlight Greatsword. A majestic blood-colored sword aura was unleashed and charged towards Levi. The cyclone wrapped around Levi's body and struck out with a palm. Boom! The cyclone suddenly became larger. It turned into a tornado that reached into the sky. Yellow sand filled the sky, and fallen leaves rose into the sky. Blood Lady's armor was caught off guard and was swept into the wind. In a flash, Levi had already dealt with the blood-armored corpse demon. He had already dodged before the attacks of the others arrived. Only Phoenix's flames engulfed Levi's surroundings. However, they were also swept up by the whirlwinds and airflows around him. In the end, they turned into fire tornadoes and charged at Phoenix. Phoenix's fire elemental body was engulfed and turned into a ball of flowing flames that escaped. Bang! 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 One level 4 subordinate after another was easily sent flying by Levi's high-speed dodges. Levi could deal with them by relying on only Wind Dragon Scamper and simple combat techniques. Levi flashed back to its original position, and the cyclone slowly dissipated. The Wind Dragon Scamper mainly focuses on dodging and moving. It's good at charging forward. Its movement technique is like a storm. Its dodging ability has greatly increased for those spells that don't attack in a range. In addition, it can also release hurricanes and wind walls for simple control and defense. The Wind Dragon Scamper was only at level 8 now. There was still a lot of room for improvement in the future. If he cultivated to the perfection realm, he could dominate wizards of the same level with his invincible movement technique alone. It was not in vain that he spent millions of ether stones to buy so much spell knowledge of the Storm School of Thought for research. Although Levi was only in the 4th Circle Senior realm, the innate spells he mastered were similar to most 5th Circle wizards. It's only been 7 or 8 years since the Dark Ancient Tower opened. Time flies. Levi, who was already 167 years old, could not help but sigh. He did not neglect his meditation homework while researching innate spells over the years. Now, he already had 309 points of spiritual force. So long as he had enough potions, he only needed 40 years to reach the upper limit of 510 points. If he had obtained other opportunities in the Dark Ancient Tower, he might not be able to use them for 40 years. In short, if everything went smoothly, he would have a chance to step into the 5 environmental realms when he was around 200 years old. If a 200-year-old 4th Circle cultivator was a prodigy, then a 5th Circle cultivator was a prodigy of a top organization. Levi might only have the Children of Chaos talent, but under the effect of the proficiency panel, his cultivation would only be faster than those geniuses. From the looks of it, the primordial soul has a chance before 300 years old. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, Levi disappeared from the spot and turned into a beam of light that flew towards the North Sea. After passing through the continuous mountain ridges, there was a vast plain on the coast of the North Sea. A mighty river about 1,000 miles long flowed into the North Sea. The climate here was moist, and the river was covered in clouds and fog all year round, so it was called Cloud Mist River. And this plain, including the coastal area, was the sphere of influence of Giant Beast Paradise. Here, they could nurture both terrestrial and marine transcendent creatures at the same time. Giant Beast Paradise was similar to Jurassic Park in his previous life. Chapter 1064, Return of 100 Flowers, Reunion. 2. Relying on the combination of arrays, the Giant Beast Paradise had a huge breeding base with a diameter of about 100 miles, which was much larger than Alice's ring. These arrays mainly served as deterrence and vigilance to prevent some ferocious beasts outside the base from accidentally entering and killing the young beasts. The array would broadcast the terrifying roars of some ancient beasts all year round. For example, the Flame Blood Rampage Dragon could scare off many ferocious beasts with its voice. Levi saw a few turkey-sized dragon finches running around on the ground and chasing each other like dinosaurs. He had bought this from Flaming Mountain a few years ago. It had already hatched and was growing healthily. Melina was holding one of them, examining the little one, who didn't struggle. This was because she had mastered a special spell that could reduce the hostility of transcendent creatures, especially this kind of youngling. It could make her feel like its family in a few days. There are specialties in every field, Levi said with a smile. Although he knew a lot about transcendent creatures, he was far inferior to Melina in terms of detail. Director, why are you here? Melina quickly put down the dragonfinch and let it play with its siblings. I'm here to see you guys. Have you encountered any difficulties all these years? Levi asked. Melina smiled and said, No, this is simply heaven. In my opinion, it's even better than the realm of all things. There are all kinds of mixed blood dragon clan ferocious beasts flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the sea. In our realm of all things, those who can use mixed blood dragon clans as spiritual beasts are already elites. Yes, if our staff needs mixed blood dragon clan spiritual beasts, feel free to contract them, Levi said. Although there were many mixed blood dragon clan members, they were essentially the descendants of the 4 ancient dragons. Thank you, Commander. Let me show you around the beast paradise. Melina smiled happily. Throughout the time she worked here, the conflicts of interest and scheming that she had been worried about did not exist at all. The lizardmen next door were busy praising the Emperor, Levi. God knew why a wizard could become the idol of the lizardmen. As for the knights of the Dusk Holy Temple who were passionate about swords, they were even more uninterested in them. They also worshipped their hall master, Levi, fervently. Not only that, although these knights generally looked like they were insensitive brutes, they were extremely enthusiastic and did not have the coldness of wizards at all. Every year, on a fixed festival, they would invite the staff of Giant Beast Paradise to a ball, eat and drink. Even some witches in the Giant Beast Paradise were attracted by these knights and began to talk about love. In the wizard world, knights were treated as servants by sorcerers. Soon, Melina brought Levi to the incubation base. Here, Levi saw a transparent dome about 1,000 meters in diameter. Warm sunlight shone through the dome. Currently, more than 100 transcendent creature eggs are in the incubation base. Most of them are reptiles, birds, and some insects. We will set up different incubation rooms for different transcendent creatures. The current incubation success rate is more than 80%. The biggest problem is still the insufficient number and species of transcendent creature eggs. These eggs were brought over when we left the psychic realm. They range from level 1 to level 3. There are only 3 types of level 4 eggs, Melina said. In the future, I will arrange for some people to go to the various sub-dimensional portals and even other planes to find more transcendent creature eggs, Levi said. The cost of buying adult transcendent creatures was very high, and they were not easy to tame. Therefore, the school of spiritualism had to start from a young age. This way, after establishing a good foundation and reproducing, the future generation of the organization would not have to worry about transcendent creatures. Following that, under Melina's lead, Levi toured other places. More and more people gathered around him. It felt like the inspection of a leader in his previous life. When they arrived at the shore of the North Sea, the whale song came from the sea. Leviathan sensed its master's arrival and sang happily, spraying water to liven things up. Leviathan has been growing well recently. We will check its body regularly and nourish it with nutrients. We will also inject some medicine that is beneficial to its development. It is already at the peak of level 2. Melina knew this was one of the transcendent creatures Levi cared about the most, so she naturally took good care of him. This made Hydra rather jealous. Levi looked at the Leviathan. It seemed that its strength had increased faster than before. Perhaps it did not need his blood to be drawn anymore. If there's a chance, help it find a companion. It'll be even better if it can advance to level 3, Levi said. Yes, no problem. I went to the Endless Sea some time ago and found a suitable partner. It's a level 3 female great horned whale. We'll capture it later and let it and Leviathan mate here. The Dragon King whale and the great horned whale should be fine. After all, Leviathan is a mixed blood dragon clan. Send me the coordinates of the great horned whale. I'm going to the Endless Sea and catch it. Okay. Melina was envious. To capture a level 3 creature, they needed to design various plans and make corresponding preparations. On the other hand, Levi was so casual. The difference between them was huge. Chapter 1065, Return of 100 Flowers, Reunion. 3. Dusk Holy Temple. Combat Techniques Research Committee. This was an organization that specialized in collecting the combat skills of human knights and learning and researching them. There were many types of combat techniques, but because most knights used long swords, they mainly used sword skills. Sword skills could be divided into light sword skills and heavy sword skills. Strength-type knights usually used heavy swords, such as door greatswords, saw-toothed swords, and so on. They could easily weigh more than 50 kilograms. Such sword technique attacks, such as opening slash, Mount Hua splitting force, and golden cross slash, were like this. On the other hand, speed-type knights used light swords, various short swords, thin swords, and so on. They attacked all the martial arts in the world, and only speed was invincible. When Levi arrived, the Dark Moon Knight, Silver Dragon Knight, and the others were sitting together. In addition, many Grand Knights were also in a meeting. Hello, Commander. Everyone stood up and bowed. Carry on. Levi smiled. We are discussing the classification of combat techniques, the Dark Moon Knight said. Tell me about it, Levi asked. The Dark Moon Knight said, currently, we knights have already advanced to the realm above level 3, but our combat techniques are still at the same level as before. Other than the talent brand, we can't forget our combat techniques. Therefore, we believe that traditional shallow, excellent, and perfect combat techniques can all be divided into one grade, the level 0 sword skill. As for legendary combat skills, such as the Golden Cross Slash and the Grey Destruction Cross Slash, they are the real transcendent combat skills. However, they are only level 1 combat techniques because these transcendent combat techniques were created by a level 1 knight. If a knight wants to continue improving his strength, he needs to create level 2 and level 3 combat techniques. Ultimately, we can even develop level 9 or level 10 combat techniques. Otherwise, even if you have strength, you can't use it without any techniques. Levi looked at him approvingly and said, "That's a good idea. However, creating combat techniques is even more difficult than the talent brand in my opinion. The talent brand only stimulates the power in the knight's bloodline. As for combat techniques, it is the knight's understanding and use of combat techniques, combat rules, and even rules. I have a combat technique called Destruction Sword Chi. It's a sword skill born after I mastered the Golden Cross Slash and the Grey Destruction Cross Slash in the early stages. Combined with my understanding and experience over the years, the quality of this sword skill should be at level 2 or level 3. I'll place the inheritance book of the Destruction Sword Chi in the Holy Temple of Knowledge. You can exchange for it and comprehend it. We can issue a bounty in the Holy Temple. Anyone who can create an original combat technique above level 1 can obtain points as a reward." "Thank you, Commander." Everyone admired him in their hearts. As expected, their commander had already thought of every problem they had. They just needed to stand on the giant's shoulders and continue to develop. Levi's Destruction Sword Chi had just reached level 9 some time ago, and then it had reached the maximum. He needed more transcendent sword skills comparable to the Golden Cross Slash to deduce, so he might as well give this mission to his subordinates. When the time came, he would pick up the fruits of their labor. After walking around, Levi realized that the 3 major organizations were thriving. He was very satisfied. Humming a tune, Levi left the ancient Saint Plain and quietly returned to the Endless Sea. Nether Capital. At the witch's family. "Celia, not bad. You should be a 3rd circle senior from your spiritual power, right?" Levi smiled. "Yes sir Levi." "No. Although my spiritual force has long reached 170 points, I still can't figure out the 2nd innate spell. It's too difficult." "Sir Levi, what should I do?" Celia blinked her big eyes. "What kind of functional spells do you want to study?" Levi asked. "I want to study escaping. The Endless Sea has been a little chaotic recently. I want to improve my life-saving ability." Celia was troubled. Levi gave Celia some pointers. After that, Celia almost knelt to Levi. "Thank you so much. I even paid to consult a 5th circle wizard previously, but I don't think he's as good as you. Don't tell me you've already advanced to the 5th circle." Celia's eyes widened. "What are you thinking about? I've only advanced to the 4th circle recently. It's still early for me to reach the 5th circle. It's just that I like to study more and work harder than you," Levi said. "You want me to collect potion ingredients, right?" Celia smiled. "Yes, prepare more ingredients for me this time. Prepare 40 years worth of ingredients. I won't come to the Endless Sea much in the future," Levi said. "Wow, 40 years. That's not a small sum, but you're Levi." "Leave it to me," Celia said, patting her chest. After paying the deposit, Levi recited an incantation and arrived at base camp. There was another reason why he came to the Endless Sea. Madame Triss was looking for him. Madame Triss summoned him back. She must have something urgent to discuss with him. As Triss would be his biggest thigh for a long period of time, Levi naturally rushed over without stopping. At Madame Triss' cottage. After taking a shower, Triss was wearing a sleeping robe. She placed her slender and fair legs on the sofa and smiled as she looked at Levi. "Not bad. Your spiritual force should be more than 300. Triss was indeed a primordial soul wizard. She had sharp eyes and saw through Levi's spiritual force instantly. The error was only 9 points. Chapter 1066, Return of 100 Flowers, Reunion. 4. "Yes, I've been busy cultivating in seclusion recently." "Madam, why are you looking for me? If I can help you, I definitely won't refuse. Can't I find you for a chat if there's nothing?" Triss said in a joking tone. "Of course." Levi smiled wanly. "Nothing, just a friend you might know has returned. She has something to talk to you about." "My friend? Who?" Levi was suspicious. "Flower Witch Elena," Triss said. Levi was shocked. The Flower Knight was back? Didn't she go on a plane trip? However, Levi did some calculations. The Flower Knight had been traveling across plains for 70 to 80 years. It was indeed time for her to come back. Where is Senior Elena? Levi asked. She's at the Starfire Wizard Academy. I've already told her about your arrival. She'll be here soon, Triss said. Okay. Levi was nervous. It seemed that Elena was looking for him because of the nightmare world. This was a world of terror that Levi did not want to face. Before long, there was a knock on Triss's door. Triss gently waved her hand, and the door automatically opened. Outside the door, a witch wearing silver light armor and carrying a knight's great sword on her back stood there. She looked a little different from ordinary wizards. Her golden curly hair was exceptionally beautiful under the setting sun. A breeze blew over. She lifted her hair and looked at Levi calmly. A natural pressure from her primordial soul made him feel a little suffocated. However, he still held his head high and puffed out his chest. He was neither servile nor overbearing. After all, he was the leader of the Twilight Knights. He could not be frightened by a woman. In the human world, Flower Knight was an adjective. To describe a woman as extremely beautiful, Levi now saw that it was true. He had cultivated for many years and studied many spells, but he did not know how to describe this feeling with words. Her expression was confident and calm. Coupled with her capable and valiant clothes and the broadsword that only men would use, she had an indescribable heroic beauty. Stop gawking. You're stunned, aren't you? Triss coughed and chuckled. No, I was stunned by the aura of a primordial soul wizard and didn't react, Levi said. But I'm also a primordial soul wizard, aren't I? Triss retorted. Levi thought to himself, you're someone's wife. You have a gentle nature. Greetings, Flower Knight. I'm Levi, an external wizard from the witch's family. Levi took the initiative to greet him. Elena, who was standing at the door, had a strange expression on her face. Then, she smiled and said, it's been a long time since anyone called me the legend of the human realm. Since they came to the wizard world, the Flower Knight had become a flower witch. I've heard about you from Violet Witch. I heard that you're also a legendary knight. Yes. Levi nodded. Sister Triss, I'll take Levi away then, said the Flower Knight with a smile. Let's go. Triss waved her hand and watched the two wizards with similar styles leave with a playful gaze. Blue sky, white clouds, and blue sea. The waves were surging, and the wind was very noisy today. Levi followed the Flower Knight and left the witch's family, arriving at the sea outside Nether Capital. Lord Elena, why are you looking for me? Levi asked. You went into a secret realm with Rose and the Whitewater Witch, right? Elena said calmly. Yes, in that secret realm, we were attacked by monsters from the nightmare world. What do you know about nightmare monsters? They are very difficult to kill, and they are good at creating illusions. Because I have some secret techniques, I managed to break free from the illusions. However, the Whitewater Witch and the Rose Witch unfortunately fell for it. They were controlled by a giant spider monster with 8 heads. As long as they slept or even meditated, they could be pulled into the nightmare world. This should be how the Whitewater Witch died. Levi sighed. It seems like you have done some research on the nightmare world. I came to look for you because of this matter. Most of the 24 flowers are extremely talented little girls that I brought back from the gathering place of mortals. I will never allow any monsters to dare to attack my girls. At this moment, the Flower Knight's eyes were cold. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, filled with killing intent. Lord, what do you want to do? Levi asked. Find the culprit, and kill it. I've also done some research on the nightmare world. The 8-headed giant spider you mentioned should be a nightmare lord of the nightmare world. Nightmare lord? Yes, there are 2 types of nightmare worlds. One is normal nightmare creatures that range from level 1 to level 5. The other is nightmare lords which range from level 6 to level 8. Above the nightmare lords, there are level 9 nightmare overlords, level 10 nightmare monarchs, and even terrifying existences that surpass monarchs. This is too terrifying. An existence that surpasses a legendary wizard. Levi felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He only wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. But I'm not sure what level of nightmare lord that human-headed spider is. I need you to bring me to the secret realm again. I want to see if I can find any clues. Okay, but it's pretty dangerous there, Levi whispered. With me around, you'll be fine, Flower Knight said confidently. With such a guarantee, Levi immediately led the Flower Knight to the secret realm in his memory. Chapter 1067, Return of 100 Flowers, Reunion. 5. In the human world. In the boundless outer sea region. Above a seemingly desolate island. Rumble. A thunderclap exploded in the sky. The Saint Groudon appeared. Groudon looked at the island below. Hehe, so you're here. After this period of searching, he finally confirmed the exact location of the fifth circle wizard. He did not say much. The 12 thunder drums behind him flew into the sky and spun, forming a circle. Countless dark clouds gathered in the circle and pressed down, threatening to destroy the city. Even a fifth circle wizard would find this power extremely terrifying. Thunder Emperor's 12 strikes. Boom! 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 A total of 12 purple lightning bolts struck the island. Crack! Crack! When the thunder god was enraged, doomsday descended. Colorful lights suddenly erupted from the island below, and the light of the array soared into the sky. A figure flew out. He looked a little disheveled and his body was charred black. It was obvious that he was injured. It was Sarit. How did you find me? Sarit's expression changed. Groudon's aura was much stronger than his. Die! Lightning fell from the sky. Even Sarit of the lightning faction did not dare to resist. Thunder Dragon Shield. A purple dragon with 2 wings circled around him. With a thought, a purple lightning spear shot toward Groudon. Humph! How dare you show off your insignificant skills before an expert? I'm the Thunder God's spokesperson. Groudon's storm spear left his hand and shot towards Sarit. The storm spear would not stop until it hit the enemy. Sarit dodged the lightning while dodging the spear. His innate spells also flew out continuously towards Groudon. However, he realized that they were all sucked into the 12 thunder drums. As the strongest sealing sacred object of the Church of Storm, the thunder drum grew automatically with the strength of a saint. The current lightning drum was already comparable to a quasi-soul artifact and had surpassed the scope of a 5th circle top-grade wizard tool. At this moment, Sarit knew he no longer had the qualifications to fight Groudon. Even a 5th circle perfection cultivator might not be his match. It's a pity that although the Wind Thunder Meteorite Iron has been refined, I haven't had the time to find someone to refine it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a passive position if I were to make a 5th circle top-grade wizard tool. Sarit regretted. After tearing apart Sarit's innate spell, the lightning spear attacked again. This time, Sarit transformed into lightning and fled into the sky. The lightning spear immediately used Shattering Void and chased after him. Sarit grunted and fell out of the lightning. Seeing that he was about to be killed by the lightning spear again, he hurriedly released his 5th circle wizard tool. 5th ring wizard tool Lightning Strike Sword. The great sword was wrapped in lightning, and it rumbled like a missile. The storm spear and the great sword clashed. The great sword wailed and shattered inch by inch. My sword! He was in despair. He was the head of the Thunder Dragon family. However, he was in dire straits in the human world and also bullied by the saint of the church. I can't die. Sarit's desire to live was so strong that he fled for his life. The thunder drum released endless thunderbolts from behind. The storm spear once again pierced the shattering void and disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Sarit. Sarit was about to die and turn into ashes. The level 5 creature, the purple thunder snake, stood before Sarit to protect him. Creak! The storm spear shot into the purple thunder snake's body, and the snake wrapped around it tightly. Groudon's expression changed. You're courting death. He wanted to recall the storm spear, but he could not do so for the time being. Sarit's eyes were filled with anger as he looked into the purple thunder snake's eyes. I understand, Elsie. He took this opportunity to escape. Crack, crack, crack. Elsie's snake body cracked inch by inch, and blood splattered across the sky. When the storm spear appeared again, Sarit was nowhere to be seen. Groudon looked at the purple thunder snake that was still breathing despite being split in half. You're so good to him, but he abandoned you. Is it worth it? He suddenly sighed. It was unknown if it was out of pity for the life that was about to die or some other mentality. The purple thunder snake, Elsie, was silent. Her eyes gradually lost their light as she slowly closed them. No matter how outsiders evaluated Sarit, it only knew that Sorcerer had saved it when it was about to be killed to refine alchemy. Only Sorcerer would not only treat it as a snake. Groudon's thunder drum was like a black hole as it kept the giant snake's corpse. This was the material of a level 5 creature and even a thunder elemental one. It could be used to make sealing sacred objects, so it naturally could not be wasted. Unfortunately, that person still escaped. After this battle, there's a high chance he will run back to the wizard world. It's impossible to recover the statue. Groudon had no intention of getting the statue back. After such a long time, it must have been refined into a wizard tool. However, anyone who violated the authority of a legendary emperor must be punished. Just as Groudon had guessed, Sorcerer left the human world and returned to the Endless Sea through a secret passage. He hit on an island in the Outer Sea region. It seems like Groudon is still very close to the Lord of Storm. Otherwise, how could he find me? Sorcerer's heart was numb. The wizard tool was gone. Elsie was gone. My Elsie, my beloved snake. It was even more hopeless to seek revenge on Blue Dragon Lady. In the Endless Sea, he was a criminal who had been wanted for 100 years. He was worth 2 5th circle wizard tools, so he dared not run around. Chapter 1068, Return of 100 Flowers, Reunion. 6. I'll wait here quietly for the Dark Ancient Tower to open. Only the Dark Ancient Tower can allow me to turn the tables. However, before that, I have to find someone to use the Wind Thunder Iron to refine a 5th circle top-grade wizard tool. Deep Sea. The hole emitting a green light appeared. Levi and the Flower Knight had already arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. The Flower Knight thought for a moment and stepped in first. Stay close to me. I can protect you. Will do. Levi followed behind 100 Flowers, afraid that he would be left behind. To be honest, he was not prepared to face the man-faced spider again. What a joke! That was a nightmare lord comparable to a primordial soul wizard. It would be better if he was given another 100 or 200 years. However, since the Flower Knight was here, even if the sky collapsed, she would carry it. Levi mustered her courage and came here again. Be careful. From the moment we entered this secret realm, we might have fallen into its illusion. Levi reminded as he looked at 100 Flowers' vigorous footsteps. Thanks for the warning. The Flower Knight suddenly turned around, leaving Levi rooted to the ground. She stretched out her slender fingers and pointed at the air in front of Levi. Flower barrier. In an instant, petals surrounded Levi, protecting him. This is a simple barrier. If you're not attacked, it can last for an hour. In this hour, most attacks below the primordial soul will be useless against you. Even the attacks of the primordial soul will be enough to last for a moment. Levi was shocked when he heard that. It's this simple? Is this the strength of a primordial soul? A random barrier could make his primordial soul almost invincible for an hour. Wasn't this heaven-defying innate spell like any 5th circle wizard tool? Levi wished he could find Sorcerer, the Red Bone Wizard, and the others immediately and fight them for 300 rounds. The Flower Knight turned around with a smile. This was one of her 3rd circle innate spells. It could be used on both herself and others. Considering that Levi was only a 4th circle wizard, she applied a flower barrier on him to prevent him from encountering danger in the mystic realm and dying suddenly. After all, Levi could not have come here to take the risk. He did this to help her. In fact, without the protection of the Flower Knight, Levi should not have been fooled by the illusion of his current nightmare dragon realm. I feel safe. Levi quietly walked behind the Flower Knight. The fog in the distance indicated that this place was still affected by nightmares. From the looks of it, after finding this place that could connect to the wizard world, the man-faced spider was unwilling to give up on this place and tried to wait for the next wave of people to arrive. Not long after, a beauty snake suddenly collided with Levi's barrier and was burned to death by the black flame void on Levi's armor. The black flame void was formed by the power of the Death Ember Dragon. It was the nemesis of nightmare creatures. The Flower Knight also had such a beauty snake. These are nightmare creatures, Levi said. It's like a terrifying monster that only appears in people's nightmares, the Flower Knight added. After passing through the primitive forest and arriving at the botanical garden, Levi even picked some low-level herbs. In the end, Levi and the Flower Knight arrived at the plain. All they could see was ruins. This is where I found the Rose Witch and Whitewater Witch, Levi said. The Flower Knight's eyes seemed to contain a world of flower petals, emitting a bright divine light. It seemed like it had cultivated some eye technique. She put her hands together and chanted an incantation. Primordial soul wizard form 100 flowers and 1,000 trees. Suddenly, the shadow of a 1,000-meter tall tree appeared behind the flower knight. It was covered in all kinds of flowers and vines. As a fourth circle wizard, Levi knew a little about this. Primordial soul wizard form is one of the most important techniques after the primordial soul. It seems that this wizard form is similar to the heart form of the bloodline Dharma body. It's related to a wizard's mental state and opportunities. Garcia has the Black Pearl wizard form, while the Flower Knight has the 100 Flowers wizard form. However, this tree feels very similar to the world tree wrapped by the immortal Banyan dragon. The Flower Knight's breathing technique should be related to the immortal Banyan dragon. Could it be related to this? Levi hid at the side and took the opportunity to observe the methods of the primordial soul wizard. 99% of wizards would never see such a precious experience in their lives. The huge tree supported the sky as 100 flowers bloomed. A terrifying power sealed the surrounding space. As far as Levi knew, apart from a handful of geniuses with special talents, the Dao of space was a level only primordial soul wizards could reach. It was the same for any school. Under such a blockade, his teleportation portal spell could not be cast. As 100 flowers exerted strength, the ruins began to be destroyed. The fog that filled the sky also began to dissipate. In the sky of the secret realm, an insignificant red crack distorted the space there. The Flower Knight's expression was solemn. Suddenly, a pair of strange woman's eyes appeared on the other end of the crack, spinning. She was looking over through the entrance of the crack. She had discovered Levi and the Flower Knight. The moment he was stared at, Levi felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 1069, Return of 100 Flowers, Reunion. 7. The Flower Knight patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. If it can't come over, we can't either. This dimensional passageway is only in its embryonic form. It hasn't been opened." Petals appeared in 100 Flowers' hands and turned into colorful butterflies. They wanted to enter the passageway but were blocked by an invisible barrier. "Was she the Nightmare Lord you saw that day?" Flower Knight asked. "Although I only saw a pair of eyes, I'm sure it's her." Levi exhaled and said slowly. "Logically speaking, this passageway hasn't been opened yet. She can't infiltrate her strength, but how did those nightmare creatures enter this secret realm? Unless she's here, there's some medium that can allow her strength to descend here," Flower Knight muttered in her heart. After hearing this, Levi pondered. He suddenly remembered that there were 4 cocoons in the wizard tower. One of the cocoons was different from the others. It was the cocoon left behind by the extreme fire ancestral wizard. There were strange symbols and patterns engraved on the floor where he was. Moreover, the monster he killed in the wizard tower looked like the extreme fire ancestral wizard. He remembered that the extreme fire ancestral wizard had disappeared from the outer sea region for a long time. When he returned, he had broken through to the third circle. Could it be that he had once gone to the nightmare world with his physical body and successfully returned? The reason why he could return was because of the symbols he had grasped. However, although he seemed to have returned, he had already been targeted by the Nightmare Lord. Therefore, his body had long become a vessel for the descent of nightmare creatures. He was the one who brought the nightmare creature back. As if to verify Levi's guess, a strange distorted figure appeared behind him again. It looked like the extreme fire ancestral wizard. Levi did not kill the extreme fire ancestral wizard. Or rather, the extreme fire ancestral wizard invaded by nightmares could no longer be measured with common sense. As soon as the extreme fire ancestral wizard appeared, it was grabbed by the hand formed by the Flower Knight's petals and crushed in the air. On the other side, the strange eyes at the crack revealed a smile. "Let's go. This is just a nightmare doppelganger condensed by the Nightmare Lord using its nightmare power. It can't be killed. It will appear again soon." Just like how the group of people from the Dreamland Steeple had used Dream Doppelganger to descend into the nightmare world. This fellow also used a similar method to descend his clone from the nightmare world to the wizard world to counter-invade. 100 Flowers sighed and pulled Levi into the void, disappearing. At the exit, 100 Flowers and Levi stood side by side. "Lord Elena, what should we do now?" Levi asked. "That Nightmare Lord should only be at level 6 judging from its clone. With my strength, my chances of winning are more than 80%. However, it's a little difficult to find it." There were only 2 ways to enter the nightmare world. One was the hallucinatory potion in the Dreamland Steeple, and the other was to enter through the dimensional passageway with one's body. From the looks of it, the first method was most likely a trap set by the nightmare world. Sooner or later, he would be completely lost in the nightmare world. As for the second method, it's even more dangerous. I do know of a dimensional passageway that leads to the nightmare world. However, if you enter from there, you might accidentally enter the territory of other powerful nightmare lords. You're quite knowledgeable about the nightmare world. Do you have any solutions? The Flower Knight's beautiful eyes stared at Levi, giving Levi the illusion that this primordial soul wizard could see through his heart. Considering that he needed to come into contact with the nightmare world, whether it was the nightmare metal or the cultivation of the nightmare dragon breathing technique, he couldn't leave it. After a moment of silence, Levi said awkwardly, "Lord Elena, I might have a way, but I'm not sure. I need some time to prepare." "All right, I'll leave a message for you. You can contact me anytime if anything happens. You don't have to worry too much. I won't treat you badly. After all, you're Sister Triss's subordinate. I'm indebted to her." After saying that, Flower Knight handed Levi a letter that emitted the fragrance of flowers. "Do you need me to send you back to Nether Capital? It doesn't seem safe outside recently," Flower Knight asked. "There's no need for that, Lord. I'll go back by myself," Levi said. The Flower Knight nodded and looked back at Levi. Then, he stepped into the void ripple and disappeared. Levi looked at the flower barrier around him and smiled. "It can last for another 40 minutes. I have to fish out a few dark wizards. I'm running out of money." He put away the letter that the Flower Knight gave him and quickly left. Chapter 1070, Rewards. 1. Endless Sea. Inner Circle Area. Greenwater River Wizard Market. The ruler of the market was a 5th Circle Ordinary Ocean School of Thought wizard named Deborah. Today was the day of the annual Greenwater auction. At the auction venue, the host smiled and said, "Everyone, to increase the efficiency of our auction, this auction will be held at a reduced price. The first bidder will directly obtain the ownership of the auction item. If no one bids when the price reaches the bottom, the auction item will not be sold." "Cut the crap. Let's get started," said a wizard who was anxious to buy a 4th Circle breakthrough potion. It was said that there was a potion that could help one break through to the 4th Circle at this auction. Most people came for this. Let the auction begin. The first item was brought up. It was an exquisite-looking hut, like a child's plaything. The first auction item is a 4th Circle wizard tool, Mini Meow Meow House. The starting bid is 400,000 ether stones. The starting bid is 100,000 ether stones. If the price reaches 100,000 ether stones and no one bids, it will be sold out. The Mini Meow Meow House was bought by a client. He had originally planned to breed transcendent creatures, but his business failed. He didn't want it anymore. He wanted to auction it off to make up for his losses. Soon, the number on the counter began to drop from 400,000. It dropped to 300,000, but no one made a bid. 200,000 ether stones, still nothing. When it was 150,000 ether stones, a client could not take it anymore. He stood up and bid 150,000 ether stones for Mini Meow Meow House. Next, the auction items were either sold or sold out. In the end, the 4th Circle breakthrough potion sold for an astronomical price of 600,000 ether stones. The auction had just ended and everyone was about to leave. The wind and clouds surged in the sky, as if an expert had descended. He, there are really a lot of people. 4 powerful 4th Circle wizards descended. The leader was a witch who had reached the perfection of the 4th Circle. She wore a coral-like crown and a gorgeous robe, making her look like a queen. The other 3 were male wizards. Their auras were weaker than hers. They looked like ordinary 4th Circle cultivators or senior 4th Circle cultivators. At the auction, 3 4th Circle wizards in charge of maintaining order flew out. 4 monsters of the Nether Sea, Coral Witch. "It's them." A white-robed wizard looked solemn and said, "The Greenwater River Market is guarded by 5th Circle wizards. Those who want to cause trouble can go back." The 4 monsters of the Nether Sea were all dark wizards. In this inner sea region, they were a top-notch dark wizard faction. Their leader, the arrogant witch, was called the Coral Witch. She was a famous powerhouse on the Savages list of dark wizards in the inner sea region. Although her ranking was lower, those who could be on the Savages list were not ordinary people. She was originally a witch from Lilith's cabin, one of the 6 towers, and a genuine water element child. At the 3rd Circle and 4th Circle stages, she had mastered 3 innate spells. This was definitely a genius level witch who was famous among the younger generation of the Star Sea. Later, when the Coral Witch's spiritual force reached the perfection stage, she broke through to the 5th circle with great confidence. No one thought she would fail. However, the final outcome was self-evident. She had failed. A genius had fallen. That failed breakthrough severely damaged the Coral Witch's spiritual force. Although she recovered later, it also made it difficult for her to reach the 5th circle realm in this lifetime. The snobs who had once gathered around her because of her status and talent all left coldly. Even her 5th circle fiancé, who had a special talent in the Letney family, announced that he would break off the engagement. Amidst the endless mockery and ridicule, she did not meet her grandpa. The Coral Witch directly turned evil and became a dark wizard. She had been on the loose in this sea area for more than 10 years. She relied on the children of the elements, the 6 innate spells, the perfection spiritual force, and her original identity as a genius of the 6 towers. Her strength could be said to be the strongest below the 5th circle. It was enough to fight against ordinary 5th circle cultivators. It was said that she had escaped the pursuit of the 5th circle enforcers several times. She even called herself a half-step 5th circle wizard. She directly created an extremely funny and comical half-step 5th circle realm between the 4th circle and 5th circle. Then, she gathered 3 4th circle dark wizards and established the 4 monsters of the Nether Sea organization. In this inner sea region, she was doing the work of an outlaw fanatic. The Coral Witch smiled wickedly. Stop bluffing. Since I dare to come here, I know that old thing Deborah is in seclusion. If you hand over all your belongings obediently, you won't have to suffer any physical pain. So what if Deborah is here? Before I failed to break through, when he saw me, he had to call me Lord Coral and address me as his peer. You. I think you failed your breakthrough and damaged your brain. Do you think that our Greenwater River market is easy to bully? Everyone who participated in the auction is now bound together for good or ill. The Dark Wizard is arrogant. If you watch coldly from the sidelines, you'll be the ones to suffer. Everyone, attack. There are so many of us. Are we afraid that we can't defeat 4 people? The white-robed wizard hurriedly called out. Just a motley crew. The Coral Witch sneered. With a thought, the innate spell, Jellyfish Barrier, descended. A huge purple jellyfish directly enveloped the 3 4th circle wizards in the market. Chapter 1071, Rewards. 2. I want to fight 3 of them. The corners of her mouth curled up. The expressions of the 3 4th circle wizards in the market changed drastically. After being enveloped by the Coral Witch's barrier, they felt that the operation of their spell power had actually stagnated. Oh no, this is a rare domain type spell that inflicts negative effects, a wizard shouted. If we're too late, we'll all die. The Coral Witch fought 3 men alone and was not at a disadvantage. Her bravery was unparalleled. The other 3 dark wizards were like wolves in a flock of sheep, attacking the low-level wizards or 3rd circle wizards below. The battle was intense. These nomadic wizards could not work together to deal with the enemy at all. It was like a herd of cows on the grassland encountering a ferocious beast. They flew away in the face of a calamity and were quickly scattered. 10 minutes later. Retreat. The Coral Witch quickly left the wizard market with her subordinates and storage items. Although she threatened to kill everyone present, it would take a lot of time. The Coral Witch was worried that the enforcers would come at any time, so she couldn't stay here for long. It was a mess at the venue. Of the 3 wizards who maintained order, 1 died, and 2 escaped without a trace. The other wizards also suffered heavy casualties, but most of them still escaped. At this moment, somewhere at the bottom of the sea, a short-haired white-robed wizard sat cross-legged in it. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was ordinary. He belonged to the kind of appearance that would make people forget at a glance. As the mysterious snake-shaped rune on his body flickered, the hermit rune communicated with the power of stars. He disappeared on the spot and chased after the 4 dark wizards. This person was Levi, who had changed his appearance. 20 minutes ago, he bid farewell to the Flower Knight. Then, according to the map, he went straight to the wizard market closest to him. In fact, Levi did not expect to meet any dark wizards in 40 minutes. He was purely here to try his luck. It was also impossible for him to release some precious treasures, such as the key to the dark ancient tower, to lure the dark wizard into the trap. That way, he would only be able to catch a big fish that he could not deal with. It was simply courting death. However, after he came, perhaps because the lover's rune's luck enhancement had taken effect, he bumped into the dark wizards looting. Furthermore, they were 4 fourth circle dark wizards. Out of caution, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Firstly, there were too many people here. He had many abilities that could not be exposed in public. If some people with ulterior motives found out, he would not be able to live in peace in the future. Secondly, he had heard of the Coral Witch, the leader of the 4-man team of dark wizards. She was a top-notch dark wizard below the 5th circle. She was much stronger than the Fire Wolf wizard and seemed to be a super-class 4th circle powerhouse. Seizing this opportunity, he observed the fire from the other side of the river and learned about the Coral Witch's strength. Now was the best time to make a move. On the other side, the Coral Witch and her subordinates had arrived at an uninhabited sea. Seeing that there was no one around, they prepared to dive into the seabed. Suddenly, the Coral Witch's expression changed, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void beside her. Whirlwinds swirled around him as if he was teleporting. Soon, he arrived in front of the Coral Witch and slashed with his sword. Sword energy swept across. The protective force field around the Coral Witch flickered, and layers of coral reefs protected her. Crack! Crack! A terrifying shockwave exploded. The Coral Witch's force field shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she threw out her 4th circle wizard tool. A harpoon-shaped wizard tool flew over. Black light flickered on it, and it was clearly poisonous. At the same time, corals quickly grew out from under the attacker's feet and wrapped around him. However, that person did not dodge. The wizard tool suddenly stopped in the air around him and could not advance an inch. A protective barrier formed by petals suddenly appeared and blocked the wizard tool. The protective barrier only rippled slightly. The Coral Witch was shocked. With her perfection 4th circle cultivation, the attack power of her 4th circle wizard tool could even protect a 5th circle wizard. Could it be that this person was a primordial soul? No, that was impossible. It should be some kind of 5th circle wizard tool or a special treasure's protective force field. As she retaliated, she asked, "You and I have no grudges in the past and no grudges recently. Why did you ambush me? Are you an enforcer? It's everyone's responsibility to attack dark wizards. Every law-abiding wizard can be an enforcer. This is illegal. Hurry up and surrender yourself to me." Levi kept attacking and said righteously. "Who's responsible? I think you're trying to take advantage of me. You must have been hiding in the wizard market at Greenwater River Wizard Market. Why didn't you do anything just now? Why did you do it now?" said the Coral Witch. "You talk too much." Levi's sword energy tore the surface of the sea, and the Coral Witch barely avoided it. At the same time, the other 3 4th circle wizards quickly charged at Levi. Levi gave the order. Phoenix, the blood-armored corpse demon, the strange worm, and Levi's deep blue sage clone all appeared and surrounded them from all directions to kill the 3 4th circle wizards so that Levi could focus on dealing with the Coral Witch. You came prepared." The Coral Witch's face hardened. "Don't think you can get carried away just because you have a 5th circle wizard tool. I'll show you what it means to be half a step into the 5th circle." The Coral Witch was infuriated. Levi sneered inwardly. Chapter 1072, Rewards. 3. Half-step 5th circle? He was a half-step to the peak of the 5th circle great perfection. This witch was also a talent who had created her own realm. The 4th circle was the 4th circle, and the 5th circle was the 5th circle. There was no such thing as a half-step 5th circle realm. Despite the Coral Witch's unparalleled attacks, Levi's flower barrier was as stable as a mountain. However, for safety reasons, Levi still stacked a few layers of protection. It was better to be safe than sorry. Flames emerged from his pitch-black magic armor and surged into the crimson dragon slash in his hand. At the same time, scarlet flames also wrapped around it. 2 waves of level 4 flames intertwined and entwined. As he struck out with his sword again, they whistled over. Twin dragons playing with pearls. Boom! A small mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Black flames and red flames exploded, illuminating the sky in 2 colors. Crack! Crack! The Coral Witch's force field was shattered, and cracks appeared on her 4th circle defensive wizard tool. How is this possible? This is a 5th circle attack. How many 5th circle wizard tools do you have? Which force are you from? The Coral Witch was in complete despair. She prided herself on being a prodigy. Even if a genius died, she was not someone ordinary fourth circle wizards could compare to. However, the fourth circle wizard in front of him, be it his impenetrable defense or the destructive flames, had exceeded his imagination. Levi didn't answer her. He wanted to kill her while she was down. The wind dragon scamper was activated again. He disappeared from the spot, turned into a phantom, and charged at the coral witch. At the same time, the fire dragon tribulation blocked the coral witch's movement. The water dragon's song roared and suddenly emerged from the sea, wrapping around the coral witch. The twin dragons playing with pearls had already attacked together with the sword chi. After another earth-shattering explosion, the protective wizard tool on the coral woman's body completely shattered. She was seriously injured and no longer had the strength to fight. If not for the fact that she had consumed too much energy fighting 3 men at the market just now, she might have been able to hold on for a while longer. "I can give you a chance to live," Levi said lightly, pointing his sword at the coral witch. At the same time, Phoenix and the others had already cooperated with the Deep Blue Sage clone to take down the other 3 fourth circle wizards. One of them self-destructed in the battle, while the other 2 were beaten half to death and were waiting for Levi to deal with them. Considering that the 7 kings of Hell's array had to guard the door, Levi would not blindly kill fourth circle wizards now. If he could subdue them, it would be a way to maximize the benefits. "Ridiculous, do you pity me? I, the coral witch, have never been without glory." She was immersed in her former glory and was still stubborn, but her trembling body betrayed her. "If that's the case, then die. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Levi stabbed the coral witch's chest with his long sword. Blood gushed out. Feeling the loss of life, the fear of the coral witch's death began to magnify infinitely. At the moment when she was about to die, she realized that there was really nothing in this world that was more terrifying than death. It had been difficult for thousands of years, and it was the only death. Her emotions suddenly began to crumble. As a perfection level 4 ringed wizard, her body trembled as tears streamed down her face. She cried loudly, "Please, don't kill me. I want to live. I don't want to die." Levi smiled and drew his long sword. His palm suddenly turned into a blood fog, which surged into the witch's chest. Like the most precise scalpel in the world, it repaired her broken heart and brought her back from the edge of the god of death. Then, he cast some of the low-level spells he had learned from the School of Life, such as healing on her. The coral witch's pale face finally regained a trace of color and vitality. "It's better to live than to die." Sauron said that he wanted to give every dark wizard a chance to turn over a new leaf. "Now, swear under my sword that you will be loyal to me from now on. You will start a new life," Levi's bewitching voice said. The white sheep-like lover's rune flickered in his mind, imperceptibly adding a lot of charm. "All right." The coral witch who had walked past the gate of death nodded and finally swore under Excalibur's oath. Levi was in a good mood and came to the 2 fourth circle wizards. "Your boss is mine now. You should be smart. Do you understand what to do next?" His voice was indifferent. "Understood, we understand. We are also willing to swear to be loyal to you and become your wizard servants." After contracting the other 2, Levi put away the spoils of war and sent them into the Greenfield Immortal House for Leon and his other subordinates to watch. "This contract sword is too powerful. I've contracted so many people, but I don't feel that saturated. Could it be that I can keep contracting?" Levi muttered as he looked at the flower barrier on his body. "There are only 10 minutes left. Let's not waste any more time. I shall hurry up and leave. I still have to catch the big horned whale." Levi soared into the sky. His scarlet cloak fluttered as he flew towards the coordinates of the whale. He promised to send the Flower Knight into the nightmare world. However, he had never been in there himself. At the moment, he did not know how to bring people in. He needed some time to study it. Moreover, although the nightmare dragon's breathing technique cultivation was very slow, after cultivating for such a long time, it was still barely on the verge of advancing to level 14. With the quality of the nightmare dragon's breathing technique, advancing to level 14 should be a matter of course, and there was no need for an advancement potion. Chapter 1073, Rewards. 4. Levi's idea was to wait for his nightmare dragon breathing technique to level up to level 1 before bringing the Flower Knight into the nightmare world. This way, his life-saving ability would also increase greatly. He preferred to believe in himself. Even if the Flower Knight was a primordial soul wizard, he could not completely rely on others. As he was on his way, Levi felt a sudden sense of danger for no reason. What's going on? The coral witch doesn't have any other accomplices. She's already cut ties with Lilith's cabin. Levi had already asked about this after the contract, so she dared to take them away with ease. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the shadows behind Levi. At the same time, two powerful auras approached rapidly from afar. Fifth circle? Damn it! Why didn't you come earlier or later? Why did you choose to come when the flower barrier only has 5 minutes? Levi was speechless. Although Levi's primordial soul was almost invincible under the flower barrier, the problem was that with his attack power, he could not possibly kill 3 fifth circle wizards in 5 minutes. Once the barrier was gone, wouldn't he be dead? Furthermore, those two auras did not seem to be ordinary fifth circles. Therefore, he took out the fire Ouroboros without thinking. The teleportation portal opened, and they found a direction with a wide field of vision. He stepped into it and disappeared, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. Immediately after, he activated Scarlet Escape and turned into a red light as he ran in the direction of the human world. Relying on the endurance enhancement brought about by the Wind and Thunder Surge Dharma Idol, Levi's flight time with the Scarlet Escape this time was far longer than before. Not long after, he flew past several inner circle areas and crossed thousands of mountains. If he was in the third circle, he might have to fly for an entire day. At the same time, above Levi's escape light, a purple bolt of lightning was flickering. It was Sarit, who was planning to find someone to make a magic weapon. He frowned and looked at the light below. He could not help but mutter, I keep feeling that this aura is familiar. Forget it, I can't interfere now. I have to make my fifth circle wizard tool first. Otherwise, my strength will be greatly reduced. I won't be able to defeat the other fifth circles in the dark ancient tower. He didn't meddle and quickly flew forward. After fleeing for such a long time, he was becoming more and more cautious. He was completely different from the arrogant Sarit. Just like that, Levi and Sarit brushed past each other. When they reached a safe place, Levi's expression did not relax. He quickly set up an array around him. At the same time, he looked at the shadow behind him. Nightmare. Boom. With a thought, the area where Levi was completely dark. His shadow was also gone, as if something had crawled out of his shadow. Levi's force field lit up layer by layer. On the crimson dragon slash in his hand, black and red flames intertwined, and the twin dragons playing with pearls appeared again. This time, he was heading towards his feet. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept through the night. A shrill cry of pain suddenly sounded. Are you crazy? Such an unstable explosive attack is thrown at your feet. Do you want to die? How did you know I was here? The night disappeared. In front of Levi, a human figure appeared. It seemed to be the man in black in Conan. After seeing the shadow's face, all the protective force fields on Levi's body were activated. His crimson dragon slash sword energy slashed out, pressing forward. Shadow Wolf Matthias. Matthias was recognized. He dodged Levi's sword aura and said, You know that I'm the branch leader of the Shadow Circle, but you still dare to attack me? Do you know the consequences? You're hiding in my shadow. You don't have good intentions. You deserve to die. A terrifying sword aura attacked Matthias. The other party only dodged and did not attack. Levi could tell that there was something wrong with his current state. Stop, stop. I'm hiding in your shadow. I don't have any ill intentions. I only used you to escape. I was chased by that damned mysterious organization and was forced to use a secret technique to escape. You must have seen all of this. I'm not lying to you, Matthias suddenly said. Immediately after, he added, If I had any ill intentions towards you, I would have attacked you when you were running for your life just now. Don't you think so? Levi's attacks did not stop. A sword chi struck the figure and tore it apart. The figure shattered like a mirror and scattered in the sky. Then, these fragments reassembled into Matthias' figure. You can't kill me, Matthias said. I'm a shadow now. Can you kill a shadow? The next moment, Levi released Leon. Leon, is this edible? He asked. Leon flapped his wings, and his scorpion tail emitted a cold light. Master, you can eat it. It smells quite good. The next moment, Leon howled and pounced at Matthias. Matthias' expression changed as he felt a strong sense of danger. He knew that even in his shadow state, there was a high chance that he would be eaten by this ugly insect. In fact, he was not a shadow at all. This so-called shadow was something he had created by using a secret technique to separate his soul and spiritual force from his body. Today, he went to the wizard market in Greenwater River to discuss cooperation with Deborah. He would provide the potions, and Deborah would use his identity as the manager of the market to open up channels and markets in the market. Chapter 1074, Rewards. 5. Who would have thought that he would meet the people from that mysterious organization halfway? After the star auction in the sea capital 20 years ago, many of the participants were attacked by the mysterious organization. Shadow Wolf was once assassinated in the gold capital 16 years ago. He was lucky enough to escape, but he was seriously injured. It was not easy for him to recover from his injuries and live for more than 10 years safely. He thought that he was safe, but he did not expect to encounter that group of people again today. Moreover, it was 2 people this time. He was at a disadvantage against 2 people. To escape, he used his innate spell, Pursuing Shadows, to hide in the shadow behind Levi and teleport for a short distance through this method. Unexpectedly, this fellow ran quite quickly. He even had a teleportation portal that teleported him thousands of kilometers away. Then, he ran wildly and dodged the pursuit of the mysterious organization's members. He did not expect that a mere 4th circle wizard could find him hiding in his shadow. How could Levi dare to slack off in the face of a 5th circle expert? His innate spells surrounded him as his 3 Dharma idols appeared and his bloodline Dharma body appeared behind him. Levi didn't even use half of his strength against the Coral Witch. Now, he went all out and directly made Matthias, a 5th circle senior wizard, flee. He didn't even have a physical body. Only this shadow had escaped with Levi, and he couldn't use any offensive spells. Naturally, he wasn't Levi's match. In the end, Matthias was caught by Leon. Don't kill me. I can give you my 5th circle wizard tool and my 5th circle pharmacist inheritance. I don't have these things on me. If you kill me, you definitely won't be able to get them. Matthias was completely flustered. He did not expect the 4th circle wizard he had casually possessed to be so powerful. Levi asked Leon to hold back for the time being. He looked at the divine ring tower in his mind, which was as stable as a mountain. His intuition told him that this guy wouldn't try to possess him. Tell me, where is it? Levi asked. You have to sign a contract with me and not hurt me. Otherwise, if you still won't let me off even if I tell you, I might as well not say anything, Matthias said. Then you can die. If you're eaten by it, you won't even have a chance to reincarnate. You have to think carefully, Levi said with a cold smile. At the same time, a suction force came from Leon's mouth. Matthias's soul began to twist and was about to be sucked in. I'll tell you. I won't sign a contract with you. I just hope that you can let me go and rely on the trust between us. How about that? Matthias said. If he didn't agree now, he would die immediately. He told Levi that if Levi was in a good mood, he still had a chance to live. Sure. Tell me, where is it? Levi asked calmly. In one of my hidden quarters in the inner ring, Matthias said. You're lying to me, right? Ordinary wizards would carry their valuables with them. After all, there are storage items. How can it be safer to keep them at home than to bring them with you? Levi sneered, looking like she was about to attack again. I'm not lying to you. Ever since I was targeted by the mysterious organization, I rarely went out. I even moved out of the Shadow Circle branch and lived alone with my family. To prevent me from dying one day and letting others have all my assets, I placed a portion of my assets at home. When the time comes, I can even pass it on to my descendants, Matthias said very sincerely. Send me the coordinates of the stronghold, Levi said. Okay, I hope you can let me and my family go after you get what you want. At the very least, don't hurt my family. They're innocent. Matthias's voice was low, as if he knew that Levi would definitely kill him after he had outlived his usefulness. He no longer had any hope. Levi was silent for a moment before saying, I didn't expect you to be so good to your family. I'll see how it goes. Thank you. Even if you kill me, I have no complaints. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape from those people. Cut the crap. Will do. Levi sat in the airship while Phoenix drove the ship. He was not in a hurry to go. Instead, he crazily consumed various potions to make up for the after effects of using the Scarlet Escape. As for the shadow that Matthias had turned into, it had already been locked up by Levi with various restrictive spells and arrays, and Leon had been biting it. Leon was craving it, but he couldn't eat the food that was in his mouth. About 7 days later, Levi's body had almost recovered, and they had arrived at Matthias's hidden stronghold. "Please make sure no one is following us," Matthias said. "I don't want those people to find out about this place. My family is very important to me." "No," Levi said. On an uninhabited island, Levi's eyes lit up as he said calmly, "There's an array." "Yes, I hired someone to set this up. It seems that you are also an array wizard. I didn't expect there to be a monster like you in the endless sea. It's not injustice for me to die in your hands," Matthias said. The array was only a fourth circle array. Matthias told Levi about the incantation to activate the array. However, Levi used his own method to break the array in no time. Matthias watched everything in silence. "You're really cautious. That incantation of mine is real." He suddenly smiled bitterly. Levi did not say a word. He looked at everything inside the array. It was a black wizard tower. Chapter 1075, Rewards. 6. Leon held Matthias in his mouth and brought him over. "Please remove the spell casting restrictions so that I can open the wizard tower. I'm about to die." "Don't worry, I won't harm you," he said sincerely. Over the past few days, his shadow had been constantly fading. Now, he looked like a candle in the wind, unable to withstand a single blow. That was because the soul and spiritual force that formed the shadow were constantly dissipating. If it did not return to his body, it would not take long for him to disappear. "Where's your family?" Levi asked with a smile. "Oh, they might have gone out to play." "That's good. They won't know that you killed me, and they won't be able to take revenge on you in the future." "You don't have to worry about getting revenge and killing them too, do you?" Matthias said, a little sadly. Levi's sword aura swept out and directly split open the arrays and restrictions outside the wizard tower. Then, it cut open the wizard tower neatly. "You," Matthias wanted to say something but stopped. He sighed repeatedly. How could there be such a cautious and suspicious person? "I originally had 2 fifth circle wizard tools. One of them was for battle, called Shadow Wolf Blade. When I was being pursued, I self-destructed it to save my life. The other 5th circle wizard tool was called Gargamel's Book of Seals. It could seal some pets for fun. I sealed a peak level 4 shadow winged dragon inside. This is a mixed blood dragon clan that only exists in the shadow plane. It's worth a lot and is even more valuable than ordinary 5th circle wizard tool. These are all for you. There's a secret book of potions on the desk in the laboratory. It's a pharmacist inheritance left behind by a famous 5th circle wizard. I'm sure you know the value of this. There's no need for me to elaborate. These are the last of my assets. The rest are with my physical body and have been taken away by those people." Matthias' voice became more and more sorrowful. Soon, the blood-armored corpse demon came out with 2 books. One was black and extremely heavy, with the word Secret Book of Potions written on it. The other was blood red. Rather than calling it a book, it was more like a thin photo album. There were a total of 5 pages, and the other pages were empty. Only the 4th page had a black winged dragon drawn, looking ferocious. It was probably the Gargamel's Book of Seals. "Please remove my spell casting restriction. I'll tell you the incantation and method to use the Book of Seals. This thing is very rare. Back then, I paid a huge price to let others successfully appraise it," Matthias said. Seeing that Levi was still hesitating, he continued, "Young man, I won't harm you. My secret technique can only keep my soul for 7 days. Today is the last day. Besides, I'm not a primordial soul wizard and can't possess you. I don't even know why you've been vigilant these past few days." Levi thought for a moment and released Matthias' spell casting restriction. Matthias told Levi about the spell and said, "Try it. If I lie to you, you can kill me now, torture me, and make me die in pain so that I can't reincarnate." With Levi's knowledge as a 4th circle weapon refiner, he naturally knew that it was not fake. Levi's mouth opened slightly, as if he was about to chant an incantation. Matthias' shadow suddenly exploded, along with the various restrictions on it. At the same time, Matthias' soul turned into a black light and flew towards Levi's forehead. "Ha ha ha, your body is mine." Matthias' spirit appeared in Levi's mind. Thud. 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 Along with the sound of 3 yellow bells. His soul instantly faded, and he no longer had the aura of a 5th circle cultivator. Magic ring. Divine tower, how is this possible? Isn't this something only a primordial soul can have? Matthias stayed where he was and muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. His secret technique could place his soul and spiritual force in the shadow and preserve it for 7 days. Within 7 days, he had to possess or return to his body to survive. At first, he had no intention of possessing Levi. He had already refined a 5th circle body for himself. Therefore, he did not do anything along the way. He only wanted to get rid of Levi and return to the 5th circle body he had refined. However, after being discovered by Levi, he learned that this person's methods were extremely extraordinary. He cultivated both body tempering techniques and spells, which meant that he was very talented. This 4th circle body was better than his 5th circle body. It had unlimited potential in the future. Therefore, from the moment he used the wizard tool and pharmacist inheritance in his house to tempt Levi, he had been planning to possess Levi. He could tell that Levi was very cautious. He was not a primordial soul wizard, and his soul was limited in strength compared to Levi's. If Levi was careful, the success rate would be very low. He had always wanted to find a moment when Levi let his guard down before taking over. He waited for 7 days. During this time, he used all kinds of acting skills and words to try to make Levi lower her guard. He strove to portray himself as a character on the verge of death, and his words were kind. His family didn't exist. He just wanted to make their image more sincere and full. However, Levi was impenetrable, but he still had one last move. The moment Levi obtained his wizard tool and pharmacist inheritance, he would let down his guard. So he tricked Levi into opening the spell for him, and he told Levi the spell. Then, he took this opportunity to activate his last secret technique and possess it. However, after scheming so much, he never expected Levi to have the divine ring tower in his mind. What was even more unexpected was that Levi had already sensed his hostility through the sense of danger. He was just cooperating with his acting. As the bell in the divine tower rang continuously, Matthias' soul became thinner and thinner. I'm from the shadow circle. My teacher is a primordial soul wizard. You can't kill me, he pleaded. The next moment, his soul was shaken out of Levi's mind and swallowed by Leon. Wow, it's delicious. I've been craving it for 7 days, master. After Leon finished eating, he circled Levi happily. Levi would only be at ease after confirming that Leon had devoured the enemy's soul. After killing Madame Ghost, Levi read some professional books of the School of Death and learned that there were wizards in the School of Death who seemed to know the spell of questioning the dead and relying on the soul of the dead to track the murderer. This made him even more vigilant and cautious when killing people. Anyone who killed had to be dealt with cleanly. To be honest, Matthias' acting skills are phenomenal. Levi temporarily put away the spoils of war. Now was not the time to check and study them. He searched the wizard tower again and put away Matthias' book collection, including the spell crystal balls he had left at home and a portion of the ether stones. In addition, there was also a corpse soaked in a transparent container filled with tubes. Although it was already dead, Levi could feel that the corpse should have been a 5th circle wizard when it was alive. He moved the entire laboratory into his ring and went back to study this thing. There are really wizards who would leave valuable things at home. I can only be at ease if I keep them with me. Levi thought to himself. Before leaving, Levi used flames to purify everything until the entire island was roasted into lava by the high temperature, completely wiping out all traces. Only then did he leave and quickly fly towards the human world. Half a month later, he returned to the ancient Saint Plain. As soon as he entered the 7 Kings of Hell array, he felt a sense of security and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Here, even if a 5th circle wizard came, he could still fight. He laid on the bed in the imperial palace and rested for a month before the after effects of the Scarlet Escape completely disappeared. After waking up, Levi took the Endless Sea newspaper and found that the headlines were related to the Flower Knight. Today, the Witches family's Flower Witch, Elena, and the Letny family's Golden Prince, Mario, fought over the key to the dark ancient tower at the Endless Sea. When the Flower Witch won a complete victory, she encountered the interference of the veteran powerhouse, the head of the law enforcement department, Molten Gold Wizard King. The admirers of the Flower Witch expressed their strong dissatisfaction with the Molten Gold Wizard King's bullying of the younger generation. The Witch's family also strongly condemned this. The Molten Gold Wizard King expressed that he would fight for the opportunity later. Those who could win would not bully the younger generation. The Witch's family could also do the same. Old man, you're so shameless. Levi could not help but curse when he saw the news. Chapter 1076, Dharma Body Advancement. 6 Heavenly Gods. 1. There was no rule in the wizard world that one could not bully the weak. However, with the status of the Molten Gold Wizard King, especially since he was the head of the law enforcement department, it was indeed a little embarrassing for him to interfere in the battle of two junior 6th Circle wizards. In addition, because of the Flower Witch's looks and talent, she had many admirers in the Star Sea. That was why public opinion was condemning the Molten Gold Wizard King. However, experts at the level of the Wizard King naturally did not care about the opinions of those ants. It was fine as long as it was beneficial to their family. If Levi was in the position of the Molten Gold Wizard King, he would most likely do the same. However, because of the Thunder Dragon family, he did not have a good impression of the Letni family. In addition, he was from the same wizard organization as the Flower Knight. Naturally, he was on their side. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was just that their positions were different. Levi continued to read the newspaper to see if there had been any follow-up incidents since he'd killed Matthias, but so far nothing seemed to have been reported. In the current chaotic situation, no one cared about the death of Matthias. As for Matthias saying that he was the disciple of a primordial soul wizard, Levi deeply suspected that it was just a threat that members of large organizations often used before they died. Suddenly, Levi saw another piece of news in the corner. It was a familiar person. Thunder Spear Sorit was discovered in the Endless Sea. Many dark wizard hunters went to the place where he appeared and intercepted him, but he escaped. Later, they discovered that a 5th Circle weapon craftsman's wizard tower had been destroyed. The soul token he had stored with his friends and family had also shattered. It's suspected that he was cruelly killed by Sorit. Sorit is still around? I thought he would have died long ago. This guy's life is tough enough. He has such a huge bounty on his head, but he hasn't been captured yet. Good people don't live long, and evil lives for 1,000 years. The ancients didn't lie to me. Levi couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he killed Rex in Riptide City, the grudge between him and the Thunder Dragon family had lasted for 100 years. After reading the newspaper, Levi got up from the bed. According to Triss, the Dark Ancient Tower would open in 8 years. In other words, the year 1165 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. In these 8 years, Levi could do many more things to make his strength and condition reach its peak. Then, he would head to the Dark Ancient Tower that was filled with opportunities and dangers. After leaving the Emperor's palace, Levi soared into the sky and arrived at the 7 Kings of Hell's array. He released the Coral Witch and her 2 subordinates from the Greenfield Immortal House. The Coral Witch lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Levi's face. As a former proud daughter of heaven, she had lost all her face in front of Levi. She even cried in disappointment. It was simply embarrassing. This array is divided into 7 hells: Rolling Stones, Sea of Fire, Wind Blade, Dead Sea, Ice, Thunder, and Blade Mountain. From now on, you will oversee the Dead Sea Hell for 200 years. You are only 300 years old now and have already reached the perfection of 4th Circle cultivation level. You still have 400 years of lifespan in the future. You can still cultivate in this array. If you perform well, you might have a chance to recover from your mental trauma in the future. Advancement to the 5th Circle is just around the corner, Levi said calmly. My mental injury was caused by a failed breakthrough and damaged my primordial soul power. I've studied the relevant information. Unless an existence above the primordial soul is willing to spend primordial soul power to repair it for me, my injury can't be repaired. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left the organization in despair and become a bandit, the Coral Witch said in a low voice. Her unwillingness and helplessness were obvious. Nothing is impossible. As long as you perform well and do your job, it's fine. Levi smiled confidently. The primordial soul power was not difficult for him. He only needed the soul artifact fragment. This Coral Witch was very talented. If Levi had the intention to nurture her, she would become one of his generals in the future. He called Ur, the blood vampire, Red Eye, and the others over and said, "You can ask them if I treat my subordinates well. Madam, believe me, you will fall in love with this place. No one loves their employees more than boss." Red Eye said quickly. That's right. You're a dark wizard too, right? It's good that you're here. You don't have to take a detour for 100 years. The blood vampire smiled awkwardly. I won't hide it from you. As an outcast of the old era, it was here that I found the value of my life. On the first day of my employment, boss gave me a fourth circle spell. Dur's words came from the bottom of his heart. What rubbish forsaken land of the god! Not even a dog would go? I, Dur, will guard the door here for the rest of my life. He guarded the door for 100 years and was born a fifth circle cultivator. The coral witch smiled bitterly. I don't have any other choice. I can only do my best to protect this place. If you can help me recover one day, I'll be very grateful. This is your wizard tool. Take it back. I fixed it for you. Levi handed a fork and a shell to the coral witch. These two wizard tools were both fourth circle wizard tools of average quality. Levi had damaged them previously, but they were not completely scrapped. With Levi's fourth circle weapon refinement standard, it was not a problem to repair them. The coral witch looked incredulous and tried to ask, "Are you really going to give it back to me?" "Yes, take it away." "Thank you, boss." The coral witch hurriedly thanked him and carefully put away the wizard tool. She tried it and found that it was completely fine. It even felt a little better than the previous wizard tool. Chapter 1077, Dharma Body Advancement. 6 Heavenly Gods. 2. This mysterious boss had far exceeded her imagination. Weapon craftsman, array wizard, as well as body tempering and spell cultivating wizard? What else did he not know? Only now did the coral witch realize that boss didn't use his full strength in the battle against her. They were both fourth circle wizards, but boss was far stronger than her. There's always someone better. This person is either possessed by a primordial soul wizard or a legendary existence reincarnated and recultivated. Ordinary children of the elements are nothing in front of him. The coral witch was convinced. Following such an existence did not seem to be a bad thing. To a certain extent, it was better than her being at Lilith's cabin. After all, in Lilith's cabin, although the children of the elements were also geniuses, they did not lack her. However, the coral witch looked at Red Eye, the blood vampire, and felt proud. Here, he might even be placed in an important position. One of the coral witch's subordinates was Freddy, from the Ocean School of Thought, and the other was Michael from the Hurricane faction. After a round of empty promises, Freddy and the coral witch guarded the Dead Sea Hell together, while Michael guarded the Windblade Hell. This way, the four major factions Rolling Stone, Sea of Fire, Windblade, Dead Sea, Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water were all guarded. In addition, Levi had perfected the 7 Kings of Hell previously. The defense and lethality of the 7 Kings of Hell had increased again. If he fought Madame Ghost again, he believed that it would be easier to kill her. Only Ice, Lightning, and Blade Mountain Hell are left. I should be able to gather them before entering the Dark Ancient Tower, Levi thought. Before leaving, Levi brought the Poison Fire Corpse Demon with him. He did not need it to guard this place anymore. It was better to keep it by his side to help him. After dealing with the Coral Witch, Levi returned to the Emperor's palace and began to sort out his gains. Levi received a total of 3 million ether stones from the 4 monsters, most of which came from their leader, the Coral Witch. As for those 4th circle or 3rd circle wizard tools, Levi let them keep them. After all, they were security guards. It was not good to let them use their bare hands. Levi already had a lot of other spell knowledge. After recording these spells into his knowledge base, Levi realized that there was one spell that looked pretty good. It was a domain spell used by the Coral Witch as an innate spell. 4th circle spell, Jellyfish Barrier. This spell has opened up a new way of thinking for me. Perhaps I can choose a domain type innate spell in the future, such as Gravity Force Field, Air Prohibition Force Field, Magnetic Force Field, and so on. To a certain extent, this kind of innate spell was equivalent to a small-scale array that could be carried around and instantaneously cast. Any target that entered its domain would be affected. Looking at the ether stone in his storage bags, Levi was in a good mood. 8 million. Before entering the Dark Ancient Tower, I'll leave a few million for arrays and the consumption of alchemical creatures. The rest will be converted into my combat strength. Levi planned in his heart. After counting the 4 monsters of the Nether Sea, it was Matthias' spoils of war. Now that he thought about it, Matthias' death was too aggrieved. As a 5th circle senior wizard comparable to Saurit, he was completely defeated by him. Naturally, 90% of the credit went to the 2 experts from the mysterious organization. With Matthias' status as a 5th circle senior wizard and a pharmacist, he probably has a lot of valuable things in his storage bags. He might even have 5th circle breakthrough potions. It's a pity that they're all taken advantage of by that mysterious organization. Levi sighed. However, I should be satisfied that I can obtain the pharmacist inheritance and the fifth circle wizard tool. Levi flipped open the secret book of potions. This was compiled by a fifth circle pharmacist thousands of years ago. There were always more than 100 potion formulas on it. Most were low level, but a few were above the mid-level. However, Levi had the fifth circle meditation supplementary potion and the formula for the breakthrough potion that he needed the most. They were called Demon Soul Potion and Crystal Heart. Other than that, there were also some potions with other functions. This greatly enriched Levi's knowledge base of pharmacists. He chose some potion formulas that might be used in the Dark Ancient Tower and immediately got his subordinates to find raw materials for him to refine. It was better to be prepared. As for the ingredients for the fifth circle breakthrough potion, he would leave it to fate. With so much money now, he did not need to be obsessed with alchemy himself. He could completely buy potions from legal channels. With his current talent and the help of the Divine Ring Tower, it wouldn't be a problem for him to crystallize once he was fully prepared. If he could find some more truth oddities in the Dark Ancient Tower, the fifth circle would be even more certain. There was no chance of failure. Then, Levi took out a thin blood-colored book and fumbled with the cover. Gargamel's Book of Seals. He had been looking forward to this fifth circle wizard tool for a long time. Its function was very simple. It was to seal any living creature into the book and become the book spirit of the Book of Seals. To Levi, the greatest use of this wizard tool was to bring transcendent creatures who cultivated the breathing technique into the Dark Ancient Tower. After all, he was not sure if there were any transcendent creatures he needed in the Dark Ancient Tower. If there were none, his night breathing technique cultivation would suffer. Chapter 1078, Dharma Body Advancement. 6 Heavenly Gods. 3. Among the 5 pages of the Book of Sealing, only the 4th page was sealed with a peak level 4 shadow winged dragon. This transcendent creature was even rarer than the Wind Thunder winged dragon. An adult shadow winged dragon had a high chance of advancing to the 5th circle advancement realm. Even Levi was a little excited because the shadow winged dragon might be able to solve the problem of him cultivating the scarlet dragon breathing technique too slowly. All this while, he had been cultivating using the secret medicine made by the level 3 blood clan, but this was not a long-term solution. Levi wanted to find a better secret medicine of the dragon clan other than the blood clan. Negative energy was an extremely broad concept. Poison, darkness, blood, death, shadows, and other negative things could all be categorized. As a shadow creature, the shadow-winged dragon was a typical negative energy creature. Furthermore, it was one of the rare shadow creatures. Levi had previously considered using the dragon clan's negative energy of death. After studying them for a while, he realized that they were all bone dragons. There was only a pile of bones and no blood at all. Levi chanted an incantation. The blood-colored book opened automatically. On the 4th page, the shadow-winged dragon suddenly came to life. Immediately after, a shadow appeared in front of Levi. It expanded into a black double-legged dragon with a wingspan of dozens of meters, a ferocious expression, and spikes on its back. It looked like a corrupted version of Raja. After using the dragon clan's bloodline to communicate, Levi learned that this shadow-winged dragon was called Night Fang Shanice. This was not the name Matthias had given it, but a name from its bloodline memory, similar to Gustav. Because Levi had already refined the Book of Seals, the shadow-winged dragon crawled in front of Levi the moment it came out. Levi touched its head. Not bad. Raja will have company in the future. Levi was not in a hurry to draw blood. Instead, he called Raja over first. Raja, who was one size smaller than the shadow-winged dragon, quickly flew over. He was shocked when he saw Night Fang enjoying Levi's touch. Damn it, you're competing for my favor when I'm not paying attention. Raja hurriedly flew around Levi and cawed, full of tricks in his heart. Night Fang looked at Raja vigilantly, like a black panther about to hunt. His muscles were tense, his wings swept back, and his tail waved uneasily. Levi saw that the two sides were about to fight and quickly said, Raja, I'm giving you a chance. You'd better seize it. This guy was really a straight dragon. He chased Raja away. Feelings could not be rushed. He would let them slowly nurture in the future. Levi was rather curious. If Raja could mate with Night Fang, what would his offspring be? After bonding with Night Fang for a while, Levi sent him back. He was calculating in his heart. This time, he entered the Dark Ancient Tower. It was not a big problem for wizards. They just had to prepare potions 40 years in advance and bring them in. As for the knights, they wanted to extract the secret medicine for decades at once and squeeze Raja and the others dry 3 times, but it was useless. Therefore, he had to bring his main transcendent creatures in. There are only 5 contract slots in the Book of Seals. You can contract transcendent creatures from level 1 to level 5. Level 1 and level 2 are useless. There are only 3 locations, level 3, level 4, and level 5. I have the 6-dimensional breathing technique now. The contract slots are not enough. There were only so many slots. Levi had to make a choice. As for modifying or replicating the Gargamel's Book of Seals, with his current level of knowledge, it was impossible. From Triss, Levi learned that many of the other top-notch wizard organizations had similar wizard tools. They could bring in additional people outside of the key slots in the Dark Ancient Tower. However, the number was very small and there were many restrictions. It mainly depended on the key slots. Levi could bring 5 transcendent creatures in with the Book of Seals and the Ancient Tower key. Leon, Raja, Flame Blood Rampage Dragon, and Crimson Netherworld Sparrow. Levi would definitely bring them along. Needless to say, Leon was Levi's most capable assistant. He was a god pet that was essential for murder and arson. Raja was a level 4 mixed blood dragon clan with rare wind and lightning attributes. It was a must-have for cultivating the Sky Dragon. The Flame Blood Rampage Dragon was essential for cultivating the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique. It could also be used as a supplementary potion to the Inferno Dragon breathing technique. The Crimson Netherworld Sparrow was a descendant of the Undying Bird at the peak of level 3. It was the main ingredient of the Inferno Dragon breathing technique. The level 3 slot in the Book of Seals was prepared for it. There was one more slot. Levi still needed to think about it. The Golden Snake breathing technique had dual attributes. Its secret medicine came from the ground drilling earthworm and the green armored fish dragon. This meant that it occupied 2 pits. Levi was not worried about the last Nightmare Dragon breathing technique. In the Dark Ancient Tower, he should be able to enter the Nightmare world normally. When the time came, he could search inside. There are still 8 years. There must be other ways. It's best to bring these transcendent creatures in. If there's no other way, I'll search in the Dark Ancient Tower. When Levi knew that he was going to enter the Dark Ancient Tower, he began to store the knight's secret medicine consciously. Now, he had already stored up enough secret medicines for him to cultivate for a few more years. However, compared to the exploration time of the Dark Ancient Tower, this was far from enough. Next, Levi thought of a solution while cultivating. Time flew by, and a year passed quickly. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1158, Month of Germinal. Chapter 1079, Dharma Body Advancement. 6 Heavenly Gods. 4. In the Emperor's Palace, Levi's aura had increased a little compared to a year ago. In the past year, Celia had helped Levi prepare the ingredients for the meditation supplementary potion. These materials were enough for Levi to continue taking potions for 40 years. It was already not bad for many wizards to consume supplementary potions once a year. Even other geniuses might not be as extravagant as Levi, who could directly pull up all the resources. The price was that Levi had spent millions of ether stones. Supported by such abundant financial resources, Levi's mental cultivation was smooth sailing. There were no obstacles or bottlenecks. In just a year, he had condensed another 6 drops of spiritual force dew. Levi's spiritual power rose to 325. He felt that he might be able to break through to the 5 environmental realm faster than expected. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to crystallize during this trip to the Dark Ancient Tower. He would reach the last stage before the primordial soul. Levi had also successfully mastered the gargoyle body tempering technique that he had obtained from Ur. He would slowly cultivate it in the Dark Ancient Tower. In terms of the Path of Knights, Levi's divine weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, was cultivated to level 3 first because he had obtained it the earliest and used it the most frequently. After his cultivation reached level 3, there were some changes. Levi. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, Exclusive Weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, maximum of level 3 / recastable. At the current level, the exclusive weapon will increase the elemental attribute by 30%. It has reached the upper limit of the current quality. High-level materials need to be reforged and strengthened to match the increase in bloodline strength. Otherwise, there is a possibility that the exclusive weapon will be destroyed. After level 3, every time he leveled up, his elemental attribute would increase by 15%. As expected, level 4 elemental metals are not enough. It's mainly because the Crimson Emperor Dragon's bloodline is too strong. Ordinary materials of the same level can't withstand it at all. I have to use higher level materials. My head hurts. Levi sighed inwardly. However, the level 3 Crimson Dragon Slash increased Levi's strength by 30%. It was enough for him to use, so he was not in a hurry to level up. Other than the Crimson Dragon Slash, the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, Scarlet Shadow, and Indestructible Armor were all still at level 2. The Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield and the Indestructible Armor were both 5th grade elemental metals. They should be usable for a long time. The upgrade of the Divine Weapon was secondary. This year, there was another major upgrade. Levi's bloodline Dharma body had finally advanced. This skill helped Levi overcome many difficulties in the early stages. In addition, it could be upgraded infinitely. As long as his spiritual force and physical body cultivation reached the standard, there would be no bottlenecks. Therefore, it had always been Levi's signature skill. Levi. Bloodline Dharma body, level 8, 1/100,000. With a thought, the Azura Phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind Levi. The 3 heads were getting closer and closer to Levi's. There were still 3 expressions. The one on the left was compassionate, the one in the middle was expressionless, and the one on the right was King Kong. As for the Dharma body's 6 arms, the details were even more abundant. His left arm held the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield and his right arm held the Crimson Dragon Slash. His left arm was holding a corner of the Cloak of Scarlet Shadow. He wore this cloak on his back, fluttering into the distance like a red ribbon. His right arm was placed on his waist. He was wearing the Indestructible Armor. His left arm held the Fire Ouroboros while his right arm held the Secret Fire Sphere. Around the Dharma body, there was also a 4-story wizard tower revolving around it. It was the Divine Ring Tower. With this look, is he going to cosplay as Third Prince Neza? Or is he going to imitate Heavenly King Li? Or is it a mix of father and son? 4 divine weapons, 2 5th circle attack Dharma artifacts, and the Divine Ring Tower. His most powerful Dharma treasure appeared on his Dharma body. As expected of a cultivation product that combines spirit and flesh. You can use the treasures of knights and wizards. Today, I'll test how powerful you are. Levi flashed out and arrived in the sky. He released Phoenix, Mind Flayer, and his other subordinates. Come and try it out with me. Levi smiled. Again. Phoenix trembled in anger. As a fire elemental, his body was cold. The situation forced it to attack Levi. Flames filled the sky and swept towards Levi. The other subordinates also swarmed forward. Levi was as still as a mountain. He crossed his arms and sat on the ground. With a thought, the 4 divine weapons, 2 wizard tools, and the Azura Dharma body surrounded by the divine tower appeared behind him. At this moment, the Dharma body was 20 stories tall. Its appearance was closer to the aesthetic standards of Eastern Buddhism and Daoism. It was strange and dignified. If he appeared in his previous life, he would be treated as a heavenly soldier, heavenly general, and King Kong protector. Boom! The Dharma body attacked. It took a step forward. It was stepping on the void, but the ground below seemed to tremble. Vaguely, this Dharma body could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield shone brightly in his hand and suddenly became bigger and bigger. It turned into a huge golden shield with a diameter of 100 meters. Boom! The Dharma body protected Levi with its body and the huge shield protected the Dharma body. Phoenix's flames were all blocked by the giant shield. The left head of the Dharma body suddenly turned around. To Phoenix, that benevolent smile seemed to be a mockery. Then, the Dharma body leaped up and the scarlet cloak continued to spread behind it. In the end, it reached 1,000 feet long. Chapter 1080, Dharma Body Advancement. 6 Heavenly Gods. 5. Swoosh. With a flick of his Dharma body, the cloak was pulled off his body and transformed into a red silk that flew out. It was as if a scarlet iron curtain had enveloped the world. Phoenix was immediately bound and could not move. After dealing with Phoenix easily, King Kong, who was on the right side of the Dharma body, glared at the succubus and blood lady who were charging at him from behind. Then, the Crimson Dragon Slash was raised by the Dharma body and transformed into a 40-meter-long greatsword. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Crimson flames soared into the sky as sword energy shot out. It swept past the blood lady and the succubus heads. Just the aftershock of the sword aura shocked the two level 4 existences on the spot and sent them flying. If they were hit directly, they would die. Mind Shock. Mind Flayer's signature mind attack spell. Boom. His spiritual force rushed towards the Dharma body. Thud. The divine ring tower suddenly descended. With the sound of the bell, the mind flayer was sent flying. Then, the divine ring tower spun rapidly. Roar. Accompanied by dragon roars, 5 colored divine dragons flew out and danced around the Dharma body. How shocking was this scene! Levi, on the other hand, sat quietly in the protective circle of his Dharma body, quietly watching his Dharma body act cool. They're still too weak. I keep feeling that with my current strength, I can fight Madame Ghost even without an array. It's a pity that I don't have a test subject. Levi sighed in his heart. He wanted to find an evenly matched opponent to fight. However, he was invincible below the 5th circle and could not afford to offend those above the 5th circle. Retrieve. Levi stood up and put away the Dharma body. After level 8, Dharma Bodhis are no longer just simple physical attacks. Dharma Bodhis are strengthened versions of me. I can use 4 divine weapons and 2 wizard tools at the same time. In the hands of the Dharma body, divine weapons are like magic weapons that can change freely and are full of power. A Dharma body can even use the divine ring tower as a weapon. It can also use innate spells, and its power is even stronger than when I use it myself. Dharma Bodhis were a combination of spiritual force and blood chi. In addition, Levi's will was infused into them, so it was inevitable that they could use innate spells. In his opinion, if he wanted to master the path of wizards and the path of knights in the future and achieve his own path, the bloodline Dharma body would be the opportunity to break through. If I release my Dharma body, I should have the strength of an ordinary 5th circle cultivator. Such a majestic Dharma body needs a more domineering name. Why don't we call it 6 Heavenly Gods? In the future, when all 6 divine weapons of the Path of Knights are gathered, we can have one in each hand. It's just right. Levi was extremely satisfied. After the Dharma body's advancement, its power completely exceeded his expectations. Caw caw caw. Raja's voice came from afar. The wind thunder winged dragon flew happily in the sky. There was also a black winged dragon flying with it. It was the shadow winged dragon, Night Fang. After a year of interaction, Raja and Night Fang's relationship finally improved. However, Night Fang still had some resistance towards Raja. After Levi's experiment, the secret medicine refined by the shadow-winged dragon's bloodline essence could be used as a substitute for the secret medicine of the blood clan. The scarlet dragon's cultivation speed was much faster than before. At this speed, before entering the dark ancient tower, he could reach level 15 with the scarlet dragon breathing technique and step into the 3rd transformation of the blood source realm. Of course, the prerequisite was to prepare the corresponding advancement potion. The requirements for the scarlet dragon's advancement potion were not high. It only required a level 4 blood clan and some supplementary ingredients. This could be found in the human world. Now that the upheaval had intensified, the blood clan had already made a comeback after lying low for a period of time. Levi did not have any psychological burden about killing the blood clan. Levi looked at the panel and muttered to himself. In the scarlet contract slot, the blood clan can be abandoned at any time. When he meets a suitable candidate, he can just replace him. If it doesn't work, he can contract the weak phoenix to prevent this guy from having ulterior motives. As for the succubus and mind flayer, Levi felt that he could keep them for the time being. After all, these 2 demons could advance to level 5 or even the demon lord. They might be useful if he encountered an invasion of the abyss in the future. After coming out of seclusion, Levi inspected the 3 major departments every day. After everything was fine, he continued his seclusion. For the next 7 years, he didn't go anywhere else other than helping the Flower Knight enter the nightmare world. He cultivated well in the human world. Endless Sea. Area 5, Inner Sea Region. 100-eyed Demon Territory. On a desolate and uninhabited island, there was another world. A purple-robed wizard was sitting cross-legged and meditating. In front of him was a book. Augustine's Hammer. This was a 5th circle weapon-making inheritance book. It came from Saurit's 5th circle weapon craftsman friend. Saurit admitted that he had never mistreated this friend of his, and they had even gone through life and death together. That was why Saurit let him refine the 5th circle wizard tool for him. However, he did not expect that his friend would still betray him. He would leak his whereabouts to the dark wizard hunters in exchange for benefits. Fortunately, Sarit had discovered it in advance. He had killed this friend on the spot and snatched his things, including this fifth circle weapon-making inheritance book. In this world, there's no one I can trust anymore. Victor betrayed me, Maria betrayed me, and my best friend also betrayed me. The only thing I can trust is a snake. What a joke. Chapter 1081, Dharma Body Advancement. 6 Heavenly Gods. 6. Sarit smiled crazily, and then his face darkened. I, Sarit, have cultivated for 500 years and am already a 5th circle senior. I've only walked halfway down my life path. Isn't it just weapon making? I, Sarit, can just self-learn. He immediately began reading Augustine's hammer book, preparing to become a weapon craftsman. After a while, Sarit quietly closed the book, and the corners of his eyes twitched. I'm Thunder Spear. Why must I use a wizard tool to fight? I only need to cultivate the 3rd 5th circle talent. Isn't it much stronger than a wizard tool? In history, many famous wizards didn't need to use a wizard tool to fight. Sarit realized that he wasn't cut out to make weapons. With his realm and knowledge, he could learn this thing. The problem was that it was not worth it. Instead of wasting so much time cultivating the path of weapon craftsman, it was better to focus on studying the 3rd talent. There was no need for this wizard tool. As for this Wind Thunder Meteorite Iron, he could keep it. There was no need to sell it for money. This thing was too rare. If he could use it in the future, he could continue to refine wizard tools. This 100-eyed demon territory once had a demonic disaster. There are few people around, and there are no wizard organizations nearby. It's perfect for me to live in seclusion. I'll wait for the ancient tower to open. Star C. The witch's family. At Triss Cottage, she sat on the sofa. On the other seat, the Flower Knight wore a pure white wizard's robe. From the looks of it, she had just taken a bath, and her sitting posture was casual. Niglio. Old shameless thing. Triss couldn't help but curse. All right, it's all right. It's been so long, Sister Triss. Elena didn't mind. The problem is that the ancient tower key is very likely to be the last one. I didn't expect you to return. Lady Witch has already distributed all the keys to the dark ancient tower. I've just asked around, and everyone has dripped their blood on it to recognize it as their master, Triss said in frustration. It doesn't matter if I don't go. To be honest, even without the dark ancient tower, I'm confident that I can advance to a grand wizard. It's just that I'm a little late. Elena smiled, revealing an incomparably strong confidence. I like your confidence. Furthermore, you are confident, unlike some overconfident people. On the surface, you are always humble, low-key, and honest, Triss suddenly said with a smile. Are you talking about Levi? Elena asked. Yes, this little fellow. I know him too well. The two of you have somewhat similar personalities, but it's also the opposite. It's very strange, Triss said with a meaningful smile. What do you mean? Elena was confused. Nothing much. Speaking of which, is the wizard tower ready for your plane trip? Triss changed the topic. Elena said, I've prepared a portion. I wanted to take a look at the rest of the Dark Ancient Tower. Since I can't go to the Dark Ancient Tower, I'll take my time to prepare. I'm not even 400 years old. I have plenty of time. After I advance to the 7th circle, I can travel to planes further away. It'll be more efficient. Elena's mindset was positive. As an elder, Triss couldn't help but admire her. Towards the end, Triss asked with a serious expression. Do you plan to enter the nightmare world? I think Levi said that there's a way. There's a high chance that he can bring you in, but that should be dangerous. Our wizard world knows very little about the nightmare world. To a certain extent, the nightmare world might be even more terrifying than the astral world or the abyss. Elena nodded and said, I've been studying the nightmare world for a long time, and I've always wanted to explore it. I'm only going in to deal with a nightmare lord, so there shouldn't be a problem. As for Levi, don't worry. I'll protect him well. Triss smiled and didn't say anything. Time flew by, and a year passed. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Brilliance calendar's 1159 month of beginning had arrived. This year, the Blood Knight temporarily returned to the Dusk Holy Temple from the Forsaken Land of the God. There was a huge commotion in the Forsaken Land of the God. He was worried that he would be sucked into the whirlpool. The old knight, who had mastered Levi's essence, immediately retreated. The Blood Knight had gained a lot from this trip to the magical land. The level 4 elemental metal, wind spirit moon shadow iron, and a large amount of information about the forsaken land of the god. According to the Blood Knight, there might be thousands of caves of various sizes in the forsaken land of the god. Most of them were caves below level 3. However, there were a total of 12 primordial soul level underground cave factions. The strongest was the Black Dragon Mountain Crypt. The Cave Lord, Black Dragon Wizard Needle, was a powerful 8th Circle Dragon descendant wizard who dual cultivated in body tempering and spells. The combination of dragon descendants, body tempering, and spells made him an absolute powerhouse even in the current wizard world. Before the mortal barrier shattered, this dragon descendant wizard had tried to unify the entire forsaken land of the god. However, it failed due to the obstruction of 2 other 8th Circle wizards. And now, one of these 2 8th Circle wizards had died of old age 10 years ago in the forsaken land of the god. The Black Dragon Wizard found an opportunity to plot and kill another 8th Circle wizard. With everything prepared, the Black Dragon Mountain Crypt began to conquer the other caves and started a war that swept through the entire god-forsaken continent. The Black Dragon Wizard wanted to unite all the forces in the forsaken land of the god and establish a unified Black Dragon Empire. Then, they would welcome the challenge from the wizards of the New World and launch an invasion of the 7 kingdoms. Sensing the impending storm, the Blood Knight quickly left. The Knights of the Twilight Knights knew that when the Black Dragon Empire was established, it would be the time of the true upheaval in the human world. At that time, unless the wizard world sent a top wizard organization to suppress the Black Dragon Empire. Otherwise, the other forces in the human world would collapse and cease to exist in front of the Black Dragon Empire. There was internal strife in the forsaken land of the god, and the 7 kingdoms continent was not much better. From the intelligence department arranged by the Holy Temple in the 7 kingdoms continent. All these years, the Blue Frost Empire and Benevolent Father Empire had never stopped invading the Peacock Kingdom and the Molten Kingdom. Levi had already told Shin, who was in charge of Flower City, to keep Flower City if he could. If he couldn't, he would give up and sell the territory. The human world was too chaotic now. This territory was no longer useful to Levi. If he continued to keep it, it would only cause trouble. Levi only needed to guard the ancient Saint Plain well. After the meeting, everyone dispersed and went about their own business. The Midland Squad was developing very smoothly, and there were new gains every year. The Talent Brand Research Team, on the other hand, was trying to overcome the difficulty of the level 1 branding. It would be a major breakthrough from level 0 to level 1. After the Blood Knight returned, he joined in and began to study the endurance-type talent branding. The Combat Techniques Research Committee studied Levi's Destruction Sword Chi throughout the night, hoping to obtain inspiration from it and create more powerful combat techniques. The giant beast paradise was thriving, and more transcendent creatures broke out of their shells. Even the relationship between Raja and Night Fang had improved. At the very least, Night Fang no longer rejected Raja. Another level 4 ancient saint was born in Indiana, the ancient dragon empire. The number of members of the Senior State Assembly had increased to 24. Including the 3 kings, there were 27 level 4 existences in the entire ancient dragon empire. The more nervous and uneasy the outside world was, the more it seemed that life on the ancient Saint Plain was peaceful and good. Levi was very glad that he had chosen the first place. When no one was optimistic about the human world, he was the first to return to the human world. In the early stages of the Dark Wave revival, he took down this ancient Saint Plain. Then, he used the array knowledge he had to arm and protect it step by step. Now, the tide of the Dark Wave revival was unstoppable. More and more monsters and gods appeared on the stage. The flames of war continued and disputes continued. Levi was the only one who had a plane to himself. He sat on the side and watched the clouds roll by. From the perspective of watching the fire from the other side of the river, he could see the general situation of the world. This was the stable life he sought. In the blink of an eye, the year 1159 of the Holy Brilliance calendar was coming to an end, the end of the month of winter. On this day, the nightmare dragon seed in Levi's body suddenly began to expand. The black fog rolled, and when the fog disappeared, a black dream dragon roared into the sky. Its broken wings spread out, and its aura was extraordinary. The nightmare dragon was level 14. Chapter 1082, Advancement. Nightmare Lord. 1. Levi. Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 14, 1/600,000. Special Effects, Nightmare Perception, Level 6, Danger Perception, Nightmare Lord, Heavenly Wind Heart. Bloodline Dharma Idol, none. Exclusive Weapon, none. Among the 6 dimensions, the perception dimension could be said to be the hardest to cultivate. Whether it was the collection of breathing techniques or the search for secret medicines, Levi had spent even more effort. After a long time, from the time he first obtained the man-faced spider breathing technique to the nightmare dragon breathing technique and attaining level 14 for it, 100 years passed. After advancing to the second transformation of the blood source, the nightmare dragon breathing technique underwent some changes. One was the improvement of nightmare perception, which increased the range and accuracy. On the other hand, the special effect Nightmare Traveler had become Nightmare Lord. The Nightmare Lord had 3 main functions, which Levi called Nightmare Descent, Nightmare Traveler, Nightmare Lord. Nightmare Descent was a skill that required no further explanation. After casting it, the night would fall, and Levi could activate his nightmare form and create illusions. Nightmare Traveler could enter the nightmare world in 2 ways, and it could also use the power of the nightmare realm to bring things out. As for the third type, Nightmare Lord, it was even more powerful. Nightmare Lord, the blood of the nightmare dragon in your body allows you to choose a fixed location in the nightmare world as your territory. The nightmare realm is ruled by a large number of nightmare lords, and among them, the most powerful ones are comparable to the gods. If you want to become a lord, you would need a piece of territory in the nightmare world. This could be obtained through granting allegiance or killing the lord. After becoming a nightmare lord, the territory you own could be used as the anchor point between the prime material plane and the nightmare world. From now on, whenever you enter the nightmare world, your nightmare avatar will appear in your territory. You can also use the power of the nightmare dragon or the nightmare crystal to invite friends from the prime material plane to your territory as guests and create a nightmare avatar for your friend. The stronger the invited person is, the more power of the nightmare dragon or the nightmare crystal will be consumed. Otherwise, the invited person will not be able to display their strength after entering the nightmare world. The death of the invitee's nightmare avatar will not affect the invitee's main body. After you leave the nightmare world, all the invitee's nightmare avatar will automatically dissipate. Similarly, as a nightmare lord, you would also need to be on guard against the intrusion of other lords or rogues. Before obtaining a territory, you could build a temporary territory in the chaotic wilderness of the nightmare world as your shelter. However, the resources in the chaotic wilderness are poor, and there are many powerful and disorderly nightmare creatures, as well as some travelers from the prime material plane coming to the nightmare world. The safety of the territory is extremely low. After reading the Nightmare Lord's introduction, Levi understood. From the initial Nightmare Walker to the advanced Nightmare Traveler and now the Nightmare Lord. As the Nightmare bloodline grew stronger, Levi's status also increased. Being a lord, this is my old profession. Levi recalled his experiences in the human world and could not help but sigh. Now I can confirm that it is possible for me to bring the Flower Knight into the nightmare world. However, I will need to use the Nightmare Dragon's power. I don't know if I can pull her in with my current Nightmare Dragon's power. As for the Nightmare Crystals, I have quite a few. Levi raised his hand, and a large pile of grey crystals appeared in his palm. These were the remnants left behind after he killed the Deathfall in the Secret Realm and the Ashen World. Deathfall was actually a nightmare creature. The man-faced spider was also a Deathfall, just more powerful. Levi had once given Owens quite a few of these nightmare crystals for him to cultivate. Now that the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique has reached level 14, the Nightmare Crown Lizard is completely useless. After all, I'm not a big villain. I'll retire it when I need to. Those who work for me can only retire early, not late. Levi arrived at Giant Beast Paradise and asked Melina to find a place for the lizard to retire. In the future, it would be able to escape from the sea of suffering and no longer need to be exploited by Levi. Its life would suddenly become sweet. This also meant that if Levi did not find a more suitable replacement, his Nightmare Dragon breathing technique would come to a standstill. In theory, he could rely on the proficiency panel to strengthen himself, but that would be too inefficient and would seriously affect the cultivation of other breathing techniques. The gains would not make up for the losses. At the same time, he had to start preparing nightmare metal or similar materials for forging divine weapons. Levi suddenly thought that if the Flower Knight could really kill the man-faced spider, he might be able to use the materials left behind by this primordial soul creature to refine a divine weapon. The effect might even be better than ordinary nightmare metal. After the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique broke through to level 14, Levi did not immediately look for the Flower Knight. He spent a few more days to stabilize his realm and refine potions. Year 1160 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the first day of the month of beginning. Levi's name list for this trip to the Dark Ancient Tower had been confirmed. The puppet group consisted of the Poison Fire Corpse Demon, Tyrant 4, and the Blood Armored Corpse Demon. These three were necessary. Amongst them, Levi had also thought of a way to bring the pilots of the three puppets, the Mind Flayers, Phoenix, and Blood Lady. It was by using the Book of the Undead. Chapter 1083, Advancement. Nightmare Lord. 2. According to Levi's research, the Book of the Undead could seal any transcendent creature with a spirit-type body. Blood Lady was an undead spirit from hell, so there was no problem. As for the Mind Flayers, although they were demons, they did not have a physical body. They were spiritual creatures of a higher level than ordinary specters, so they needed to stay in other people's bodies all the time. In theory, they could also be sealed inside. It was the same for Phoenix. This guy was a ball of fire element, but it was a fire element with liveliness and spirituality. It was also a higher level specter. Of course, these were all Levi's guesses. Whether or not the Mind Flayers and Phoenix could enter would have to wait until he refined the Book of the Undead. If it was possible, the Book of the Undead should be able to seal 6 level 4 artifact spirits. In this way, Levi seemed to be going in alone, but he actually brought a bunch of level 4 subordinates with him, which could greatly enrich his strength. He believed that it was not just him. There must be people in those large organizations who used this method to smuggle in support. It was just that this kind of wizard tool that could be used to smuggle support in was extremely rare, and the production technique had been lost, so it could not be popularized. As for the Transcendent Creatures group, Leon, Raja, Nightfang, the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow, and the Flame-Blood Earthly Dragon Beast were the ones Levi had decided to bring in. However, he had yet to let them recognize the key to the Dark Ancient Tower as their master. If there was a new turn of events in the next 5 years, the key could be used to exchange for a huge amount of grand stones. Unknowingly, I'm already 170 years old. Time flies. If I round it up, I'll be an old man who's 200 years old. Levi ate a bowl of longevity noodles from his memory alone. It was one of the few rituals he felt. After doing all this, he went to the Dusk Holy Temple. Today was the 59th Round Table Conference of the Knights. At the same time, it was also the 11th year since the establishment of the Midland Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple. In the past 10 years, the Midland Knights had developed steadily. From the initial 4 members, they now had more than 100 knights. The headquarters of the Dusk Holy Temple in the human world only had about 500 people. It could only be said that the Midland continent was indeed rich in resources. Before this round table meeting, the Goddess Knight led the talented wizards and knights recruited by the Midland Squad in the past 10 years to the Dusk Holy Temple. Today, these rookies were going to meet the legendary leader and solemnly make a sacred oath under the sword of the leader. In front of the Dusk Holy Temple. Whether it was the knights or the apprentice wizards who were about to take the oath, they all stood there feeling nervous, shocked, happy, excited. All kinds of emotions intertwined. In front of these people, a female knight with a calm expression was standing beside the Goddess Knight. She was the Thousand Illusion Knight, Erica, the owner of the Phantom Beast breathing technique. Her figure was amazing, it was comparable to a succubus. In order to match the curves of her figure, she had to make her breastplate extremely large and round. As a woman of the Thousand Illusion clan, her breasts were already big, and after cultivating the Phantom Beast breathing technique, they became even bigger. Team leader Elsa, is commander here. Erica's words revealed her turbulent emotions. She had been waiting for this moment for far too long. The reason why the Thousand Illusion clan had been able to survive for thousands of years after coming to the Midland continent was related to their breathing technique. The Phantom Beast bloodline that the Phantom Beast breathing technique relied on had a characteristic. There was a high probability of passing it on to a woman and a low probability of passing it on to a man. Generally speaking, after passing on the bloodline to a female, the talent in breathing techniques would not be too low. In these thousands of years, the family had given birth to several female legendary knights. And female legendary knights were quite popular in the wizard world. They were easily taken in as maids by some wizards who had such needs, and could also receive protection in return. It was precisely because of this relationship that the Thousand Illusion clan lasted for thousands of years. In her generation, a legendary knight was born. But along the way, she could only be forced to rely on others, become their slave and toy, and go with the flow. She didn't want such a life without dignity and freedom anymore. She just wanted to live in peace. Fortunately, she met the goddess knight, a knight who was even stronger than her. It allowed her to embark on a path that she had never thought of and meet an organization with great prospects. And today, after waiting for several years, she finally made a pilgrimage here. She was about to meet the supreme leader of the knights. Supreme Knight. Don't be nervous. Since you're here, treat it as your own home. Goddess Knight patted Thousand Illusion Knight's shoulder and comforted her. Not long after, there was a wave of cheers. In the sky, a powerful wind thunder beast with a wingspan of tens of meters was descending. After the giant beast landed, a tall and sturdy black-armored knight with a crimson longsword and a long crimson cloak walked over with a group of knights. His gaze was like a dragon, and his pale golden eyes swept across the area. He had an imposing aura that made the ground tremble with every step he took. He's here. This is the commander, Supreme Knight, said the goddess knight. So strong. The Thousand Illusion Knight was so frightened by this powerful pressure that her mind went blank. Chapter 1084, Advancement. Nightmare Lord. 3. Levi's bloodline aura was too powerful. To these bloodline cultivators, it gave them an instinctive sense of pressure. This was also an important method for Levi to rule the Holy Temple. He went up to the platform and looked around. When his gaze swept past the Thousand Illusion Knight, he paused for a second. He actually took another glance at me, the Thousand Illusion Knight was flattered. This meant that she had a certain aura that was enough to attract the attention of the commander. Could it be because of my talent? Or, the Thousand Illusion Knight lowered her head and looked at her chest, her heart daydreaming. It was all because of the Phantom Beast breathing technique. Otherwise, it would not be so big. Levi's expression was solemn. The Excalibur appeared, and a sea blue dragon exuded a brilliant majesty as it swept its gaze across everyone. The oath was completed. Levi was in a good mood. Among this batch of young knights, there were a few who had a dual affinity. Most importantly, there were 2 people who had knight talent. The only blood awakening knight was that big-breasted female knight. Generally speaking, large breasts would affect combat. Many female knights would control their breasts and not let them be too big. This Thousand Illusion Knight was a little exaggerated. Levi guessed that it might have something to do with the breathing technique. It was said that legendary creatures like phantom beasts like to disguise themselves as beautiful fox-tailed girls with large breasts. They played around in the world and deceived men for fun, similar to succubi. Levi returned to the Extreme Path Palace and asked the Goddess Knight to inform the Thousand Illusion Knight to go to his hall. When the Thousand Illusion Knight heard this, she was shocked and her imagination ran wild. Could it be that this organization has some unspoken rules? She came to the main hall uneasily and looked at Levi, who was sitting on the throne. She hurriedly bowed and said, "The Thousand Illusion Knight greets Commander." "Yes, no need to be so polite. From today onwards, you are the 10th official member of the Twilight Knights. You can participate in the round table meeting in the future, but don't be happy too early. If you slack off in your cultivation and can't keep up with the pace of the team, you may lose the qualifications to join the round table. You don't have the talent of a wizard, so you should practice the path of a knight to the extreme and become a powerful female knight who is comparable to a phantom beast. From now on, you don't have to return to Midland. You'll stay in the Dusk Holy Temple to cultivate and learn advanced theoretical knowledge here. At the same time, you have to take the initiative to participate in the creation of knowledge and contribute more to the Holy Temple. Do you understand?" Levi asked seriously. The Thousand Illusion Knight stood up straight and replied, "Understood. You may leave." Levi waved his hand. The Thousand Illusion Knight heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had been overthinking. "Commander, is there really nothing else?" she asked. "Nothing else." The Thousand Illusion Knight hesitated, then turned around and left. "What am I thinking? How could a knight who has reached the realm of the commander be a dishonest person?" Levi looked at the departing Thousand Illusion Knight and felt gratified. Following that, the 59th round table meeting was held as usual. Including Andrew, a total of 11 official members attended the meeting. It was the first time that the Thousand Illusion Knight attended a meeting. Facing so many powerful knights, she introduced herself uneasily. Andrew continued to share the recent research results with everyone. Everyone brainstormed and discussed together. After the meeting ended, everyone went to do their own things. Levi, on the other hand, was preparing to meet the Flower Knight and explore the nightmare world together. A month later, in the Emperor's palace, Levi held a black book in his right hand, which was emitting an ominous aura. It was the Book of the Undead. Now that he had refined the Book of the Undead, he planned to test its power today. He flipped open the book. On the first page, there was a picture. A pitch-black graveyard, green ghost fire, and a terrifying figure wandering around. Level 1 Undead Prowler, Ability, Evil Spirit Possession, Mental Weakening, Spectre's Body. The Book of the Undead also had a detailed introduction to the sealed undead spirits, which were very human-like. The strength of a level 1 undead spirit was slightly weaker than that of a wizard of the same rank. However, if this thing was placed in the human world where the Dark Wave revival had just begun to revive, it would be the most terrifying evil spirit. Lonely soul wandering in the graveyard, come out. Levi chanted an incantation, and the painting seemed to come alive. Then, with a burst of black smoke, the floating undead spirit suddenly appeared in front of Levi. After it appeared, it stood still and waited for Levi's instructions. Let's see if we can remove the seal. With a thought, Levi chanted the release incantation. In the next moment, the connection and shackles between the Book of the Undead and the Prowler suddenly shattered. Immediately after, the Prowler seemed to have been reborn. Its intelligence was extremely low, and it instinctively rushed towards Levi. In the end, it crashed into Levi's protective force field. After the experiment, Levi's gaze landed on the last 3 sealed artifacts. Level 4 Undead Headless Swordsman. Abilities, Undying Slash, Spectre's Body. Level 4 Undead Vengeful Spirit Girl. Ability, Cursed Puppet, Spectre's Body, Wailing Grudge. Level 4 Undead Scythe Demon Spirit. Ability, Death Harvest, Spectre's Body, Summon the Dead. The Headless Swordsman only knows one move, Undying Slash, but he's already the strongest among the 3 dead souls. He must be quite powerful. Levi summoned the Headless Swordsman. The black smoke billowed. After it dissipated, a Headless Swordsman appeared. He was riding a skeletal warhorse, wearing knight armor, and holding a knight's longsword. Chapter 1085, Advancement. Nightmare Lord. 4. He looked to be 5 meters tall. Even though he had no head, he could still give off a sense of oppression. Levi learned that the Headless Swordsman was called Zid. Zid, use all your strength and slash at me, ordered Levi. When the taciturn Headless Swordsman heard this, he held his long sword in his hand, and this was accompanied by the roar of his warhorse. It was as if he had traveled from an ancient battlefield, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Undying Slash. Swish. With an extremely fierce attack, a domineering white sword light tore through the darkness and collided with Levi's layers of defensive techniques. Crack, crack. This sword light actually broke through Levi's Earth Dragon barrier, Heavy Water barrier, and 2 Dharma idols. It was a total of 4 layers of defense. 148 Ka. Not bad. The power of this sword has already touched the ceiling of a 4th circle creature. I'm very satisfied with this summoned creature. Levi was delighted. Even an ordinary 4th circle veteran wizard might not be a match for him. If the wizard was careless, he would be killed in 1 strike. The Undying Slash was especially good at killing souls. It also countered specter bodies, elementalization, and other undying abilities. Unfortunately, this seems to be the talent of the Headless Swordsman. There's no sword skill inheritance book. Otherwise, this is definitely a level 4 combat skill. However, I can call Zid out to spar with me more often in the future. With time, with my sword skill realm and talent, I should be able to more or less replicate it. After sending the Headless Swordsman back, Levi tested the abilities of the Vengeful Spirit Girl and the Scythe Demon Spirit. They were both pretty good. The cursed puppet of the Vengeful Spirit Girl could cast a vicious curse on the enemy and drop the enemy's blood on the puppet. The curse could be cast from thousands of miles away. Those who were lower than the Vengeful Spirit Girl by 2 levels would die immediately. Those who were 1 level lower would be severely injured. If they were of the same level, the Vengeful Spirit Girl could also make the other party feel uncomfortable. Then, Levi began to refine Blood Lady into the Book of Undead according to the method. Immediately after, on the 4th last blank page, a dignified and mature woman in red was sitting in front of the bed. She was dressing up in front of the mirror in loneliness. It was Madame Boring. Level 4 Undead Spirit, Blood Lady, Ability. Try again, Phoenix. Levi called Phoenix back. Phoenix was suspicious and did not know what to do. The next moment, as Levi chanted and cast spells, its body involuntarily flew toward the Book of the Undead. Then, on the fifth last page, a large fire elemental bird that was howling towards the sky and flapping its wings appeared. Level 4 Spectre's body, Phoenix, ability. Haha, as expected. In this way, the Mind Flayers can also be brought in. Levi followed suit and put the Mind Flayers in. At the same time, Levi immediately felt that the Book of the Undead was already saturated and could no longer contain level 4 existences. If he wanted to store more, he would have to upgrade it to a 5th circle wizard tool. Back then, Madame Ghost's storage bag contained some of the materials needed to advance to the 5th circle. Levi planned to wait until he had attained 5th circle before finding a way to search for the remaining materials in hell. In this way, all the puppet pilots can be brought in. Not bad, my strength has increased quite a bit. It's about time to go find the Flower Knight. He also had to bring back Leviathan's wife, the Great Horned Whale, along the way. Last time, he was hunted down, and did not have the time to care about that matter. In the Endless Sea. Witch's Family. Wizard Training Ground. There are still 5 years left before we go to the Dark Ancient Tower. If we don't train hard now, our actual combat ability and teamwork ability won't pass the test. After entering, not being able to get the treasures is a small matter. The most terrible thing is that you wouldn't even be able to bring your own life back. I know that you are all the elites of the organization and are favored by the heavens. Talent is a strength you are proud of, but it is also an unexpected weakness. You only need to stay in the Ivory Tower and you can rely on your talent to cultivate without bottlenecks. You don't have to worry about resources. You seem to have advanced very quickly and are already over 100 years old. However, in the cruel environment of the Dark Ancient Tower, you might discover that you are not as outstanding as you think. A wizard with a stern expression and a peak 5th circle aura stood with his hands behind his back. He was a member of the Witch's family, and also the commander of the wizard battle group in the Endless Sea. Although he had never entered the Dark Ancient Tower, he had a wealth of combat experience. The Witch's family had asked him to train the geniuses of these organizations as a dark instructor. In front of the instructor, there were a total of 25 wizards, 5 5th circle and 24th circle. There were so many wizards, but there was only one male wizard, and it was Anya. He was listening attentively to the instructor's explanation. Beside him, Phantom Witch Sierra stood calmly. For this expedition to the Dark Ancient Tower, 4 people will form a team. A 5th circle wizard will lead the team. The 5th circle wizard will be responsible for your safety after you enter the Ancient Tower. In order to ensure that each team has a comprehensive ability, I will assign teammates to you according to your profession and spells. I will ensure that each team has a pharmacist, an array wizard, a body refining wizard, and a spell wizard who is the main attacker. This way, relying on a comprehensive lineup and a reasonable combination of spells, your strength can be maximized. Remember, there is a limit to human strength. Don't believe in yourself. Even if you are a genius or a child of the elements, you can't do everything. Chapter 1086, Advancement. Nightmare Lord. 5. Even legendary wizards cannot develop in all aspects. No one can do it. Hence, the core of the ancient Dark Tower is teamwork. The instructor spoke earnestly and chattered on. On the training ground, the Witch's family teams began another training session. Everyone was full of energy. After training, Anya and Sierra went to a corner to rest and recover their spiritual force. In the center of the training ground, a witch with a perfect 4th circle aura was chatting with the instructor. From time to time, she would laugh like silver bells. This witch had an otherworldly temperament, and she had a feeling that she was untainted by mud. She wore a white wizard robe and was confident and calm. She was the strongest 4th circle wizard that the Witch's family was going to send to the Dark Ancient Tower. She was also the leader of the younger generation of the Witch's family. Snow Lotus Witch Renis. A water element child. At the same time, she also had the second special talent, Water Flower. This allowed Renis's affinity with the water element to reach an extremely exaggerated level. Even the children of the elements would find it hard to catch up to her. Renis's parents were also primordial soul wizards. Her mother was from the Witch's family, and her father was from the Ocean Abyss Alliance. With the support of this top-tier second-generation wizard configuration, Renis was only 150 years old, but she had already attained perfection for the 4th circle and mastered 6 great innate spells. She could be said to be the #1 genius of the Witch's family. Sierra looked at Renis, who was surrounded by the crowd and talking to the instructor. She sent a voice transmission to Anya, "This woman really likes to be in the limelight." Her parents were strongly against her going to the dark ancient tower. They thought that there was no need for her to take the risk. In the end, she went to look for the Lady Witch herself and asked her to convince her parents. She insisted on going and even said that she wanted to gain experience. I think she just wanted to take advantage of the opening of the dark ancient tower to show off. Sir Levi once said that having attained a realm without actual combat ability, in the ever-changing wizard world, where magic is ever-changing, is like a big bad wolf that has lost its teeth. I think this is quite good. She's already a 100-year-old adult, so she can take responsibility for her own actions. You keep calling him Sir Levi, you. Sierra was speechless. Ever since she got to know Anya, this young man seemed to be living in Levi's shadow all day long, and he never left Levi's side. It's a pity that Sir Levi can't enter the dark ancient tower. Otherwise, he might be the dark horse of the dark ancient tower. He's best at defeating the strong with the weak. Whether it was the Snow Lotus Witch, the leaders of the other 5 towers, or the likes of the Golden Light Wizard Gilgar or the Sea Aristocrat Mangong, they might not be a match for Sir Levi if they really fought. My mother is very accurate in judging people. Her love for Levi is almost the same as mine. This means that Levi is definitely a young man worthy of her investment. Anya sighed. It was his greatest regret that he could not fight alongside Levi and shine in the dark ancient tower. Is he really as good as you brag? Gilgar was a rare thunder elemental child, and he had a special talent, Gate of Light. He had created his own golden light meditation technique from the Letni family's golden lightning meditation technique. With a perfected 4th circle cultivation base, he had killed a dark wizard who had just entered the 5th circle. Mangong was a descendant of the Sea Clan's emperor and a primordial soul wizard. In the past thousands of years, he was the only one in the Ocean Abyss Alliance who had cultivated the most difficult 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to the perfected 4th circle realm before the age of 200. This was one of the 4 great body refining techniques of the Antiquity era. It was said to be the body tempering technique closest to the Grand Wizard realm. Not to mention, Mangong was also the son of a water element child, and his spell cultivation was far superior to his peers. No matter how strong Levi is, can he compare to them? Sierra didn't believe him at all. As an elemental child, she was only 170 years old and had already reached the 4th circle, mastering the 5th innate spell. However, in front of the Snow Lotus Witch, the Golden Light Wizard, and the Sea Aristocrat, she was convinced and ashamed of her inferiority. There was also a gap between prodigies. Other than the Snow Lotus Witch, the other 2 had records of killing or severely injuring 5th circle wizards, although they were suspected of cheating with wizard tools or ambushing and injuring them. However, they were still 5th circle wizards. Even if Sierra was given 3 5th circle wizard tools, she would not dare to fight against them. You won't understand even if I tell you. Anya shook his head and stopped arguing. At this moment, a figure appeared in the witch's family. It was Levi. Anya was pleasantly surprised. He greeted, "Levi, why are you here?" "Anya, I'm here for Lady Elena. I have something to discuss with her." Levi smiled. Not long ago, Levi had rushed over from the human world to the sub-dimensional portal of the Endless Sea. This way, he could reach the Star Sea as soon as possible. The coordinates of the Great Horned Whale were in the Inner Sea region, near the Hundred-Eyed Demon territory. He planned to capture them after he returned from the Nightmare World. He would also go to Area 9 of the Outer Sea region and find Baron Deep Sea, Baghdad. He would ask him to mobilize the Sea Clan to help him collect more transcendent creatures and bring them back to the ancient Saint Plane to raise them. "You know Lady Elena?" Sierra was shocked. "Yeah, why?" Naturally, Li Wei did not need to hide his relationship with Elena. This way, he could deter some people with ulterior motives. "It's nothing." Sierra was envious. Even as an elemental child, she could not go directly to the primordial soul wizard like Levi. Chapter 1087, Advancement. Nightmare Lord. 6. At most, they would be given special attention when a primordial soul wizard gave a lecture. After all, the witch's family had no lack of geniuses. While Levi and Anya were reminiscing about the past, the Snow Lotus Witch in the distance glanced at Levi from the corner of her eye. "Why do I feel like there are more and more wizards in the organization recently?" A witch mumbled. Judging from her tone, she was a little dissatisfied. "I don't know. Maybe he's also a primordial soul wizard's child like Anya. No, he's just an ordinary external wizard. He used to come from a small organization in the outer circle area, but after the organization was destroyed, he became a nomadic wizard and came to Nether Capital to make a living. Because he's good at making medicine, he was accepted by Madame Triss. His name is Levi or something. I see. Looking at his spiritual force, he seems to have reached the threshold of a 4th circle senior wizard, not bad. I have a good relationship with Madame Triss. Perhaps there's some special treatment. Otherwise, how could he cultivate so quickly? The Snow Lotus Witch coughed and suddenly said, "Stop talking. Continue training. Call Anya over." She had never heard of Levi and was not interested in him. On this trip to the Dark Ancient Tower, she only paid attention to 5 people in the Endless Sea, excluding the wizards above the 5th circle. They were the leaders of the other 5 towers. According to the Lady Witch, the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower this time might be different from the past. After the Dark Ancient Tower was opened, the battle situation inside would be projected onto the huge tower and then refracted onto the crystal walls of the nearby multidimensional plane. In the past, after the Dark Ancient Tower opened, it would often stop far away from Nora. Therefore, the people of the Nora plane had no way of seeing the situation inside. But this time, the Dark Ancient Tower was very close to Nora. This meant that the fights and battles in the Dark Ancient Tower would be projected onto Nora's crystal wall. At that time, whether it was the human world or the wizard world, whether it was an ordinary wizard or a legendary wizard, they would all be able to see the situation inside. This was a live battle that would be witnessed by all living beings. Therefore, the top forces of the wizard world sent out their top talents to show their strength. Pride was a very mysterious thing. Even wizards would still care about it. Of course, other than pride, this would also make it easier to attract talent. After the end of the Dark Ancient Tower's talent competition, they would be able to come out on top. It was said that in the realm of Crimson, the 9 Cities Alliance had formulated detailed rules for rewards. For example, a 4th circle wizard who successfully entered the 4th level would be rewarded with 1 million ether stones after returning, regardless of whether they had any gains or not. There were a lot of similar incentive policies. Right now, there is already a form of competition between the various sects and organizations. Everyone had to fight for the honor of their own sect and organization. If it weren't for the Congress's prohibition, these organizations might have already started to formulate rules such as killing a wizard from another sect or organization will reward you with 100,000 ether stones. The Congress's prohibition of such regulations did not prohibit wizards from killing each other inside. Killing each other among wizards could not be reflected in policy documents. This was a matter of principle. Of course, the Congress did not prohibit the hunting of participants from other civilizations. Those who are not of the same race could be killed if they wished to. On the other side, Levi, who was waiting for the Flower Knight in Triss's cabin, learned about the changes in the Dark Ancient Tower from Triss while chatting with her. What does Sauron mean by that? He wants to do a live broadcast. Levi frowned and hesitated. All along, he had been secretly committing murder and arson, but now that it might be projected and seen by the entire wizard world, or even other planes, he did not really want to go. "What's with your expression?" Madame Triss asked when she saw Levi's worried expression. "It's nothing. Madam, I have a question. Does this projection project everything that happens in the Dark Ancient Tower?" "Probably not. It's just a random selection of a certain time period and a certain place. I haven't been in there before, so I'm not too sure." "I'll ask Lady Witch about it," said Triss. "Is there any way to hide my projection? What if I get into a dispute with someone inside and accidentally kill someone in self-defense? It's fine if I'm a nomadic wizard, but if I kill members of those big forces, will the Congress or these organizations find me using my spells and wizard tools and take revenge on me?" Levi directly voiced out his worries, hoping that Madame Triss would have a solution. Otherwise, he would have to seriously reconsider whether he should go to the Ancient Tower. "I knew you were worried about this. Did you make a lot of enemies outside?" asked Triss. "No, I just killed some dark wizards," replied Levi. Other than killing the dark wizards, the other people he killed were all out of self-defense. At most, it was just excessive self-defense. "You don't have to worry too much. First of all, a legendary wizard from the Congress has already expressed his stance. In the Dark Ancient Tower, life and death are not to be discussed. The Congress will definitely not pursue your responsibility. However, if you kill someone important in some organization or the descendants of some big shot, you might be targeted by some people who you can't afford to play with. So, try to avoid conflict with them. Only battle events will be projected. You're just searching for treasures, no one will see you. I'll think of other ways to see if you and Anya can disguise yourselves, said Triss. Thank you, madam. Levi nodded. Don't worry too much. I have high hopes for you. If anyone dares to bully the weak and find trouble with you, I won't put up with it. I'm still brooding over the molten gold wizard king bullying Elena. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't defeat him, I would have gone to settle the score with him. He dares to bully my sister Elena. I'm so angry. Triss couldn't help but curse. It was rare to see Levi after all. It seemed that Triss and Elena had a good relationship. It probably wasn't a shallow sisterhood. As the two of them chatted, Elena walked in. Her back was facing the sun, and her golden hair was shining. She asked seriously, Levi, are you ready? Lady Elena, I think. I'm ready. Chapter 1088, Nightmare Dragon Form. Black Dragon Li Wei, descends with Flower Knight. 1. The Endless Sea. The Witch's family, Triss's cabin. Elena, Triss, and Levi sat together. Are you two really ready? Triss asked. The Flower Knight and Levi glanced at each other and nodded. Enter the nightmare world inside my cabin, that way if there's a problem, I can assist, Triss said. Outside the door, the Rose Witch, who had been immersed in a special potion for over 20 years, arrived. She looked weak at the moment and said bitterly, Thank you, Lord Elena, Sir Levi. Not a big deal, just rest, the Flower Knight said. The Rose Witch nodded, then lay down on a bed, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. Before being engulfed by nightmares, she had never thought sleeping could be terrifying. Soon, after decades of sleeplessness, the Rose Witch fell asleep, even emitting slight snores. Wait, she hasn't entered the nightmare state yet, Levi said. The Flower Knight looked at Levi and smiled, It's up to you now. Levi smiled, feeling proud to be trusted by a primordial soul wizard. I also believe in Lord Elena, she will surely slay the Nightmare Lord. Levi said. Entering the nightmare world this time, he wouldn't be of much use himself, at most dealing with some minor creatures under the command of the man-faced spider. If he encountered the man-faced spider, he would be instantly killed. His role was to bring in the big shot, Flower Knight, and act like a cheerleader. Moreover, taking advantage of this opportunity to explore with the Flower Knight, Levi could also learn more about the nightmare world, making it easier for him to explore alone in the future. Before the Rose Witch began to nightmare, Levi said to the Flower Knight, Lord Elena, I need to imprint a certain strength rune on you with a secret technique, so that I can pull you in after entering the nightmare world. Elena thought for a moment, nodded, and said, Okay, how should I cooperate with you? Just give me your hand, Levi said nervously, touching the primordial soul witch's hand, which seemed a bit offensive, but he had to make physical contact with Elena to solidify the Nightmare Dragon's Lord tracking mark on her, not because he had any improper intentions. Triss watched all this with interest, not interrupting the two. Elena had many thoughts flashing through her mind, but in the end, without hesitation, she boldly reached out her hand. Levi earnestly grasped Elena's small hand with his rough large hand. Elena's hand was a bit cold, her slender fingers resting on Levi's sweaty palm. Levi abandoned all distractions and closed his eyes, while Elena quietly watched him. The next moment, a fantastical black power appeared in Levi's palm and flowed into Elena's palm. A few minutes later, on the back of Elena's hand, there appeared a vivid imprint of a black dragon. The dragon's wings were shattered, exuding a terrifying majesty. What kind of dragon is this? Elena's voice echoed in Levi's mind. She had seen some dragons before, but nothing like this one. This is not a real dragon, just some symbolic imagery, not actually existing in the multidimensional plane, Levi thought for a moment, then transmitted his voice. Levi, the power you just used doesn't seem like the method of a wizard, Elena said, as if she had noticed something. Levi had long expected Elena to say this and was prepared for her to know. He had a bold idea. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he would try to pull Elena, this primordial soul witch, into his group. With this, among the 7 shining knights, except for the snowflake knight whose whereabouts were unknown, Levi had gathered all 6 knights who were still alive. On one hand, this would allow the Twilight Knights to rise to the level of a primordial soul force, no longer needing to be timid or cautious. On the other hand, it satisfied Levi's collector's instinct and sense of achievement. Yes, this is a knight's method, Levi said. What? A knight's method? Even Elena couldn't help but be surprised. Yes, indeed. We can discuss the specifics when we return from the nightmare world. If you're interested, I can also tell you, but please keep it confidential, Levi said. Understood. I won't speak a word about the knights to anyone else. Today's journey into the nightmare world is known only to the four of us in this cabin. They're all trustworthy. You've known Rose and Triss for so long, you know their personality. Elena replied. While the two were chatting via telepathy, the body of the Rose Witch began to tremble. Levi's expression changed, and he approached the bed, taking the Rose Witch's hand in his own, and then the power of the Nightmare Dragon continuously flowed into her. Before long, Levi's complexion turned slightly pale. He thought to himself, it seems that with my current abilities, I can only invite 2 or 3 people. It might also be because the Flower Knight is too powerful. If it were an ordinary wizard, perhaps I could invite more. After branding the Nightmare Dragon on Rose, he wanted to try if he could also invite her to his domain. In that case, he would indirectly confront the Lord of the Man-Faced Spiders. Chapter 1089, Nightmare Dragon Form. Black Dragon Li Wei, descends with Flower Knight. 2. If the invitation succeeded and Rose became his ally, even if Rose died in the nightmare world, perhaps she would return to the real world like him. After completing all this, Levi said, Madam Triss, Lord Elena, I'm ready to go in. Triss and Elena looked at Levi and nodded. Triss even gave Levi a thumbs up. Levi, I believe in you, as always, she said with a smile. It was the most sincere words an elder could say to a younger one, warming Levi's heart. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Elena also nodded. Although we don't quite know each other, since Triss trusts you so much, I'm sure you can do it. Levi flashed a sunny smile, showing his white teeth. He took a deep breath and said, Thank you. Then, black energy surged from Levi's body and entered the Rose Witch's head, soothing her gradually. At the same time, Levi suddenly fell and lay on the left side of the Rose Witch, apparently entering a dream state. When Levi opened his eyes, he found himself standing in front of a dark underwater cave, with a faint green light shimmering within. Looking at his body, he found no substance, as if he were a writhing mass of black mist. These black mists were the power of the Nightmare Dragon. I'm back at the entrance to that secret realm, or more precisely, the nightmare of the Rose Witch has brought me here again. It seems that this exploration has caused her some lingering psychological trauma. Perhaps that's why it has given the Man-Faced Spiders an opportunity, Levi muttered to himself. The Rose Witch should have entered, so he wasted no time and followed. Soon after entering the secret realm, Levi found the Rose Witch. She was sitting under a large tree, hugging her knees, trembling. Her face was pale, her expression pained, making her already lovely face even more pitiable. If Newt saw this scene, he would be heartbroken, Levi sighed. Newt and Rose had a really good relationship. Rose's personality was originally sunny, lively, and outgoing, but now she looked like this. It showed how terrifying nightmares could be. Next to the Rose Witch were 2 snake-headed monsters, twisting around her. One of the snakeheads had the face of the Whitewater Witch, and the other was Lager Leo. I'm sorry, Sister Whitewater, she said helplessly to the snake-headed monster. Levi approached silently without a word. Rose Witch is feeling guilty about Whitewater Witch's death, what's she thinking? It's not her fault that Whitewater died. Levi realized he had a good mindset since he had already forgotten about Whitewater and Lager Leo's deaths. The black mist churned, killing the snake-headed monsters. The snake-headed monsters burst like bubbles, leaving no nightmare crystals behind. They weren't real nightmare creatures, just Rose's imagination. But if she kept fantasizing like this for a long time, maybe one day, under the powerful mental obsession, such nightmare creatures would really form in the nightmare world. Rose. Rose. Levi kept calling out to the Rose Witch. But she seemed oblivious, as if she hadn't noticed Levi's presence at all. He manipulated the black mist of his body and injected it into the Rose Witch's chest. Immediately, a black nightmare dragon imprint appeared on the back of the Rose Witch's hand. The next moment, the Rose Witch looked up, as if awakened from an endless nightmare. Sir Levi, is it you? The Rose Witch's eyes glistened with tears as she gently wiped them away. It's me. I entered your dream. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. People can't come back from the dead. Whitewater and Lager Leo's deaths were the man-faced spider's fault. If you keep obsessing over this, you'll always be vulnerable to the man-faced spiders, Levi said. The Rose Witch stood up, nodding. I'm sorry for troubling you and Lord Elena this time, for letting you enter such a dangerous place to save me, sniff. It's okay. I'm exploring this place for myself too. Don't worry too much. Now I need to find the entrance to the nightmare world. Come with me, Levi said. Okay. The Rose Witch showed a smile that hadn't been seen for a long time. With Levi by her side, she felt courageous and confident. Along the way, the Rose Witch kept walking towards the deepest, most fearful place in her memory. There, would be the node for Levi to enter the nightmare world. On the plain, the mist shrouded the area, and the silhouette of the wizard tower stood silently. In the mist, the sound of monsters could be heard. The Rose Witch followed behind Levi as he transformed into a terrifying nightmare black mist, sweeping out. Countless nightmare monsters died, and all of their heads were Whitewater and Lager Leo. None of them had nightmare crystals. Seeing this, Levi gained a clearer understanding of the nightmare world. The nightmare world is a primary spiritual plane constructed by the nightmares, obsessions, fears, and other negative emotions of all living beings since the birth of the universe, similar to the astral world. And the nightmare creatures are the embodiment of these fears. No wonder the Dreamland Steeple said that the nightmare world might be even more powerful and terrifying than the astral world because the fear of the unknown, death, and the universe is eternal for both humans and other creatures. Chapter 1090, Nightmare Dragon Form. Black Dragon Li Wei, descends with Flower Knight. 3. Levi arrived at the intact wizard tower. In the real world, this place had been destroyed by Levi himself. But in the Rose Witch's nightmare, it had never collapsed. Levi, on the 3rd floor, there's a mirror on the wall. We should be able to enter the nightmare world through it. When I was trapped in the nightmare before, I was tempted and compelled countless times by a mysterious force to go to that mirror. But my reason and will told me that I might be completely pulled into the nightmare world if I went there. I was on the verge of breaking down. If it weren't for your arrival, waking me up, maybe this time, I would have come to the mirror and then disappeared forever, the Rose Witch recounted, shuddering. She felt an immense relief at Levi and Elena's presence, seeing them as saviors akin to Heavenly Father and Mother of Earth in the eyes of mortals. You should go back first. I'm worried you might encounter attacks from the man-faced spider in the nightmare world. Your situation is different from mine and Elena's. If we die in the nightmare world, our consciousness can return. But I can't guarantee the same for you, Levi said. Okay, I'll wait for you outside, the Rose Witch agreed. She left the mist and returned to the ancient forest. On the other side, Levi arrived at the wizard tower and stood still on one of the floors. On the wall, there was a mirror. In the mirror, a world of red and black was reflected. An endless sky filled with sinister cracks. There was no sun, no stars in the sky, only a monotonous dark red sky and black fissures. The last time, Levi encountered the man-faced spider here. This time, the opponent seemed to be absent. Levi took a deep breath and then transformed into black smoke, surging into the mirror. The mirror began to ripple like water. He disappeared into the Rose Witch's dream, truly stepping into this world full of unknowns. In Nightmare World, there was a weave of red and black. Occasionally, bizarre and beyond rational creatures darted by. Like the creature in front of him. It had 9 childlike heads, necks resembling octopus tentacles, and a body akin to a wild boar's. On each side of its body were wings made up of pallid hands. As the creature flew past, it cast shadows on the ground. On the pitch-black, abyssal earth, countless flocks of cawing black crows flew out of the flesh and blood trees. Each crow had a woman's face on its head. These faces were all identical. The human-faced birds flew towards the distant 9-headed monster bird, incessantly tearing at it. However, the 9-headed creature was powerful. It spat red flames from its 9 child heads in all directions, and the palms on its wings fell, striking the crows. This world was surreal and bizarre. High above the sky, from a certain crack, an inconspicuous wisp of black smoke emerged. The black smoke fell onto the wasteland, merging into the trunk of one of the enormous flesh and blood trees. Soon, the flesh began to wriggle, and vine-like tendrils, black as blood vessels, began to grow. Gurgling black blood flowed continuously from the tendrils to various parts of the flesh and blood tree. Eventually, at the top of the tree, a bizarre and vibrant black flower blossomed. The bloom was fleeting, its beauty transient. After withering, a black fruit began to grow. Its appearance resembled that of a black dragon in a very weird way. Gradually, the fruit grew larger, becoming a black beast egg with a diameter of about a meter, its jet black shell radiating a metallic sheen. Continuous tapping sounds emanated from within. In the murky darkness, a mini black dragon with black scales, a slender head, and broken black wings was using its mouth to crack open the eggshell. The cracks on the eggshell spread, suddenly shattering, and the fragments fell to the ground, absorbed by the roots of the flesh and blood tree. A sticky black baby dragon emerged from it, licking the residue on its body, eventually becoming clean and tidy. Levi Nightmare Dragon. The black dragon continued chanting his name until he transformed into a brawny man, naked and muscular, with runes of the hidden serpent, the white ram, the celestial horse, and the horned bull glowing on his body. Crimson Dragon Slash. He chanted, and at the same time, black mist coalesced in his hand, forming a crimson flaming sword. Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, Scarlet Shadow, Indestructible Armor. Accompanied by waves of black mist, divine weapons began to appear. Finally, the familiar figure of the towering knight clad in jet black magical armor stood once again upon the earth. So, my divine weapons can also manifest through the power of nightmares. Not only that, but Levi's spatial ring began to materialize on his finger. He looked at the wizard tools and materials inside, contemplating. He then attempted to open Alice's ring, only to find, it failed. Transcendent creature spaces cannot be opened, but ordinary rings can. Levi extended his hand, summoning a red fire dragon, which then dissipated. Innate spells can be used, regular spells are fine. Except for opening Alice's ring and the Greenfield Immortal House, everything else is unaffected. He breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming here, he had been worried that his abilities such as spells, divine weapons, and wizard tools would be unusable in the nightmare world. Chapter 1091, Nightmare Dragon Form. Black Dragon Li Wei, descends with Flower Knight. 4. In that case, Elena definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Well then, what's the point? Better go back and get some sleep. I can use my means, and instantly the sense of security comes up. Under normal circumstances, except for the Nightmare Lord and 5th level nightmare creatures, the ordinary beings of this world are not my opponents. Oh right, let's see if the proficiency panel can be opened, Levi thought. This could be crucial. The nightmare world cannot be measured by common sense. Levi Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 14, 1/600,000, Special Effect. Nightmare Lord, Nightmare Dragon Form. An extra form of the Nightmare Dragon. I can come to the nightmare world because of the Nightmare Dragon's abilities, so I was born in the form of a Nightmare Dragon hatchling. The bloodline of the Nightmare Dragon is noble, although it is only the second transformation of the blood source, which is the level of a 3rd level nightmare creature. However, it is inherently a Nightmare Lord. And my identity in the nightmare world is not Levi Schneider, but Levi Nightmare Zerg, Drogon. Like the Death Ember Dragon, the Nightmare Dragon was created by Levi himself and did not truly exist in this world. But ever since Levi's Nightmare avatar descended here, a noble bloodline, possibly comparable to a 9th level Nightmare Overlord, or even a 10th level Nightmare Monarch, has been born. It was Levi. Levi opened the Nightmare Dragon form. In an instant, he transformed into a mini Nightmare Black Dragon. So that's it, the Black Dragon is my true form in the nightmare world. In the form of the Black Dragon, Levi found that there were changes on his proficiency panel. He once again opened the special effect of Nightmare Lord. More detailed information surged through. Levi Nightmare Lord, Level 3, can be enhanced, requires Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique Level 15. Nightmare Territory, none. Nightmare Subjects, none. Nightmare Travelers, Elena, Maggie. Maggie was the name of the Rose Witch, Levi understood now. He closed the proficiency panel. It's not safe here. I should find a place in the chaotic wilderness to establish a temporary territory first. Only after truly becoming a lord will I have the qualifications to bring in the Flower Knight. The principle Levi used to bring people in was similar to how the man-faced spider, a nightmare lord, brought people in. The difference was that the people Levi brought in only brought their consciousness, which returned automatically when the avatar died and did not affect the real world. But the man-faced spider brought in their whole selves. Once they died, it was true death, disappearing without a trace. Perhaps the dreamland steeple was deceived by some lord of the nightmare world. They thought they had discovered a new world, but little did they know, it was just a fishing expedition by the lords of the nightmare world, and the so-called hallucinatory potions were just bait. Once they entered, the lords could decide at any moment whether to pull them in or not. At first, nobody noticed anything wrong, to lower their guard and attract more wizards into the nightmare world. After all, the dreamland steeple's wizards had entered the nightmare world, with just a thought, the lords could make them all disappear, reeled in like fish on a hook. This so-called pan must also be related to the lords. Levi speculated. He trusted the proficiency panel, otherwise he wouldn't have come here. Soon, Levi turned into a streak of blood and disappeared into the flesh and blood forest. If he guessed right, this territory belonged to that man-faced spider. If he lingered here too long, he might be discovered and sent back with a single blow. After flying for who knows how long, Levi arrived above a black wilderness. Blood and flesh mountains stretched everywhere, and on the mountain walls, Levi saw strange characters. Thanks to the nightmare dragon, he understood their meaning. Arachne Brick, Lord of Spider Nightmares. Trespassers beware. Lord of Spider Nightmares, so this should be the man-faced spider's territory. Her name is Arachne. The lords of the nightmare world would leave their names on the borders of their territories as a warning to the wanderers in the chaotic wilderness. The basic order of this world consisted of the chaotic wilderness and the nightmare territory. The distinguishing mark between the two was whether nightmare mother trees were growing on the earth, like the flesh and blood tree Levi was born from. The nightmare mother trees could only propagate naturally and couldn't be actively planted. Consequently, nightmare lords instinctively demarcated their territories using continuous ranges of flesh and blood mountains, enclosing areas with nightmare mother trees as their own, thus establishing their dominion. After countless years of evolution, the majority of locations within the nightmare world containing nightmare mother trees were now under the ownership of these lords. Conversely, unclaimed territories corresponded to desolate and barren regions known as the chaotic wilderness. Typically, only nightmare creatures of lord-level status possessed the entitlement to establish territories. As a newcomer like Levi, a fledgling nightmare dragon, he could only initially establish a temporary shelter in the wilderness and gradually strategize towards claiming his territory. If I were to vanquish the man-faced spider, perhaps I could usurp her position and ascend as the lord of Arachne's domain. At that juncture, I would command a faction of nightmare creatures, gradually solidifying my position in this realm. Chapter 1092, Nightmare Dragon Form. Black Dragon Leeway, descends with Flower Night. 5. As Levi pondered, he had already traversed the flesh and blood mountains. Ahead, the wilderness stretched endlessly, with towering black trees, but there was no sign of nightmare mother trees. Levi breathed a sigh of relief, at least here, he shouldn't be targeted by the man-faced spider. Most of the time, nightmare lords confined their activities to their own territories, occasionally venturing into the chaotic wilderness to plunder wanderers and resources. Suddenly, Levi's danger perception struck. He saw a monstrous 9-headed bird with wings spanning dozens of yards flying overhead. A wailing infant bird, and it's at the 9th tier level, at least level 4 perfection. If it grows a 10th head, it'll be a 5th level nightmare creature. In extreme cases, there have been lord-level individuals with 13 heads, equivalent to a typical 6th circle wizard. Levi had read about this creature in the Dreamland Steeple's notes. The bird looked at Levi, its body covered in wounds from some past attack. Sensing Levi as fresh prey, it descended immediately. Ah! 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 It let out the eerie cries of baby-like wails. Level 4 bird, that's seeking death. Levi gripped the crimson dragon slash, showing no fear. But facing such a powerful nightmare creature for the first time, he exerted all his strength. The heavy water barrier, earth dragon barrier, various protective force fields emerged. At the same time, he leaped high and slashed downward with his sword. In an instant, 3 of the 9 heads of the wailing infant bird were severed. Having only briefly clashed, the wailing infant bird realized it was no match for the tiny opponent before it and attempted to flee. Levi sneered, "Too late, I need a mount, and you'll do just fine." He jumped onto the bird's back, thrusting his sword infused with nightmare dragon power into it, then stomped forcefully. The wailing infant bird plummeted from the sky like a kite with its string cut. Boom! The wilderness trembled, and the earth shattered, revealing its flesh like soil and blood like underground water. Many weak nightmare creatures were scared out of hiding. They were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between two powerful beings, turning into grains of nightmare crystals the size of rice. The wailing infant bird, pinned down by Levi, struggled incessantly. Ordinary physical attacks were almost negligible to it, but Levi's attacks were all imbued with the power of the nightmare dragon, causing it unbearable pain and constant wailing. The level of power was so high that it filled the bird with fear. It had encountered Lord-level wailing infant beasts before, but compared to the overwhelming presence of this tiny creature before it, they paled in comparison. Crimson Contract. At this moment, Levi directly released Claire, a level 3 member of the Blood Clan, and attempted to form a contract with the wailing infant bird. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside the Greenfield Immortal House, Claire regained his freedom. He went from being lost to being fierce, preparing to wreak havoc inside. Damn humans enslaved me for so long. Just wait. I will have my revenge. Claire was ultimately a member of the primary Blood Clan, not like Andrew, a member of the secondary Blood Clan. Once released from the contract, he immediately reverted to his Blood Clan nature and did not completely submit to Levi as Andrew did. Blood Clan, don't be foolish, the Mind Flayer said coldly. The blood-armored corpse demon also stepped forward, silent, staring at Claire. Hehe, being enslaved and not even realizing it, fool. If you're capable, kill me. After all, Lord Blood River is immortal, and primary Blood Clan members are indestructible. Claire laughed arrogantly. Blood Clan members never feared death, in their creed, death was also a rebirth. Returning to the embrace of Lord Blood River was not a bad thing. I've never seen a request like this before in my life. Well then, I'll grant it for you. The poison fire corpse demon opened its mouth, spewing level 4 poison fire, scorching the space. Claire, a mere level 3 Blood Clan member, was no match for the poison fire corpse demon and quickly turned to ashes in the flames. From the ashes, a blood-red light emerged, soaring into the sky. Ha ha ha, I'll come back again. Klein's true soul was ready to return to Blood River for reincarnation. A strong suction force came, and the next moment, the blood light plunged into the gaping maw of Leon, the monstrous bug. Ugh, tastes like wax, Leon grumbled. If Levi saw this, he would surely be surprised. Even now, Leon didn't spare the true souls of the Blood Clan members. As if in a chain reaction, those contracted by Claire, then those contracted by them, the primary Blood Clan members, also awakened. And then, they met the same fate as Claire. Before entering the nightmare world, Levi worried that his Blood Clan members would rebel after he withdrew the contracts. So, he had placed them in the Greenfield Immortal House, under the care of the corpse demons. If such a situation arose, they would be exterminated directly. As for the territory where Shin resided, Levi had already dealt with it. From then on, his territory belonged to the ancient Saint Plain. Whatever happened in the mortal world was their business, unrelated to Levi. Meanwhile, in the nightmare world, Levi successfully contracted the wailing infant bird and rode it into the sky. From now on, I'll call you 9 Infant, Levi said, stroking the bird's head. The 3 severed heads had already grown back, and now, they meekly showed affection towards Levi. Finally, Levi found a relatively secluded valley. It was a branch of a mountain range from a certain boundary mountain. I wonder if I can set up an array here. Levi took out the array items from his wizard tools and began casting the spell. To his relief, it succeeded. It seems that the nightmare world also has elemental power. Chapter 1093, Nightmare Dragon Form. Black Dragon Li Wei, descends with Flower Knight. 6. Soon, a simple shelter concealed by an array took shape. Levi entered it and transformed into a black dragon, using the power of the Nightmare Dragon to leave his lord mark within the valley. Soon, the unique words of the Boundary Mountain appeared on the walls of the valley. Blackwater Domain, Levi Nightmare Drogon. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Nightmare Lord, Level 3. Nightmare Domain, Blackwater Domain, temporary territory in the chaotic wilderness. Nightmare Subjects, Wailing Infant Bird, Level 4. As I suspected. Levi closed the panel. By marking the Flesh and Blood Mountains, he could become a true lord. However, because there were no Nightmare Mother trees in this territory, his subjects consisted only of the wailing infant bird he had just contracted. After transforming into a Nightmare Dragon, intermittent information seemed to come to his mind. In places where nightmare mother trees gather, there will always be a nightmare main tree. Leaving the Lord mark on the nightmare main tree can control all nightmare creatures born from the nightmare mother trees. Those creatures will be the Lord's subjects, making one a true nightmare lord. There's no other way. Let's transition here for now. I'll bring the Flower Knight over and kill that man-faced spider. Having obtained the territory smoothly, Levi immediately used the abilities of a nightmare lord to create avatars for the Flower Knight. A fleshy altar began to appear on the earth, blood-red hands waving within it. Levi felt the mark left on the Flower Knight and the power of the Nightmare Dragon crossing the nightmare world, connecting to the real-world Flower Knight. In the witch's family, Elena, who had been waiting for half a day, suddenly showed a smile. "What's wrong?" Triss asked. "Levi is ready," Elena said with a smile. She lay down beside Levi, looking at him as he slept. Her long eyelashes trembled as she closed her eyes. 3 people, sleeping side by side. If the nightmare world is still accessible. "I want to go too," Triss muttered. "Nightmare world?" Levi's complexion grew paler. "It's a bit challenging. The Flower Knight's realm is too high. It seems that I need a level 5 Nightmare Dragon realm to pull her over purely with the power of the Nightmare Dragon." Levi had already anticipated this. He took out a storage ring, which was filled with piles of nightmare crystals. "I need to reserve some Nightmare Dragon power. Otherwise, if we run out of strength just after pulling her over, and we both have to retreat, it would be a waste of effort." Eventually, a figure formed from coagulated blood began to appear in the flesh altar. She had a curvaceous body, a perfect waistline, rounded breasts, slender and closed thighs, beautiful collarbones, and flawless feet. Then, her skin, as white as jade, emerged from the figure. Levi's eyes widened as he beheld the naked woman before him. She had her eyes closed, asleep. Only Levi, as her lord, could awaken her. So beautiful. I never expected to see the Flower Witch's naked body. If her admirers found out, there would be enough people chasing me to form a high-level wizard organization. And if you add the admirers of the Flower Knight from the mortal world, there would be even more. Levi didn't rush to awaken the Flower Knight. Instead, he watched with a critical eye. It's no wonder they use the Flower Knight to describe someone's beauty. "Ah, so lovely. I'll watch for another 5 minutes before waking her up." 5 minutes later, or maybe 3 more minutes. "Well, I can't waste my Nightmare Dragon power. 5 minutes is enough," Levi muttered to himself. Finally, he snapped his fingers, and the black power of nightmares covered the beautiful body of the Flower Knight. The next moment, Elena, clad in light armor with a great sword on her back, her golden hair shimmering, opened her eyes. Levi wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally succeeded. "Welcome to the nightmare world, Lady Elena." Elena subconsciously glanced at her body and breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing she was clothed. She had heard that some similar projection avatars appeared naked at first. After all, she and Levi weren't very familiar yet, so she felt a bit uncomfortable being naked in front of him. Of course, even if she knew in advance that she would be naked to explore the nightmare world, she would accept it without hesitation. She wasn't the kind of shy girl who would hesitate. "Thanks a lot, Levi. After successfully killing that nightmare lord, I owe you a favor." Elena stepped out of the altar, smiling. "Haha, to receive a favor from a primordial soul wizard like you, I couldn't ask for more," Levi joked, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere and conceal his own nervousness. "Lady Elena, why don't you try casting a spell? I've tried it here, it should work fine," Levi suggested. Elena nodded, and with a flick of her finger, a crimson rose appeared in the air. "Flower language, love burns," she exclaimed. The next moment, the rose exploded in the void ahead, and Levi felt an overwhelming sense of imminent death. This kind of power was unstoppable. Elena flicked her finger again, and another violet flower appeared, covering an area several miles wide. "Flower language, beauty's captive," she declared. The terrifying explosion was completely blocked by a huge violet flower, without a single ripple leaking out. Levi was shocked. It was the first time he had seen a primordial soul wizard use such power up close, energy fluctuations that even Caslot's eye couldn't measure. With the Flower Knight here, everything would be settled. He decided not to interfere. "Let's go, Levi. Let's go meet that lord," Elena said, striding forward. Levi left 9 infant to guard the territory and hurried to follow Elena. As he watched the primordial soul witch's figure, he couldn't help but recall the beautiful body on the altar. Involuntarily, he imagined a scene of Elena casting the rose spell naked in front of him. Quickly, he pushed the thought aside. A primordial soul wizard had a strong perception. If she sensed his impure thoughts, it wouldn't be good. Chapter 1094, Truth Oath. 100 Flowers joins the team. 1. Nightmare World. Lord of Spider Nightmares. A huge 1,000 feet tall blood-colored tree stood in the middle of the blood-flesh forest. This was the Nightmare Main Tree. In fact, every Nightmare Mother tree in the territory germinated from the roots of the main tree, similar to a forest of banyan trees. There was a pitch-black cave under the main Nightmare tree. Thousands of nightmare creatures gathered nearby. They were all natives of this territory. Among them, there were even a few who looked no different from ordinary people. Judging from the style of their robes, they seemed to be from the late antiquity era. These people were all wizards. Their heads were filled with fungus-like creatures. Some grew out of their eyes and lost their vision, some grew out of their mouths and could not speak, and some grew out of their nostrils and cochleas. What's more, there were even some that grew out from below. It was indescribable. For example, Fungus Lady Patricia. Black mycelium grew from Patricia's lower body and crawled all over the ground. Her plump upper body was weaving something with the needle and thread in her hand. A 4th circle wizard with mushroom eyes came to the cave. His name was Brant. In this territory, he was called the Unseen by the other subjects. Lord Patricia, the Crow Lady, just reported that she saw traces of humans in the chaotic wilderness. In the cave, there were dense white cocoons. Inside these cocoons were many dead wizards or corpses of transcendent existences from other planes. In some corners of the karst cave, there was a pile of various wizard robes, wizard tools, and transcendent items that he could not name. What's the man's strength, Brant? Patricia asked without looking up. I don't know, but the wailing infant bird that often offended our territory was defeated by that human. Perhaps even I might not be his match, said Brant. Tell Heartless Leonard that the patrol of the territory has been strengthened recently. There are more and more wanderers and travelers in the chaotic wilderness. During this period of time, Mistress Arachne has gone to the city of Blood Rain over Lord Wagner as a guest. Don't cause trouble for the time being. We'll talk about everything when Mistress returns, Patricia said. In the nightmare world, other than the indigenous nightmare creatures, many foreigners came here for various reasons. Patricia, Brad, and Leonard were all like this. They were all descendants of wizards who had come here a long time ago. These parasitic fungi in their bodies were the work of Mistress Arachne. By such means, they were controlled by Arachne, who administered the territory for them. In the blood-flesh forest, Levi and Elena weaved through it. Elena had some basic understanding of the nightmare world through the Dreamland Steeple's notes, but it was far from what Levi had grasped. Ever since he came here, Levi felt that the memories in the Nightmare Dragon's bloodline seemed to be awakening bit by bit. So much so that most of what he saw, before long, he would know its function and function. Careful, someone's coming, Elena whispered, stopping. Levi did not sense anyone. The perception of a primordial soul wizard was much stronger than his. Elena turned back to Levi and said, same rules. I'll put a barrier on you so you don't get killed by someone else and I'll be forced to go back to the real world. Flower barrier. Elena pointed with her finger, and the invincible barrier that had lasted for an hour returned. What do you mean by prestige? A primordial soul wizard personally put a shield on me. This is prestige. Levi felt a little smug. After a while, a strange-looking wizard appeared in front of Levi and 100 Flowers. His body emitted a stench, and his chest was rotting. A bright red fungus grew out of it, looking like a heart. Have you seen my heart? He asked woodenly. Elena told Levi not to do anything for a while. She said, no. I don't know where my heart went. Good Samaritan, I beg you. I thank you. Can you give me your heart? He suddenly said. His appearance was strange. The red mushroom on his chest opened its mouth, and monstrous blood gushed out. Countless distorted shadows emerged from the blood and flew towards Levi and the others. Elena did not use any innate spells. She casually conjured a very basic spell like the wizard's hand. A huge hand that was about an acre wide slapped the blood away. Elena grabbed the strange wizard's body and held it in her palm. In front of Elena, lilacs fell from the sky and surrounded the strange wizard. Flower language purple memories. In an instant, the purple sea of flowers triggered the memories in this strange wizard's mind. They kept replaying like a movie film. Too powerful. This is a primordial soul, Levi muttered in his heart. So far, he had already seen Elena's 3 innate spells represented by flowers. Red rose, violet, and lilac. Roses were like flames, mainly attacking and killing. Violets were quiet, mainly imprisoning and controlling. As for lilacs, they were abilities similar to soul searching. It was similar to his innate spell, Dragon. Chapter 1095, Truth Oath. 100 Flowers joins the team. 2. Levi saw in the memories of this strange wizard that he had spent his entire life in the nightmare world. There are still wizards who survived in the nightmare world and have reproduced to this day. Moreover, from their spells, there are traces of the School of Dreams. It seems that they are descendants of the Dreamland Steeple. However, he has already been controlled by Arachne using some kind of fungus. Elena stared at the fungus-infected heart, her heart heavy. It was hard to imagine that the wizards of the Dreamland Steeple still survived in this terrifying world after a long time, although they had already deformed into monsters. The tenacity of life was lamentable. I know from his memory that Arachne is not in the territory now. She went to the Blood Rain city where Blood Rain Overlord Wagner is. Wagner is the overlord of a large area of 50 nightmare territories. He's at level 9 and extremely powerful. The gathering might take a year to end, Elena said with a frown. Nightmare Overlord, this is going to be troublesome. If we go to Blood Rain City, I'm afraid we won't be able to return. If we continue to stay here, it will be a waste of time. However, even if we kill those small fries under Arachne, we won't be able to save Rose. We might even alert the enemy and alert Arachne. If we alert the other lords of Blood Rain City, it will be even more disadvantageous for us. Why don't we retreat first and come back a year later? Since Arachne isn't in the territory, Rose Witch should be safe for the next year, Levi said. Yes, but I have to get rid of this person. With Arachne's strength, he should be able to tell that I've done something to him. I might as well destroy his corpse. Elena flicked a petal with her finger and it landed on the strange wizard's body, burning it into ashes. Then, she grabbed a storage bag and threw it to Levi without even looking at it. This person also has level 5 strength. I think there are some good things inside that are useful to your current realm. Treat it as your reward this time. You should have a way to bring it back to the real world, right? Elena asked. Yeah. Let's retreat. I've already established an anchor point. It'll be more convenient for us to enter the nightmare world next time, Levi said. The anchor point was guarded by a peak level 4-9 infant, so it was fine. The 9 infant was considered an elite monster even in the chaotic wilderness. Because this was his first time here, he was not sufficiently prepared. He had consumed a lot of the power of the nightmare dragon. The next time would be the decisive battle with Arachne. I'll take you back. Okay, thanks. Levi sent Elena out of the nightmare world with a thought. Elena disappeared into the fissure in a cloud of black mist. He came to the chaotic wilderness and looked at the nightmare creatures everywhere. He incarnated into the nightmare black dragon and began to hunt. Although the nightmare dragon was only level 3, it was lethal to nightmare creatures. In the future, he might need to use the nightmare dragon form to fight. He had to adapt to this dragon's fighting style first. A mini black dragon flapped its wings and spat out dreamy black dragon flames. Wherever the dragon flames swept, the weak low-level nightmare creatures died. When the dragon flames extinguished, the black dragon pounced forward with its body. Its wings, claws, tail, and sharp teeth were all its offensive weapons. Until Levi felt that the power of the nightmare dragon was about to be exhausted. On the ground were nightmare crystals. Levi put these crystals away. He came to his Blackwater domain. The 9 infant obediently coiled around it, guarding the altar. 9 infant, I'll be leaving for a period of time. Guard this place well and get your underlings to help me keep an eye out for nightmare dragon clans similar to mine in the chaotic wilderness, Levi said as he stroked the 9 infant's middle head. The 9 infant nodded repeatedly, indicating that it understood. Levi checked the storage bags of the strange wizard and then used the power of the nightmare dragon to wrap the storage bags and those nightmare crystals. He turned into a black fog and left the nightmare world. Endless sea. At the witch's family. Triss hut. Levi opened his eyes slowly and realized that 3 beauties were all looking down at him. Great, Levi is awake. The Rose Witch heaved a sigh of relief. How long was I asleep? Levi asked. It should be similar to the time you spent in the nightmare world. The flow of time is the same. In fact, in the entire multidimensional plane, except for a few special places, the flow of time is the same. Elena seemed to have guessed Levi's thoughts and had already answered him. Thanks a lot. Levi stood up. He was in a good mood. After coming into contact with it, the nightmare world was no longer that terrifying to him. Indeed, the greatest fear came from the unknown. Although he did not kill the man-faced spider Arachne during this exploration, he obtained plenty of information about the nightmare world. Next, after killing Arachne, I'll find time to go to the nightmare world to find the descendants of the nightmare-type dragon clan and resolve the cultivation predicament of the nightmare dragon breathing technique. Levi was now full of confidence in the future. Triss asked him in the 100 Flowers night to understand the nightmare world's situation. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. It was obvious that she was tempted. However, with Levi's current nightmare dragon level, he could at most bring one primordial soul over. 2 primordial souls could not squeeze him dry. What are you going to do next? Elena asked. Chapter 1096, Truth Oath. 100 Flowers joins the team. 3. I'll cultivate in Hades City for a year. At the very least, I'll leave after dealing with the human-faced spider, Levi said. All right, I'll look for you at your house in a few days. Elena waved goodbye to everyone. Levi, if there's a chance in the future, bring me along. I'll personally experience it. If there's no problem with safety, I'll send Anya in to train. Of course, I'll also pay you, Triss said. Levi's heart stirred. Triss's words had reminded him that the nightmare world was more like a huge virtual world to him. In the future, he could train in the nightmare world and test his spell abilities. He could even let the members of the Twilight Knights enter to train and find resources for himself. In the chaotic wilderness, there was no lack of training targets. Relying on the proficiency panel and his powerful nightmare dragon bloodline, those who entered would not really die. At most, they would return to the city. Then, with the altar and the nightmare dragon crystal, they could even resurrect. Levi had to make use of such a huge treasure trove. Of course, all of this could only be carried out after careful testing. Levi said, no problem. I'll go back first. Madam Triss, contact me anytime if you need anything. Rose Witch, try not to sleep this year to prevent the man-faced spiders from returning. Okay, thank you, Levi. Rose nodded gratefully. Levi returned to his home in Hades City. Black fog spread out from his hand, and the strange wizard's storage bags and nightmare crystals appeared one after another. Then, the power of the nightmare dragon in his body was exhausted. His face suddenly turned pale, and it took him a while to recover. I can bring it out. The power of the nightmare dragon is too magical. He opened his storage bags. There were not many things inside, nor were there any ether stones. However, there were many nightmare crystals. Among them, there were a few fist-sized nightmare crystals that should be level 4 grade. I'll collect more nightmare crystals in the future. This way, I won't have to expend my nightmare dragon power. I can also create a clone for Elena. Immediately after, Levi found a huge axe that seemed to be made of flesh and blood from his storage bags. There was a beating heart on the handle of the huge axe, emitting a thumping sound. This is his wizard tool. It's so strange. It's like a living creature. They call it the bizarre device. It's refined from the corpses of powerful nightmare creatures. Levi slashed the axe with the Crimson Dragon Slash. What surprised him was that the axe appeared to be made of flesh and blood, but when it collided with the Crimson Dragon Slash, the surface would instantly turn into an extremely hard crystal. The Crimson Dragon Slash was repelled, but the huge axe was safe and sound. This is good stuff. Although I don't know how to use it, just its sturdiness is comparable to a 5th circle wizard tool. It can be used to cut people. I'll call it Blood Axe. He put away the Blood Axe. He planned to study this thing and see if it could be used as a reforging material for his Scarlet Shadow Cloak. If it didn't work, he would refine it for Blood Lady as her attack method. Compared to an axe, he was more used to using a sword. After calming down, Levi could not help but start thinking about this trip to the Dark Ancient Tower. He was thinking about how to avoid being broadcasted live, or being broadcasted live, so that others could not lock onto his identity based on his ability. As for his appearance, he just needed to change it slightly. The projection would be his appearance after modification. He gave serious thought to a group of people who had seen his abilities. Firstly, they were from the ancient Saint Plane. There was no need to worry about this. They had all sworn an oath under Excalibur and were loyal to him. Secondly, it was someone who had seen his methods and had not been killed by him. I don't fight in public easily, but when I do, I'll kill them. Almost everyone I've seen has died. No, there are still those 2 fifth circle perfection wizards in the realm of Crimson. But if it's just the 2 of them, it's fine. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little stressed. He was used to hunting in the dark. Suddenly, he might be watched by so many people. The first thing he thought of was whether he would be exposed. I still have to be careful in the dark ancient tower this time. I must avoid exposing too much of my abilities to avoid being targeted by people with ulterior motives. If I want to fight, I have to end the battle quickly. I have to disguise myself. Sauron, too. This projection function, he felt helpless. It seemed that Sauron, the ancestor of wizards, was not as serious as he had imagined. Of course, it was also possible that Sauron wanted to use this method to motivate all wizards to pursue higher, stronger, and stimulate the potential of wizards. It was just like the Olympic Games in his previous life. In front of billions of viewers, how exciting would it be to show off one's heroic bearing? There's always a way out when the time comes. I'll quietly search for treasures on this trip to the ancient tower. I'll strive to cultivate the Lover's Rune to level 5 before entering the ancient tower. This way, my luck will increase by 40%. I have a feeling that the Lover's Rune will shine in the ancient tower. The next day, Levi read the paper. As the dark ancient tower approached, the page was almost filled with information related to the ancient tower. Shocking! Hurricane Steeple announced in a high-profile manner that son of Hurricane Van Dis will lead a team to the dark ancient tower this time. Chapter 1097, Truth Oath. 100 Flowers joins the team. 4. Recently, the Wizard Council has established the Dark Ancient Tower rankings to motivate the wizards to climb the tower. This time, the rankings are divided into Earth rankings and Sky rankings. At that time, professional judges will grade the wizards based on their combat projection performance, and the speed at which they climb the tower, and the Sky rankings will only list the wizards with primordial souls. The wizards below primordial souls will be listed on the Earth rankings. Those ranked at the top of the Sky rankings and the Earth rankings will receive corresponding rewards. Levi's head was pounding as he read the news. The Dark Ancient Tower has become a celebration in the wizard world. However, the rewards for the so-called Earth and Sky rankings are only so-so. I reckon those with the strength to enter the top of the rankings, such as me, don't care about that little reward. In Levi's opinion, those people were more interested in the honor of this ranking. After all, those who could participate in the battles for their respective organizations were not ordinary people. They could compete with the prodigies of the various wizard organizations. Moreover, they could also let all living beings witness miracles through the projection of the plane. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. Even Levi, who kept a low profile, had a strong desire to show off, let alone other wizards. Exclusive. The all-knowing tower has collected intel from many parties and sorted out a portion of the list of participating wizards in the 4th circle and 5th circle of the Dark Ancient Tower. Do you want to spend 1,000 ether stones to unlock it? A headline party news caught Levi's eye on one of the panels. He spent 1,000 ether stones to open it. He also wanted to see which experts were in the Dark Ancient Tower this time. It seems that the wizard organizations have done a good job of keeping the name list of the Primordial Soul Wizards a secret. On one hand, there are very few Primordial Soul Wizard participants, to begin with. On the other hand, the real highlight for the major organizations is the Primordial Soul. Every Primordial Soul is a well-known figure and has a lot of intelligence and information outside. If they leak it in advance, they will probably be targeted by the Primordial Souls of their competitors and enemy forces. As for the 4th circle and 5th circle, it can only be said to be a bonus. The major organizations also want to take this opportunity to train their members and deliberately show their strength. Therefore, the leaked portion might be done on purpose to build momentum for their organization in advance. There was not much information on the list. Levi looked at it and saw that they were all the younger generation of the major organizations. The 5th circle referred to those under 300 years old, while the 4th circle referred to those under 200 years old. Other than the 5th circle wizards that Levi had to avoid, the 4th circle wizard ranked first was a wizard from the Burning School of Thought. Fire Dragon Destroyer, Simon, the #1 genius in Norn City in the past 3,000 years. He's about 140 years old, in the realm of the fourth circle perfection, child of the fire element. He has a second special talent and is suspected to be the Prince of Fire. He's also a part-time array wizard and weapon craftsman. He once won first place in the 9 Cities League of the 9 Cities Alliance and obtained the sky-level truth oddity, Fire God's Gaze. He once killed a level 5 mixed blood dragon clan with an array alone in the mystic realm, so he called himself the Fire Dragon Destroyer. It's said that evil dragons attacked the village he lived in when he was young. His pregnant mother gave birth to Simon in the dragon flames. Therefore, Simon hates all the dragon clan and dragon descendants. Now, hundreds of mixed blood dragon clan members have died under him. Levi could not help but frown. He thought to himself, heresy. It doesn't conform to my path of green sustainable development and destroys the ecological balance of the wizard world. There aren't many mixed blood dragon clans to begin with, and you even killed them all. It's simply a waste of natural resources. Don't let me meet you, kid. You won't have a good time. Levi looked down and realized that more than half of the names on the list were children of the elements. Golden Light Wizard, Sea Aristocrat, Son of Hurricane, Black Sun's favorite disciple, Black Moon. Geniuses that are rarely seen usually are starting to appear. Interesting. It had to be said that the wizard world was too big. There were a few people on this list that even Levi had to take seriously. We have to adjust our mentality. For this expedition, we can't treat these geniuses as fourth circle cultivators. We must treat them as fifth circle enemies to prevent them from failing. Levi did not want to lose face in front of billions of people. After understanding the information, Levi began to meditate like an old monk. His current mental strength was already 335 points, and he was getting closer and closer to the maximum of 510 points. At the same time, this also meant that in theory, if Levi entered the invisible state of the Hermit Rune, even ordinary fifth circle wizards would find it difficult to see through him. If he used it well, he could even kill a fifth circle wizard. A month later, Levi was cultivating. Suddenly, a message woke him up. Levi, I'm here. It's Lord Elena. Levi did not dare to be negligent when the Essence Soul had deigned to come to his house. This was a necessary respect for experts. He went to the door and opened it. He found that Elena seemed to have changed her hairstyle today. Her long blonde hair was tied up, making her look more heroic and capable. Welcome to my wizard tower, Lord Elena. Aren't you going to invite me in? Elena joked. Please come in. It seems that you rarely invite witches to your house. To be precise, there are very few wizards and witches. I'm used to living alone and being quiet. I can tell. Triss said that you have a cautious and steady personality. It can be seen from your dense arrays. Elena looked at the 3 layers of defense in Levi's wizard tower. Chapter 1098, Truth Oath. 100 Flowers joins the team. 5. Lord, are you here to discuss the Path of Knights with me? Levi asked. That's right. When I reached the end of the Path of Knights, I was already a legendary peak knight in the human world. I searched everywhere for a way to break through the shackles, but in the end, I found nothing. In the end, I came to the wizard world, but I realized that there was also no place for a knight there, and no one would study that small path of knights. I can only say that there's a silver lining. My talent as a wizard was not bad in the end, so I embarked on the journey of a wizard. Elena sighed. It's also because of some coincidences that I occasionally obtained a way to break through the shackles of a knight. Actually, with your primordial soul level knowledge, you might be able to break through the shackles yourself soon, Levi said. Perhaps. I don't like to beat around the bush. I want your technique to break through the shackles. I wonder what the price is? Etherstone, wizard tool, rare materials, feel free to name them. I can satisfy any request that's not too much. Elena's expression was calm and serious. In fact, with her primordial soul level strength, she could have taken it by force, but she wasn't that kind of person. Besides, Levi was Sister Triss's person. Levi thought for a moment and said, Lord Elena, I can teach you the technique. I have some requests, but I don't know if I should tell you. Cut the crap, Elena said. If you have something to say, say it. Levi said, after I obtained the method to break through the shackles of legendary, I established a knight organization to open a path for knights. I also set some goals. If I want to obtain this method, I have to join the Knight organization and swear that for the safety of my organization and myself, the method can't be easily passed down. I hope you understand. As a wizard with a primordial soul, perhaps my request is a little too much for you. That's it? Elena asked with amusement, looking at Levi. Ah, that's it. Levi felt uneasy. The power that the primordial soul unintentionally emitted made him feel suffocated. How about this? Show me the contents of the oath. If it's not too much, I'm willing to swear the truth oath. Elena said. The truth oath. Levi was shocked. Even if he had not entered the primordial soul, he had heard of this oath. There were several types of oaths in the wizard world. One was the most commonly used contract slate in the wizard world. It relied on a legendary wizard tool similar to the Heart of Skynet as a supervisor. This wizard tool was the Sauron Codex, also known as the Contract Codex. The principle of the Contract Codex was that anyone who possessed the contract slate could use the spiritual force imprint as a signature. Then, the contract ability and spiritual force imprint would be monitored by the Contract Codex. If one party violated the contract, they would be punished by the Contract Codex. The strength of the punishment would be determined according to the seriousness of the violation of the contract terms. The most serious punishment would be to directly destroy the soul through the spiritual force imprint and achieve the death penalty. The advantage of the contract law was that it had a wide audience and could be used by countless people in the wizard world. However, as the wizard realm increased, the binding power would become weaker and weaker. Basically, it was mainly targeted at low-level and intermediate wizards. After the primordial soul, this binding effect was already formal and meaningless. In addition to the legendary contract wizard tool of the official Congress, some powerful wizards and organizations would have their own contract wizard tool to strengthen the binding power. Levi's Excalibur was also based on the same principle. The second way was to use the extremely cautious truth oath between primordial soul wizards. He swore to the unfathomable truth that could never be touched. This was an oath that could not be violated. To wizards, this was tantamount to violating the truth. At best, it would hinder the pursuit of the truth. At worst, it would die. Even a primordial soul wizard would not be spared. Levi did not expect Elena to value the Path of Knights so much. He thought for a moment, then imprinted the contents of the oath on the slate and handed it to Elena. Elena read it calmly and said, "It's all right, but there are some clauses that I need to modify. I'll modify them once. Take a look again. As the price of modifying the clauses, I'll pay you an additional 1,000,000 ether stones." "Will do." This scene made Levi feel as if he had returned to the business negotiation table in his previous life. Both sides were in a tug of war. Elena edited it seriously. Levi didn't dare keep quiet. In the end, Elena handed the modified version and 1,000,000 ether stones to Levi. Levi looked at the contents of the oath. The parts that Elena had modified did not have much of an impact. She did not modify the core clauses to protect himself and the organization. She only removed some of the overlord clauses and format clauses that Levi used to manage ordinary members. It was reasonable. It was already good enough that a primordial soul wizard was willing to swear. How could she agree to Levi's overlord clauses? "I agree, but I don't want the ether stones anymore. I can already feel your sincerity, Lord." Levi returned the ether stones to her. Elena glared at him and said, "Are you asking me, a primordial soul wizard, to take it back? Don't I care about my reputation?" Levi took it back resentfully. Elena began to swear by the oath. Upon the truth, the knowledge is appraised. After swearing, she extended her hand and said, "Give it to me." "Humph, if not for Triss' sake, you brat. Forget it, let's not talk about it. I still have to rely on you to bring me into the nightmare world in the future." Chapter 1099, Truth Oath. 100 Flowers joins the team. 6. Levi chuckled and hurriedly handed the technique he had prepared to Elena. He asked, "May I ask, what breathing technique do you cultivate, Lord?" "Banyan Dragon Breathing Technique." Levi pondered in his heart. He already had an idea of the subsequent potions for the breakthrough of the Banyan Dragon Breathing Technique. When the time was right, he could hand them over to the Flower Knights. The so-called Banyan Dragon was the immortal Banyan Dragon. With the status of the 100 Flowers, they might be able to obtain the bloodline essence of the immortal Banyan Dragon. Their future cultivation of the Path of Knights would not be slow. Elena quickly finished reading the cultivation technique. Her expression changed from calm to slightly shocked, as if this was the first time she had seen the spirit's energy sex inheritance. I see. Ha ha ha, I understand. Elena laughed without the image of a lady. She suddenly said to Levi, I'll borrow your training room. Will do. Levi accompanied the flower knight to the training room. Elena pulled out a huge sword, and blood chi, which was already at the peak of the blood awakening realm, surged out. This blood chi was colorful, like a flower, sprouting on the huge sword. Levi, I feel like my opportunity to break through has arrived. I need to go into seclusion immediately. Is it okay to stay with you for a few days? Elena asked. As long as you swear an oath and join the Twilight Knights, you'll be a family. Lord, please do as you please and treat it as your own home. There's no need to stand on ceremony. If there's a chance, I'll introduce the other members to you, Levi said. In the training room, Elena hurriedly set up the level 6 protective array she had brought with her in the training room and entered seclusion. Returning to his room, Levi smiled smugly. Successfully recruited an epic ranked card flower knight Elena. 7 days later. In the training room, Elena opened her eyes and looked at her jade-like palm. Then, she used her sword to cut open a wound. She didn't use any spells. A moment later, the wound healed itself. What a powerful self-healing physique. It's comparable to a professional second circle healing spell. Apart from that, my body has become even stronger, similar to that of a second circle transcendent creature. Is this the feeling of breaking through the shackles of legendary? With Elena's current realm, this increase in strength was insignificant. However, this was only the beginning. There was still a long way to go in the future. Congratulations, Lord Elena, for breaking through the legendary barrier, Levi congratulated. Thank you for your technique. Don't worry, I'll abide by the oath. After all, I'm now a member of the Twilight Knights, don't you think so? Elena smiled. It's a blessing for the Knights to have you join us. We hold a team gathering every year. If you're interested, you can participate, Levi said. All right, then I'll leave first. I have to make some preparations to deal with Arachne. Goodbye, Commander. Elena looked at Levi with a faint smile. I'm not worthy. Lord, you can call me Levi. Levi smiled bitterly. In the path of wizards, I'm your senior. In the path of knights, you're my senior. The two of us have our own opinions and don't contradict each other. Elena smiled and patted Levi's shoulder before leaving elegantly. Levi stood rooted to the ground, pondering the meaning behind those words. There doesn't seem to be a problem. I'm a level 4 knight, 2 realms higher than the Flower Knight. After returning to the Wizard Tower, Levi continued to cultivate. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1161, the first day of the month of beginning. Levi woke up from his seclusion as usual. In his mind, there were already 350 drops of spiritual force due in the Divine Ring Tower. He felt an indescribable sense of comfort as he felt his mental strength growing stronger. Apart from strengthening his spiritual force, Levi's spell cultivation also did not fall behind. The 4th circle protective spell, Earth Burst Barrier, had successfully reached level 9. Its defense had increased greatly, and the power of the explosion had also increased significantly. The innate spell, Thunder Dragon Flash, was already level 10. He had previously gone to the Nightmare World to test that the speed of the level 10 Thunder Dragon Flash was already comparable to the speed of his Scarlet Cloak's Scarlet Breathing technique. As for the Thunder Dragon Flash, level 10 was not the maximum. It could continue to cultivate until level 11. At that time, Levi's Thunder Dragon Flash's speed would probably be no different from that of an ordinary 5th circle wizard. Only a life-burning escape technique like the Scarlet Blood Escape could suppress it steadily. The remaining ordinary 4th circle spells, Thunder Dog, and Sun-Splitting Strike had all stepped into the level 10 realm. As for the Wind Dragon Scamper, it was still a distance away from level 9. It'll be perfect if I can figure out the 6th innate spell before the Dark Ancient Tower opens. After entering the Dark Ancient Tower, he might have to be busy looking for opportunities and fighting with others. Levi probably did not have time to study spells. Therefore, he decided that in the last 4 years, he would focus on the 6th innate spell and place his focus here. The rest would be slightly behind. Earth, Burning, Storm, Ocean, Thunder. The 6th innate spell will be Frost. After I reach the 5th circle, I'll choose the Bronze School for the 7th innate spell. Levi had already made a plan. After killing Arachne, he would go to the Frost Realm again to collect a wave of spells from the Frost faction and come back to study them. In addition to the 1,000,000 ether stones of the Flower Knights, he still had a total of 5,000,000 ether stones. If he could not convert them into combat strength before entering the Dark Ancient Tower, it would be a waste to stay inside. After all, no one would make a normal transaction with Levi in such a chaotic place. Sir Mobius, I have a meeting. Will do. This year was the 60th Round Table meeting. When they entered the meeting, all 11 official members were present. Unfortunately, as Elena was busy in seclusion, preparing to deal with Arachne, Levi didn't dare disturb her. Otherwise, it would have been 12. How's the situation at the Holy Temple now? Levi asked. Everything is fine. Moreover, we have recently developed some level 1 combat techniques, the Blood Knight said. He took out 3 books. Spiral Sword Slash, Breaking Hammer, Meteor Spear Technique. There were sword skills, hammer skills, and spear skills. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Levi copied these inheritances and collected them. He could also refer to them when he was free. As the saying goes, when 3 people walk together, there must be a teacher. The wisdom of an individual must have its own unique aspects. In addition, a new Blood Awakening Knight was born in the organization called the Halberd Knight. He was the one who created this Meteor Spear technique, the Blood Knight said. I have an impression. We can arrange for him to join the Round Table meeting in the future. In addition, there's a new heavyweight member who has joined our organization. I'll introduce her to you at the next meeting, Levi said. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Even the commander said that she's a heavyweight. She must be a big shot. Emperor Mu's face was filled with anticipation. The other members were also guessing what kind of person it would be. Next, the members discussed some cultivation problems and information. After the meeting, Levi went to the secret room of the Wizard Tower. In the past year, he had gone to the Nightmare World several times and collected a lot of nightmare crystals. Moreover, based on his danger perception, he deduced that Arachne should have returned to the territory. He felt that it was time to team up with Elena and head to the Nightmare World again. The sooner he dealt with Arachne, the sooner he could become a true lord. It should not be difficult to find the Nightmare Dragon clan with a territory of nightmare creatures. Otherwise, relying on himself and the 9 infants would be too slow. Elena came out of seclusion 3 months later, smiling knowingly as she looked down at the message Levi had left for her. Chapter 1100, The Might of 100 Flowers. King of Nightmares. 1. Lord Elena, when are we going to explore the Nightmare World again? Arachne should be back, Levi. Let's go. I'm fine. Let's meet at Triss Cottage at the witch's family, Elena. After sending the message, Elena put away the communication wizard tool. In the past year, she had specially targeted Arachne and researched a few tricks. Next, she could try out her moves. Levi rushed over to Triss Cottage. I haven't seen you in a year, but your mental strength has improved again. Not bad, Elena said. I'm guessing Levi's next sentence is, I only gained a little. Triss looked at Levi with a playful gaze. After dealing with Levi for a long time, Triss had already figured out Levi's words. Haha, interesting. Elena couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, I won't joke around anymore. Go quickly, solve the problem as soon as possible, and return as soon as possible. If possible, bring back a portion of the Nightmare Lord's body material and let me study it to see if I can make some potions for the Nightmare Lord. If the Nightmare Lord invades in the future, we can also prepare in advance, Triss said. Thank you, ma'am. Levi was envious. Anya is so lucky to have such a mother, unlike me, who was born an orphan and grew up relying on myself and the panel. This kid still doesn't know Triss' good intentions. I have to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson in the future. When they entered the Nightmare World this time, Rose was not there. She was with Newt. Now that the anchor point had been established, Levi did not need Rose anymore. Lord Elena, I'll make a move first. After saying that, he lay on the bed. Elena nodded and said, be careful. I'll wait for you to pull me. In the red and black Nightmare World. In the chaotic wilderness. In the valley, the 9 infant was sleeping on the ground. Its 9 heads were snoring. Suddenly, black smoke appeared on the altar. Then, a ferocious-looking and small black dragon appeared. The 9 infant hurriedly ran over and expressed its goodwill to the black dragon. Levi felt that he did not even need the scarlet contract to tame this guy. He transformed into his human form and wore the pitch-black magic armor. Nothing happened while I was gone, did it? Levi asked. The Nine Infant nodded. Levi did not waste any time. He placed all the nightmare crystals he had prepared on the altar. Using the power of the nightmare dragon as a catalyst, the next moment, all the crystals began to melt. The flesh and blood began to condense, bones, skin. Finally, Elena's figure appeared in front of him. She was wearing an armor-type defensive wizard tool. She carried a huge sword on her back and closed her eyes. Wake up! My members! Elena opened her eyes. She studied herself, then looked at Levi. Why do I feel like, this time is faster than last time, she suddenly asked. Because I'm more proficient this time, Levi said without hesitation. Just to be on the safe side, I'll get my pets to scout around over there before we head over, Levi said. Sure. Levi immediately ordered the Nine Infant to fly towards the Lord of Spider Nightmares. He had set up a tiny monitoring array on the Nine Infant. It could share the Nine Infant's vision in real time. After an unknown period of time, they arrived at the Lord of Spider Nightmares. The flesh forest was right in front of them. From afar, the Nine Infant saw the phantom of the huge creature above the forest. The huge creature had the body of a spider, and its 8 legs were like pillars supporting the sky. It was 10,000 feet tall, and 8 female faces looked in all directions. One of the faces suddenly discovered the distant Nine Infant. The next moment, white spider silk tore through the void and appeared in front of the Nine Infant, piercing through it. The Nine Infant's aura rapidly vanished as it fell to the ground. As expected of the man-faced spider. Its perception is so strong. Even the Nine Infant and the phantom were discovered from 1,000 kilometers away. As for the huge spider phantom, it was just some kind of illusion. It was not Arachne's main body. Unfortunately, the Nine Infant. Just as Levi was mourning for the Nine Infant, he realized through the scarlet contract that the Nine Infant was not dead. The next moment, a strange bird flew over from the horizon. It was the Nine Infant. However, it only had 8 heads now, and its strength was only at the level of a 4th circle senior. The Nine Infant flew to Levi's side. Its body was still trembling. It was frightened. Levi was shocked. This chap seemed to have more than one life. After communicating with the Nine Infant, he learned it had 9 lives. It had probably been killed by the means Arachne had set up, but had revived. However, the price was 1 head, and it could not grow back in a short period of time like Levi when he was cut off. He still needed a long time to recover to the 9-headed realm. At that time, he would have another 9 lives. Damn it, if you have such an abnormal ability, why are you more cowardly than me? Of course, the prerequisite for this rebirth was that all 9 heads had not been destroyed. The souls of wailing infant birds were extremely special. As the number of heads increased, their souls would also split correspondingly. In other words, the 9 infants' soul was scattered among the 9 heads. As long as it was not killed all at once, the 9 infant would not die. It was like putting eggs in a basket. After encountering a fatal attack, the 9 infant would use one of its heads and use a soul inside as a scapegoat. In this way, the other 8 souls survived.